Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Fume, the global leader in the flavored air revolution. My friends, if you haven't heard about flavored air, perhaps it's time for you to learn. Let Fume be your guide. Fume has served more than 300,000 customers, and you can be the next success story. For a limited time, use my code SACRED to get a free gift with your journey pack. Head to tryfume.com/sacred today. That's tryfum.com/SACRED to get a free gift with your order today. Again, if you want to join the flavored air revolution, head to tryfume.com/sacred now. Sacred Symbols is sponsored by DraftKings Sportsbook. It's time for you to score big with DraftKings Sportsbook, the best place to bet touchdowns. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use the code SACRED when you sign up. That's SACRED. New customers who use the code SACRED can get $250 in bonus bets when you bet just $5 of your own. And you can get 1 month of NFL Plus Premium for free too. Only on DraftKings. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. That's 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort of Kansas, 21 plus age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in New Hampshire, Oregon, and Ontario. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/ftball. NFL Plus Premium offer available only to new and former NFL Plus subscribers. Additional NFL Plus Premium terms at nfl.com/terms. Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 322. My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined as always by my son, Chris Raygun. Chris, good to see you today, my friend. How are you? I saw a video actually of yours today of Sweeney coming into your apartment, which I thought was really funny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was playing the there's a version of Outcast's Hey Ya where it's just the all right part for like 10 hours. And I use it sometimes to wake myself up. Because it's just an insane auditory experience.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. And he came in during it. It was pretty good. But yeah, dude, I'm doing all right. Speaking of Outcast, I'm actually seeing them in a week.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I didn't even know they were still doing stuff. And
yeah, me neither.
But we've got some pretty good seats out of nowhere. Just a friend of mine was like, "Hey, you want to see Outcast?" I was like, "Yes." It's crazy.
I'm sorry, Miss Jackson. Ooh, I am for real.
Dude, apparently
that was pre Fergie.
Yeah, it was. I think so.
Yeah.
But he has a flute album apparently, which is crazy. I think it's called like I tried to make a rap album, but I made this instead or something. He's like Andre 3000 is a very strange person, but he's always fascinating to me.
Yeah, I want to look real quick because they kind of went through like 3 periods because they were big in the 90s, like in the mid to late 90s, and then that was with Miss Jackson kind of culminating with that, and that was them as a 2-piece, I want to say, right? And then or maybe a 3-piece, and then Fergie joins when they became like really, really big again. But I don't know, like I haven't thought about them too. I remember that Miss Jackson song came out when I was in high school, and it was like so annoying, you know, like just like constantly hearing that song. It was
sometimes songs just kind of I feel that way with like Bohemian Rhapsody, or like I acknowledge that that's a good song, but I can't hear it anymore. Yeah.
It's truly. Do you ever see you and I might have talked about this. It sounds familiar, but I like watching sometimes like reaction videos of the lowest form of content, as I've said before. But
all right.
Like, you know, voice teacher listens to Tool or something, you know, like something like some shit like that. And there are ones where people actually pretend that they have never heard Bohemian Rhapsody. How can you have never encountered that song? How is that possible?
It's not
possible.
It's ridiculous.
It's totally played out. I agree with you. And it is a shame because it is one of the greatest like arrangements ever, but it's just been beaten into the ground. That's just the way it goes.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
It's like, how much can you look at the Mona Lisa? It's like, all right, we get it. It's a nice painting.
It's a smirk. I get it. Yeah, cool. Like, big deal.
You know, I was like,
it's so fucking, it's so reductive. It's insane. But how are you doing, man? You were yawning a great deal before we recorded. I don't think I've ever seen. Now that I think about it, I don't think I've ever seen you yawn like that.
yeah, I'm good, thank you. I'm a little tired. You know, it's hot as fuck. It's like in the mid 90s here, but I had the pool closed today because I'm just at the end of every year. I'm like, I'm kind of over this. You know, it's a lot of upkeep. Got to test the water. You're always running especially here in the South, always running the pump. It's just a ton of money on your electric bill. It's very exciting for like 3 months. And then I'm like, yeah, I don't want to do this anymore. And then so they came and closed it today, but it really would have been a good day to be in the pool, unfortunately. But yeah, I'm doing okay. Otherwise, I'm trying to think of anything's happening. I mean, we're going to the show is in a week from when this goes live. So we're looking forward to doing that in San Diego. Last minute tickets, bit.ly/Sacred Dukes. If you want to come see us in San Diego, we're looking forward to that. About 300 people or so. So we're excited to see everyone. And I'm certainly excited I haven't been to California since I left in 2019. So and I haven't been to San Diego probably since 2017 or 2018. So it'll be good to be back there. Everything's good though. Hanging out here in my area. Kids have gone back to school the last couple of weeks already. We didn't go back to school on Long Island until like the beginning or middle of September. I don't know what is going on in the rest of the world. And we wouldn't get out of school until like late June. Yeah. So I'd still be very much in my pocket right now. You know, it's when September hit the calendar, then I was like on the clock. I'm like, all right, we're getting close now. You know?
Yeah.
Well, and then you get, go ahead.
I remember like there were some years, like maybe like 1 or 2 over the course of time that I would go to, that I was going to school, where our first day of school was like on August 29th or August 30th. And that always bothered the hell out of me because it's usually September, September 5th, something like that. And I would always be so furious because I was like, just give me a couple days of September at least.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah. Labor Day, which is really early this year. I think it's the 2nd. So yeah, everyone's all fucked up, but yeah, everyone's back. So that's going on. A lot of just commotion with just this weather is just so hot. I'm ready to just be done and get, ease in the fall. Football is very close now. In fact, we're coming back from San Diego really quick because I don't want to miss week 1. So we're flying in Thursday. The show's Friday and we're leaving Saturday. Which is pretty short for a cross country trip, but I've done things like that before. It's not the end of the world.
Yeah.
Also, I just ponied up and we're flying first class, so because I don't want to fly across the country in coach anymore. It's too much,
Yeah. It'll be a worthy receipt.
Yeah, it's a lot to pony up, but it's just like, I don't know, man. It makes the situation much better mentally in leading up to it. You don't dread it as much.
Oh yeah,
and that's important to me. Because I dread so much. Yeah. I'll say no fewer than 10 people, and of course you can write into us on patreon.com/lastdaymedia, but 10 people wrote in on the thread this week about Boar's Head and how they just can't get a handle on this situation or whatever. So I'm dealing with that emotion. Can
I tell you something?
Yeah.
I went to the supermarket like 3 days ago, and I passed the deli and I was like, whatever. And I just got a bunch of salami. I got some pastrami. I'm like, whatever. Like if I get sick, I get sick. I can't not have I make sandwiches like religiously for lunch. Like it's like my default lunch. And I've been substituting other things for it in the wake of this like weird Boar's Head thing. I've been like trying, I try to make like maybe like a second light breakfast or some ramen or something, like something, but it doesn't work. It doesn't fill the same niche that I'm looking for. So I was like, you know what? I might be doing this podcast with Listeria.
It'll be fun. The way I look at it is I understand it's like very much geographically isolated, and ground zero happens to be Virginia, which is funny where I live. And the Virginia Boar's Head plant apparently is the plant that fucked everything up. So I think you're okay all the way out west, one way or the other. But let's be honest, 8 people. How many people are eating Boar's Head? Millions? Come on. Yeah. 8 people died? We'll be all right. You'll be fine. Get out there and eat your pepper turkey and your salami and your maple ham.
Just take a vitamin or something, you know?
Yeah, you'll be fine. All the people that died are probably old and sickly anyway. Can't say that. All right, Chris. Well, it's good to be here with you today.
Yeah.
I got my water, which is good, so I'm ready for that. Phone's charging. I'm just describing things that are going on my desk.
It's good.
Lighter.
It's important. It's important to you're grounding yourself. This is a grounding exercise.
$20, $5 Five Guys gift certificate.
Wait, how much is it?
$25.
Oh, so that's like a large fry?
Yeah, it's like a fry and a bun.
Yeah.
They just opened a Five Guys. So there is a Five Guys maybe 20 minutes from my house, but they just opened a Five Guys like 5 minutes from my house. So I dug that out because I'm like, we got to get out over there and test things out, see what's going on.
Dude, it's dangerous. It's dangerous to have it that close. There's Five Guys like a 20-minute walk from me, and it's tempting all the time.
That's a nice walk where it's like, maybe I can like kind of walk some of this off. You kind of like, maybe I'm doing good thing. I walk there 20 minutes. I have my burger. I walk back.
Yeah.
It sounds really nice. I miss walking around everywhere. It's something I took for granted for many years.
Yeah. I think it's I think it's the main reason why I'm quote unquote in shape.
Yeah.
Because I walk everywhere.
That's why I think helped me too, or I would have been fucked, especially in LA when I didn't work out at all. And for some reason I was skinnier in LA than I am now.
Yeah.
But probably because I was also deeply depressed. And on that note, we welcome you to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, episode number 322. We're so glad to be here with you guys today. Usually we are a trio, as you know, but we'll continue moving on as a duo until Dustin is ready to come back. I haven't heard from Dustin. I'm leaving him alone. I just don't want to bother him. But
that's kind of how I feel about it too.
Well, because like there are a few things. First of all, it's like I don't want to give him any pressure, right? Part of me wants to be like, oh man, this got fucked up and this wasn't right or whatever. But then he's gonna feel pressure to come back because let me say this: few things have gotten by the goalie without Dustin. Dustin really is the solidifying glue that keeps everything together. Everyone's doing a great job. It's no offense to anyone else, but like Ben published the wrong video one day, and there was like a serious audio problem with a podcast that Gene and Jaffe did. I have no idea how Gene didn't hear the audio issue while he was recording it. Jaffe sounds like he's literally broadcasting from hell. So we had to like figure that out. And then there was another audio problem on Punching Up. And it's like, Dustin's the reason these things don't happen. So,
yeah.
But I don't want to put any pressure on him, but I did reach out to him once this week to let him know, and we'll talk about it a little while, the Suikoden news, because I don't know if he's keeping up with things. I suspect he is, but he's appreciating all of you guys reaching out and saying nice things, and he's slowly coming back. And I don't know when to expect him. I was thinking about that when I was floating around the pool yesterday. I'm like, will he come back soon? Will he come back later? It's really up to him. I don't think he's going to the show in San Diego. I don't know for sure, though. I think that's true. So we're wishing him well, and usually it is three of us, but he'll be back when it's time, but it'll be Chris and I. Just like the old school listeners know, this is the way the show started. You can support it on Patreon, patreon.com/laststandmedia, like more than 13,000 of you with your monthly subscriptions. We couldn't do it without you. $5 a month is the sweet spot. Very affordable. Early ad-free access to every episode of this show. Sacred Symbols Plus, our supplemental podcast, once a week and then twice every other week as it fills in for Knockback, which is on hiatus. And the ability to submit your questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas into various weekly threads for the shows, and so on and so forth. Get your name in the credits. You know the drill. We appreciate you over there. Patreon.com/laststandmedia. Couldn't do it without you. Merch at laststandmedia.store. T-shirts, sweatshirts, hats, stickers, and so on. Go check those things out. Leave us nice reviews on podcast services. You can comment on videos and like them and do all sorts of other things. Bleeding Edge of Poo wrote into us on Patreon and said, hello, supple sacreds. Looking forward to seeing everyone at the live show this next week, but I have a moral question regarding my considered attire. I'm already dragging my wife to see you degenerates. Should I embarrass her further by donning my Sonichu medallion that I was gifted 2 Christmases ago? Now, I've heard that donning it actually has like a curse associated with it with certain people. Yeah. I wouldn't put that thing on. I wouldn't fuck around. I'm surprised. I'm very superstitious. I'm deeply superstitious, which is strange. I am. And it's like, I wouldn't put that thing on ever. No way. Like if you came up to me and I tried to put it around me, I'd like push you away.
Right.
So I don't know, man. If that's what you want to do, that's cool. But you're going to have to deal with the consequences.
Yeah, I would get a kick out of seeing it, but yeah, I would never. I'm not superstitious at all. I just kind of don't want it on me. I don't want to. It's more about like I don't want there to ever be video or photographic evidence of that thing around my neck. Not for superstitious reasons, but because other people, if anything ever goes wrong, everybody will put. It'll always be like that picture. It'll be like, oh, look what happened. He put the Sonic 2 medallion, and then he got evicted. Or something.
Right, exactly.
You know, and it'll all be the Sonic. There will be no room for other conversation. It would just be the medallion. That's why. So that's the reason why I don't want it. But I don't know, man. If you have it and you've worn it before and things are going fine, like maybe you're immune. Some people are immune to the curse, I guess. But I saw this. I don't know if anybody in the audience is an old kind of YouTube head like me, but like back in the day, there were two creators. It was the angry video game nerd, and then there was the irate gamer, and everybody kind of agreed that irate gamer was like a complete like ripoff. It was just obvious, but it was like, you know, it was so early on that it was like, how malicious could this possibly be?
Right, I'm looking it up
back in the early days, and he has since gone on, the irate gamer. I saw a video of him recently. He's gone into like supernatural stuff, like so he does like ghost hunting now, and he did a video where he was testing. He had a Sonic 2 medallion in like a glass case, and he was like trying to commune with the demons that were residing in it. And it came up on my feed out of nowhere. I was like, oh my God, I haven't seen this guy in like 13, 14 years.
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
And this is what he's doing now.
Yeah, I'm on his YouTube channel. Joined April 23rd, 2007.
Yeah.
Irate Gamer is one of the very first YouTube video gamers angry reviewing video games since 2007.
Yeah.
Oldest. Let's see what his oldest video is. Yeah. Wow,
his first videos are Back to the Future or something. Like, yeah, it was that was the general vibe. TMNT, I think.
This guy has and I don't mean to send any disrespect. This guy has fallen off substantially because I'm looking at his oldest videos. So 17 years ago, 16 years ago, he's got like 1.1, 1.2 million, 800,000, 1.4 million, 1.7 million, 2.5. But they're all really old videos. And then if you go to the latest ones, 4.4 thousand, 3.9 thousand, 11,000, 6.8 thousand, 11,000. This is why I don't want a lot of subscribers that don't watch the content on YouTube. Why I'm always telling people like, just don't subscribe unless you watch, because I want that balance to be a little bit better. It's pretty crazy that he like still just does content every week for a minute audience, 3.6 thousand views. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. That's great. I mean, sometimes our shit does 5, 6, 7, 8,000 views, but I don't have 172,000 subscribers either. So that's interesting. So he's really, he was a big thing at one time, I guess is what I'm saying.
I remember him. And it was just jarring to see him with a Sonic 2 medallion, because those were two arenas that I never suspected to cross. You know what I mean? I never really suspected an angry video game reviewer to then launch into the realm of like doing supernatural tests on a cursed Sonic 2 medallion. Like I was just like, oh, okay, this is a fascinating.
You gotta do what you gotta do to stay relevant. You know?
Yeah.
I wonder. I'm looking at all of his thumbnails too. Like he definitely went through and fixed these thumbnails, I imagine, because these are good thumbnails for the videos, like the old videos. So he's definitely gone through and like tried to do the right thing. I don't know why I've never heard. Irate is also in all capital letters.
Yeah. It's you gotta know that he's angry.
Right. That's okay. Good for him. Oh, Ghost Doctor, is that the one you were talking about? His other YouTube channel?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Sonic 2 Necklace Curse. Chris Chan Ghost Investigation. There it is. Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Fume, the global leader in the flavored air revolution. Learn more now at tryfume.com/sacred. That's FUM. My friends, if you haven't heard about flavored air, perhaps it's time for you to learn. See, flavored air is a recent novel invention that can help people quit smoking or vaping. And even if you're not looking to quit doing much of anything, flavored air can add a little, flavor to your life. Fume is at the forefront of flavored air with its high-quality, completely analog device that ingeniously replaces some other bad habits, all without the assistance of electronics, combustion, or vapor of any kind. That's right, you can't even plug in and charge your Fume because there's nothing to charge. One of its coolest features, always making it ready to use. It's why I keep mine on my desk here in my office to pull from as I work, write, and do whatever, really. So here's how it all works. Within your fume, which is basically a well-made cylinder constructed of maple and steel, you insert replaceable so-called cores, and these cores come in a wide variety of flavors/scents. My personal favorite is orange vanilla, but you have many tantalizing options from which to choose. Crisp mint, maple pepper, raspberry lemon, sparkling grapefruit, and on and on. Truly, the world is your oyster. No vapor, no nicotine, no toxic flavoring. You merely pull on your core-loaded fume and voila, flavored air. It just works. And it's pretty damn cool whether you're trying to utilize flavored air to move on from smoking or vaping, or merely want to live in a better tasting world. Let Fume be your guide. Fume has served more than 300,000 customers, and you can be the next success story. For a limited time, use my code SACRED to get a free gift with your journey pack. Head to tryfume.com/sacred today. That's tryfum.com/SACRED to get a free gift with your order today. Again, if you want to join the flavored air revolution, head to tryfume.com/sacred now. Sacred Symbols is sponsored by DraftKings Sportsbook. Learn more now on the DraftKings app and use the code SACRED when you sign up to receive $250 in bonus bets when you bet just $5 of your own. NFL Week 1 is finally here, and a new season means new ways to get in on the action at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. My friends, you know how much I love NFL football. It's an obsession, a way of life. I watch every Jets game every year, of course, because I thoroughly hate myself, but I basically watch any game I can, whether on Sundays, Mondays, Thursdays, and so on. And a great way to further enhance the NFL season is to place some responsible bets. Perhaps that balanced opening Week 1 game between the Ravens and Chiefs has your eye, or maybe you're looking at some underdog picks, like the Patriots in that Bengals game. Really, the choices are yours, and they're endless. You can even bet on individual plays, touchdowns, final scores, and more. And hey, if football isn't your thing, basically every sport you can imagine is on DraftKings, but really, as August turns into September, it's all about the National Football League and the dramatic increase in the quality of my life when it's ongoing. Now just imagine how much better life can be with football and some bets to sweeten the action. Sounds awesome to me. It's time for you to score big with DraftKings Sportsbook, the best place to bet touchdowns. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use the code SACRED when you sign up. That's SACRED. New customers who use the code SACRED can get $250 in bonus bets when you bet just $5 of your own. And you can get 1 month of NFL Plus Premium for free too. Only on DraftKings. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. That's 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort of Kansas, 21 plus age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in New Hampshire, Oregon, and Ontario. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/ftball. NFL Plus Premium offer available only to new and former NFL Plus subscribers. Additional NFL Plus Premium terms at nfl.com/terms.
Oh, speaking of like weird internet stuff, you messaged me yesterday, right?
Oh,
about this Costco. Have you seen this Costco dad, Costco son thing? And I've only it's unusual to get a message from you about something like this. So I was like, oh, it's interesting because I've only seen a little bit of this. And then you were like, I asked you like, what is it? And then you're like, it's too much to explain. So he said.
So I'm fascinated recently with the Costco dad and the Costco family, which are like these East Coast Italians. I think they're in Florida actually, but they really come off like they're from Jersey or Long Island. And maybe that's where they're from originally. I don't really know, but it's like a dad and a son. The dad is AJ and the son is Big Justice. That's what they call him. and it's like, I'm not on TikTok, so I only see things that come over on, and YouTube's pretty good about people just put, or on, not YouTube, Twitter. People are good about just putting a lot of video content there, which is great. So I end up seeing this stuff. It's basically just like a family that is united around going to Costco, and they have all these different things, but then they've become this phenomenon. And I can't really explain it. It's so strange. And the reason that I messaged you was there's this video going around of them doing one of their videos, but someone was recording them doing their videos. So it's like the dad stopping every 5 seconds to like give notes and correct the son on what he needs to be doing and all this kind of stuff. And I think the tweet called him the guy an auteur or whatever. And yeah, I was just curious if you saw it because I think it's so strange because what I said to you was it comes off as very endearing in the beginning. It's like, oh, a dad and a son, a family having a nice time. Then like there's something so much deeper and more sinister about this. I can feel it.
Yeah.
You know?
It's like a Kubrick, Shelley Duvall type situation developing before our eyes.
Right.
Where this kid's gonna go crazy.
That's right.
It's like I had to eat the big Costco cookie 5 times.
You're right. The chocolate chip or whatever the guy says, and the chicken bacon or all this, and I'm like, damn, dude, this is interesting. You know?
I saw the early videos about it. I saw it's like we're Costco guys. Of course, we get a chicken bake.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and then there was one. I remember one where I stopped looking for this because it just like it got too weird and it started to feel like advertising, where it was like it was the Costco guys and then they had like Sam's Club guys. I don't know if you saw
yeah,
this.
they were like an Indian family, right? And they would like go back and forth.
Yeah, and they would be like, "Hey, Costco guys, what do you got?" And then like, "We got the fucking big pizza." "Hey, Sam's Club guys, what you got?" And I'm like, "What the hell is what? This is a commercial."
Yeah, it's crazy. Like it's something about this.
Yeah. There's an uncomfortable aura around it, I think. But who's to say? Who knows?
And it's not something you can watch passively. Like you got to watch it actively to take it all in. Because I listen to a lot of passive content. Like Mike has been making fun of me because I've been listening to just cop interrogations of murderers lately, just like straight up feeds of them. Like and these cops are so funny, dude. Some of these cops. I was telling Mike, I'm like, I've seen it. I've heard it all. Like the good cop, bad cop shit. The cop that's like really sympathetic towards you or whatever. The cops that are dunking on you because they got you dead to rights and all. It's all sorts of good shit. And you can just listen to that. You don't need to really watch it. You just listen and you got a good time. But with these guys, you really have to take the whole thing in and to understand it fully. I don't know. I'm sure people out there know what I'm talking about with the Costco family.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't know. It's funny how these things become phenomena. And again, the first time I saw it, or the first few times, I was like, oh, this is really cute. Like a dad and a son doing something funny and stuff. And then I'm like, no, it started like that. But there's more to this. I'd like to know more about them, the Costco family. So yeah,
I'm sure there'll be
I forgot about that.
I'm sure there'll be like a true crime documentary about them in short time.
When Big Justice kills everyone.
Big Justice is crazy. Did you see that? There's a Meat Canyon cartoon. Did you see that?
Wait, what is it? There's
a Meat Canyon cartoon.
No.
So Meat Canyon's he's like an animator. He's like one of the bigger animators today. Most animators have moved on just because YouTube doesn't really facilitate that content very well. But he did a video about the Costco. He usually like just does disturbing twists on, trends, and the idea is that like they they do content with the kids and then they sell them to Costco for like discounts. There's like a bunch of crates of kids that have been sold, and then this at the end is like a replacement kid.
It's like sounds like it's like a cousin of the Wayfair stuff. Remember that?
Oh yeah. When was that real?
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Who the fuck knows anymore, man? God damn.
I assume I'm being lied to almost all the time.
Doesn't that suck?
Point. Yeah, it does suck.
Yeah. I saw something today that kind of weirded me out a little bit, where we're getting to the point with AI videos where like the base assumption for everything that you see is going to be like, this is not real, and that's going to lead to just like a crazy wave of apathy to like everything that we see. Just like, oh no, I think that's probably true.
I think it's going to be a great contributor to that we talked about in the past, the dead internet theory. Like the more that this happens, the more like your I realized even in some of the true crime videos I watch and stuff where there's just like interrogations, there's not a lot of commentation or whatever, or commenting. They're just playing the footage or whatever. I've realized that even a lot of those videos are just using AI voices. And I'm like, why? Like, why can't you just even do your own VO? You're writing it. You're writing it and putting it into the VO, and then it's good. Like it sounds fine, but you can tell it's like, this isn't a real person. Like, why are people just so even YouTube content is being overtaken with that stuff. It's like stock footage and AI VO. It's like, all right, cool.
Yeah, I wish we were a little bit more strict on that stuff, but alas.
Me too. I mean, and that's why I was rooting for like. I want there to be a YouTube competitor. I don't think that there's ever going to be a YouTube competitor, really, or maybe not. No. I think we've said many times, I think technology trends towards monopolies because there are just it's like Amazon. There are just certain things that happen that are so good. It's like, why even bother trying to do anything else or be anywhere else? And I saw YouTube claim something like 2.3 billion monthly active users, which is a third of the planet. So You would think that you would want to like really be tuned in to having like the best possible content, the stickiest content, have all of these different things. I just feel like it's weird that people don't demand more. But then we've talked about the Mr. Beast videos, which I know are very popular. I'm not trying to shit on him because I know he does a lot of good work, but it's like I watch those videos and I'm like, this is brainworm shit. Hardcore. Yeah. Nothing lasts for more than a second and a half. Constant fucking edits, sound effects. It's like, what the fuck are we doing? Can't do it.
Yeah.
But deep in the seams of YouTube, obviously, are all the special shit. And I get bummed out about competitors like Rumble kind of not working, or it's kind of like how Kick is trying to compete with Twitch. It's like, this is good. I don't know if it's going to be the good. I don't know if this is the right solution. I don't know if this is the company, but I want those companies to do well. And then you hear stuff like, I think Rumble's in trouble because I think they were inflating their monthly active users by like tens of millions or something like that. That's what there's a claim about that anyway. And that it's very politically slanted. So it already has like, we need like a true agnostic YouTube competitor, but I just don't know that it's possible, you know? And so you're going to get all this kind of crap, because it bothers me when, and I know this happens, this is something much more near and dear to your heart, but on YouTube, you see all this stuff. It's like, oh, my channel was demonetized, or this video got banned or whatever. And like, but it's as if no one can do anything about it. It's like, oh, sorry, I guess you got to fill in a form and hope for the best. It's like, what are you talking about?
It's insane.
That's like the shit that bothers me so much. Is like, not only is it this amorphous blob, but you can't even communicate with it. So it's like, better hope you don't get fucking copyright strike. Better hope. That's why by the way, guys, that's why we don't put gameplay videos or anything like that in any of our content. It's just straight up you and I just talking on the video, because I'm not even fucking with that. Because I'll go through the goddamn roof if they try that shit on me, and I have no clout. So I'm not going to get it solved. You have to like start a Twitter thing, and then 25,000 people have to like it, and it's like so fucking weird.
That was the only way that I was able to communicate with anytime that I had a problem with like a video of mine got demonetized for a reason that I thought was like unfair, or like if there was like a weird kind of thing on the back end, I would never be able to just communicate with them. I would always have to like tag like Team YouTube on Twitter, and I would have to like do it publicly, and then like enough people would like interact with it that they would be like, oh, that's worth paying attention to. Let's fix that.
That's fucking crazy. That's a crazy amount of power as well. It's a utility. I really do feel like YouTube should be treated like a utility at this point. Just like social media, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it is crazy when you think about the fact that like, just from like, just theoretically, like just from an employment perspective, in the sense that with the idea of like how many people make YouTube content and get paid from it, not necessarily who are millionaires from it, but like who get paid from it and make like I don't even know if even just like a meager or like a modest living from YouTube content. You have to imagine that there's like the amount of people making money from YouTube in a way that is substantial to their life is probably like a small country's worth of people. You know what I mean? Like it's probably like an insane amount of it. And imagine you work at a place and you can't communicate with your boss at all. Like it's kind of nuts. Now imagine a country full of employees that could do like that can't do that. It's like it's kind of nutty. That's how it works. But
it's surprising, just because I'm not trying to compare Patreon to YouTube in scale, because it's not. But Patreon, when you get big enough on Patreon, and this is probably true for Snark Tank too, but it's certainly true for us. Like you just get like there's a pool of content creator liaisons that work at Patreon, and a lot of them just deal with the thousands and tens of thousands of small Patreons that are side hustles or whatever. But if you do like a real company on Patreon and have like a real user base and maybe make, I don't know, in the mid hundreds of thousands of dollars a year or something like that on the service, wherever, you get like dedicated people. And one of our people is just, her job is to deal, I think, with like 30 or 40 creators. And that, I know that YouTube probably is like that at the top, the highest end, but it's actually in the middle on YouTube, where between 50,000 subscribers and like 500,000 subscribers, where a lot of the churn happens, and where I think it's just weird to me that you would have such an important product and not be able to communicate with the creators in a really effective way. Like that would be something I would invest in really heavily if I were YouTube, because you want to keep everyone happy and on the up and up. Why is my video demonetized? Why did this happen? What's going on with the algorithm here? Like why is it secret?
Yeah.
Like that's so fucking weird. Stupid.
Oh, close
And I know this bothered you because it bothered me too, and we must have talked about it at the beginning of the show because it was happening around that time. It's just the celebrities coming to YouTube.
Yeah,
as a YouTube channel, and he gets all the exposure and attention. It's just so weird. They don't get it at all. They don't understand at all what they're doing.
Yeah, they tend to favor just legacy media. The only person that I was okay with coming was like Conan O'Brien when he started doing, because he actually like did YouTube content. Like he would do stuff like he would go around his office and like harass his employees.
That was that one guy, right? That he like loved fucking.
Yeah,
with.
Jason Schlansky. But there was other ones too, where like I think they like tried to audit. Like they went around to the office and said like they asked them like who does the least amount of work around here. Like,
yeah, I remember that one. Yeah,
it was just for a segment. And I'm like, this is good. I like this. And Conan's great, but he even has a really good podcast, I think. But everybody else, like I don't know, Jimmy Fallon, Jimmy Kimmel, the late night Jimmys, as I call them, just like you can stay away.
Yeah, they all kind of suck. No offense,
what bothers the hell out of me is that sometimes I'll be listening to just I don't know political content or whatever, like stuff that's like adjacent, and the autoplay and it'll be like just from like like smaller creators, you know, like just independent. Kyle Kalinske is like one of those people that I like a lot, but like if I let things autoplay, it'll go from a video of his to like Jimmy Fallon or something, or like it'll go to like John Oliver or something like that. And I'm like, dude, listen, I'm not here for this. I have HBO. Mm-hmm. Like I'll watch that if I want to. I'll watch these other things on my own time. Don't like push this on me. It's annoying.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I don't know. YouTube's gotten all sorts of fucked up.
Well, they don't realize in some sense that that service, YouTube is a major driver to what killed all these shows. So why not just lean into it?
Yeah, you know? Yeah.
I watched dude. I loved Letterman when I was a kid, and I liked Leno too in the 90s and into the 2000s. Shit was so funny. I don't know if you remember Letterman used to just throw random shit off their roof. Like
I heard about that
in New York City, which is so funny. Like I remember one where I think they threw off like a bunch of bouncy balls and like arcade machines and all sorts of crazy shit. And Leno always used to do like the fake or the crazy headlines. Yeah. And all and like and it was just so funny. And there was something pure and agnostic about it. It wasn't really trying to point at anyone it was trying to take the piss out of power and power structures and all of that. I watch this shit now and I'm like, this shit sucks. Like, I can't believe how much this sucks compared to Letterman, even like, you know, the stuff that was on after Letterman for a while, like Craig Kilborn and stuff, like fucking exponentially better. Obviously, Leno, Conan. And I actually think Fallon started okay, but it all became political slop, and it's deeply irrelevant. I mean, I think that's been the observation that people have had is like this used to be mega relevant. Being on a late night show, your band playing on the show, doing whatever was like a deeply relevant cultural moment to the point where they would replay them on Comedy Central and stuff the next day and all the rest. And now it's like, who gives a fuck? And these guys are like so talentless. I look at specifically Colbert and I'm like, I don't like that dude. Like I try not to be too hard on entertainers and performers, but I'm like, I do not like you. You are an encapsulation of the problem. And you are a fucking fart in the wind compared to who you were replacing in Letterman. So get fucked. And I just don't. And then you see it on YouTube. And it's like, oh, good.
Yeah. Yeah. He's also not, I don't know. He's just not a good interviewer either. Like there's really nothing. There's no real redeeming, entertaining quality with Colbert. Like Colbert's always been kind of like my least favorite pundit kind of person. Like I don't come to you for any of this, you know? And I do think late night was trending towards irrelevancy anyway, like realistically speaking. And I think going in a political direction is probably like the reason they've even clung to any relevancy, I think. Because I think generally like to remain steadfast and to remain like important to some people, you almost kind of in some ways have to pander. I think a lot of people have done that, even on YouTube, to be fair. Like I think people trend towards that way anyway, which is a shame, but it solidifies a base because it makes people feel like loyal or whatever. You know what I mean? Like it does something to people. But I don't come to the fucking late night show for this. You know what I mean? If I want to hear political stuff like from like a host or whatever, like that's fine. Like there are people who do that and who didn't shift into doing that, who have always done it. You know, like John Stewart, John Oliver, and some other like even just right wing pundits who've done that too forever. Like it's different if you've always been doing that, but it's one thing to go from like let's do lip syncs with I don't know, random celebrity, and then like what's really going on in this country? It's like, right. No, you can't really do this in a way that's serious. Come on.
I
Relax.
agree. And that's why I think I love going back. I often watch Johnny Carson videos, and dude, that show is so fucking funny. And it ended in 1993, and that's when Leno came in. But I'm like, this show is phenomenal. And the interviews and how he kind of stands back and lets it really be about the person and facilitates the humor. The sidekick character, which is, you know, something that Conan took a great advantage of in his time as well.
Oh, totally, yeah.
I don't know. I just, to me, things have changed, I guess. Because like my dad and I, when I was in middle school and high school, my dad would sometimes especially on Mondays, because that's when they did fake headlines on Leno. And Leno started at 11:30. My dad would like let me stay up for the monologue so we can watch that together. It was like an institution. It was funny. You looked forward to it. Now I don't want to hear these people. But anyway, I'm going on and on and on and on and on. Welcome to Sacred Symbols. It's good to be here with you guys. Let's stretch our legs or spread them, depending on how you look at it, with a few inquiries from the audience, and then we'll get into the news. We have lots of news this week. It's a very robust week.
Yeah.
And so we're going to need time to get through it all, and I'm looking forward to doing just that. Let's start with Wes Hudson, though. Remember, you can write into us on Patreon, patreon.com/lastdaymedia. Use the threads in the news feed each week. Just respond to that thread. I go through them. I pick out inquiries. We get a lot of inquiries, like many, sometimes 200 or more, 250 a week for the show. So I try to use as many as I can, but chances are you're not going to get used. Please don't get upset or stop trying. I'll get to eventually. Wes Hudson wrote in and said, guys, I've been a Patreon supporter for LSM since before Sacred Symbols began, when we got historical and throwback content. I've always admired the cultivation of the audience to accept each other with our various viewpoints, backgrounds, and political leanings. It has been a wonderful and rare online experience where we can bond over our love of games without trying to snipe at each other over those differences. I was tremendously disheartened this last week to have the hosts of Sacred Symbols Plus spent time bashing their political rivals, with Jaffe declaring with no pushback that Republicans are just fucking assholes. My question is, and he has this in quotes, if the audience is expected to accept each other and rise above these sorts of denigrations, should the hosts not be held to the same or even higher standards? I've really enjoyed you for a long time and considered the crew my online friends, but this has been a rude awakening to how the channel actually feels. It's funny because I haven't listened to this episode, actually. Jaffe and Gene apparently had a really fun conversation about Wukong. And you guys can go check that out on Sacred Symbols Plus on Patreon. And I had heard through the grapevine that there was, mostly from some comments and whatever, that, you know, Jaffe said something kind of off key or whatever. I just ask people to, first of all, you got to do what you got to do. And I don't want to like twist anyone's arm, but I think you guys kind of know the nature of the content at this point. And sometimes things come off as personal or flippant when they're not. And I just know Jaffe. I've known him for a while, and I know what's in his heart. And he just kind of says things that I think are throwaway comments sometimes that sound or could come off as more serious than they are. And I know that I do the same thing. I ask you not to read too deeply into people's words in a one-off fashion, but rather the cadence of their appearances and how they come off and who they are. And if you still don't like them after that, then I totally understand that. But it's funny, man, because we get exit surveys on Patreon when people leave, and you can write a little thing about why you're leaving. And a few people left because of what Jaffe said. And I was like, okay. And I saw that, and then I was going to reach out to Jaffe, and I actually started writing him an email, just a brief email being like, you know, this is happening. I'm just kind of want to make sure everything's on the up and up. And then I actually didn't send it. I didn't even finish writing it, and obviously didn't send it because I was like, part of the culture here is to kind of not worry about what I think about what you say. And it seems kind of hypocritical for me to kind of confront you about something like that when I know you're kind of just, I know Jaffe, and I know some people are upset about things that are said all the time, by the way, on the shows. I just ask people to kind of take it in stride if you're able, in the sense that I do believe that we represent more than any other gaming media organization or podcast company or whatever by a mile, a true variety of viewpoints and differentiated people that don't agree with each other on some, many, or maybe even all topics. And there is a level of respect that I want to be shown. And that's not an ideal comment, but hearing that coming from Jaffe, I think is different than hearing it coming from, I don't know, Dustin. Like, you kind of have to take, and I'm not saying that they're held to different standards. I'm saying that the standard is inherently different because they're just different people. So I'm sorry if things that are said on the shows sometimes insult or offend people. I know that things I've said have insulted and offended people. Chris certainly has insulted and offended people.
Oh, yeah.
And we lose people. Like, I'm telling you, in the exit surveys, we lose people for all sorts of shit that have been said. Things that I'm like, I don't even remember that being said. I have no idea what you're talking about. You don't even follow up with it because it's like people have to do what they have to do. Yeah. But I want people to know, Wes and you and others, it's like, it's not, it sounds personal, but it's really not. I don't want this place to become deeply self-aware of the surrounding culture. And by that, I mean, I don't want us to react to it. I want us to just say what needs to be said, what feels right in the moment. And just to show each other, you say acceptance, that's one thing, but maybe a level of forgiveness in some sense, that things are imperfectly said. And contextually for Jaffe, I mean, think about it. Jaffe was born and raised in the deep South. Deep South. You don't think he's related to Republicans? And knew them growing up and care and love them and all of those kinds of things. It's Jaffe, you know? So I ultimately didn't say anything to him. He'll probably listen to this and hear this, but I still haven't said anything to him. Because to me, it's just like, I don't know, man. I don't want people to worry about that stuff. And if we lose a few people around the fringes because it's imperfect, then I totally understand that. But I want to be explicit about one thing. All are welcome here. I truly believe that. And feel that. And it is my company ultimately. Like, the buck does stop with me. That is the culture. So I hope that you realize it's like, because you say at the end, Wes, it's like how the channel actually feels. Wes, I'm a pretty deeply conservative person. I don't know if you've noticed that over the years. Chris and I are diametrically opposed in a lot of political ways.
Yeah.
Yet here we are. I hope it's a sign of what is possible and the commonalities that can be found. And I just wanted to say all that. That's all. I don't know if you have anything you want to add to this, Chris, but I just wanted to throw that out there. I don't want anyone to worry in the audience, but I also don't want any of the creators to worry because I really don't want to monitor you. You know?
Yeah. I don't know. I think it's, you got to be, I just find the tone policing in general. Like, I don't really love that. Because you have to keep in mind, it's like, okay, Republicans are fucking assholes, and that's something that Jaffe said. But like, I don't know, man. I take, you know how many times I take in stride the amount of times that like I'll go home to like, you know, rural family and they'll be like, Democrats are trying to destroy this country and they hate America. And it's like, all right, if you feel that way, you know, like I don't, you can't argue with people at a certain point, but like, just fucking assholes, just kind of, I don't know, it seems so light in comparison to a lot of the things that people could say. And also, I think there's a very specific person in mind, or like very specific kind of group of people in mind when that kind of thing is said. I think people have to understand the context of like how language works and how like the words of a sentence are just like the best means of conveying in that moment for the person a really broad and probably very specific feeling. You know, I'm sure he's got people in mind, you know, when he says something like that, you know, and it's not like this broad kind of, you know, assertion about you or your like in your individual kind of, you know, lives or how you live them, you know, just understand that there's broadness in language and chill. You know?
Yeah. I mean, do what you got to do. But I just want people to know the spirit of the content in which it's delivered is really trying to be open and honest and welcoming. Like, I want everyone to enjoy the content and feel like they're welcome here. So I don't, it doesn't, it's not nothing to get that feedback. It's just, we have to worry about like the bigger picture. And I think it's the honesty and kind of the the loose chains, as it were, that really makes the content sing here. So
yeah,
just don't want to fuck around with that. But yeah, Jaffe, that's frankly not even one of the 100 worst things he said on the show. So that's what's really surprising about that. But
wait, hold on, I have to shut my air off.
Yeah, go ahead.
It kicks on sometimes, and then I'm like in a fucking freezer.
Yeah, go ahead. All right, he's getting up. He's gone his chair. Look, again, the framing. It was just like a couple of weeks ago he got up to do something and the chair was framed just like this. Like it's perfect. Now he's back.
What's going on?
Okay. Nothing. I was saying your chair was framed again really nicely. Like it's like a picture of like a podcaster's space, you know?
Like a royalty-free image.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's exactly right. All right, Wes, be well. Thank you for writing in. Steve Harvey Oswald wrote in. Said, awesome. Felicitations, exalted malefactors. Colin, this demands your attention. While waiting for a plane back to Boston, a group of teenagers returning from a semester abroad were chatting nearby. I was minding my own business until I overheard, well, obviously, this one is George W. Bush. Intrigued, I looked over to see a girl holding her passport open and pointing to none other than Teddy Roosevelt, ensconced into Mount Rushmore. Her friend said, man, how did you get into Northeastern? Her response was verbatim, why the fuck should I care about some dead white dudes? Colin, how did she get into Northeastern? Well, I don't know for sure. That's my alma mater, obviously. I want everyone to remember something that I've said many times. The stupidest people I've ever met, or amongst them, I met in college. So don't take where people go to college or their college education too seriously. Some of the smartest people I knew didn't step foot in a college classroom. And so I frankly don't take my college education very seriously. It looks great on paper. I went to a really great school and I'm really proud of that. And that's awesome. But it's not, I don't take it very seriously.
I really don't. I think college, like getting through college, I think is like respectable. And I think it shows determination and like a work ethic that I think is valuable. Like I do think like, and I don't begrudge people for going to college. Like I personally was just like, I can't fucking do this. Like this is beyond what I want to do at a certain. Also, just what I was going for was just like it was just not reasonable to go to college. But I think just education in America in general is just not very. It's more about like memorization than it is about actually learning. And I've lamented this for like many, many years. Like I don't actually feel like you're taught much in a real way. I think largely because you're kind of forced to do things that you don't care about for so long that you just become really apathetic. I think the way that I don't know what country this is. I think it's like one of the like a Netherlands kind of like one of those countries do it in such a way where like even like by even like late middle school or like junior high or even before like early high school, you're kind of already in like a college type environment in the sense of like, okay, you trend towards this, you want to do this, go focus on this specific thing. I think that generally leads to like a better outcome, letting kids do what they're actually interested in instead of, doing just these forced things. Because I just didn't at a certain point, I remember being like, oh, I'm learning about U.S. history again. Like, how many times can you learn about U.S. history? And by the way, I really hate the fact that they teach you wrong history first, and then they teach you real history later, as if it's
right.
Like,
that's funny.
It's like that would be like it's like the Thanksgiving stuff. It's like, oh, here's what really happened with the Native Americans, or like, here's what really happened with this, or here's what really happened with this. It's like, oh, America was founded by America. Amerigo Vespucci was actually like one. It's like, oh, okay, cool. So like, what? That would be like learning incorrect math, and then later you're like, actually, 2 + 2 doesn't equal 16. It's actually 4, and here's why. This is why we taught you the wrong one, or like a simple one before. It's like, this doesn't, I don't know. Education's always felt kind of, or our system has always felt kind of redundant in that way. But
there's a famous history book, like pop history book by a guy named Richard Lowen, probably 25 years old now, called Lies My Teacher Told Me. So it's funny it's funny that you bring that up.
It's crazy. But I would say also, like, dude, is there a possibility that this person is just like genuinely stupid and doesn't know who George W. Bush is, or that they aren't on Mount Rushmore? It's possible. But it's also possible that I don't know. I've fucked with people a lot in this way. Like I remember having at parties kind of consistently, if I'm in with a group of new people, I will always I tend to start a conversation about Mount Rushmore, and I try my best to convince people that I am convinced that it just sort of formed that way. And I would say like, oh, isn't it amazing? Like, isn't that wild? Like, what a wild coincidence that like Mount Rushmore is that shape in America, like where it looks like all of these like specific presidents. Like, isn't that wild? Which is obviously not true, but people, I've seen people in the corner of their eyes like kind of look like, what the fuck? It's really just for me, you know.
Sure.
Sometimes you gotta do things just for you. So it's possible she's stupid, but it's also possible it's like, they're just having fun.
Yeah, she's just having fun. Yeah, it could be.
Who knows?
It's interesting. Yeah, I mean, she was born during the George W. Bush. If she's, of that assumed age, 18, 19, 20, something in there, but during his tenure. But so how did she get into
surprised?
How did she get into Northeastern? I don't know. How did I get into Northeastern? My mom went there for undergrad, got her master's degree there, and taught there. Thank you for writing in. Oh my God, it's true. Yeah, I don't like saying I had no business there because I did really well there. I graduated with honors. I mean, I had a good experience there, but I probably got a bit of help. I got like what did I get? I got a 1280 on my SAT, which I think I took it in 11th grade. I don't think I even retook it. Usually people take it again. And then I don't know. I went, see, here's the thing about college that I realized when I was there. I majored in American history. So I just read a lot of books, wrote papers, took tests. That's basically it. But I was with people that had like real disciplines in some sense where like it was actually really highly relevant what they were learning. So my friend Kevin, who I'm still friends with today, was an electrical engineer. He works on like phones now, but he was learning like real things about circuitry and electronics and all of these kinds of things. And my friend Chris, who I'm still friends with from Long Island, is an architect. And he would be in his studio making things and doing blueprints and all of that. And it's all, CAD and all the dynamic shit that they had to learn.
Oh, CAD. Yeah. And
I'm sitting there with literally just 25 books a semester where it's like, read about George Washington, and I'd be like, okay, to me, I was just like, this is cool. Like, I'm good. I'm into this. This is good. I'm just reading. Yeah. But like, these guys would be like real. And I worked hard, but I didn't work that hard. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and I definitely didn't work that hard. I was stoned half the time. I was often drunk. And I worked a ton too. I had 2 jobs. So it couldn't have been that crazy, for me to have gotten through it. That's what I walk away from. So like Kevin, Chris, and me, my friends Kevin, Chris, and me all have Northeastern undergrad degrees on the wall, but 2 of them worked a lot harder than I did. I got to work in the Massachusetts Historical Society and like transcribe documents. It was like amazing. These guys are like in their fucking studio at 4 a.m, gluing shit together, trying to get this fucking sample building to stand up. And I'm like, I don't know. And then Ramon's over there playing his guitar. It's like, oh, great.
Yeah.
Because he majored in music. So I walked away from that being like, yeah, there's something about this experience. And yeah, I did it. Like I did everything that was asked of me and I wrote a shit ton of stuff and it was a fun experience. It was valuable, but I thought this letter was funny simply because I really do believe that a collegiate education means almost nothing. Like as far as the quality of the person, the intellectual capacity of the person and all of the rest, it's one sample of it. But I think we've overemphasized college in a major way. And
absolutely. Dude.
Does someone like me belong in college? Maybe. I could have done something else with my life, but it ultimately didn't play into like what I ultimately ended up doing. If anything, it actually stopped it from happening sooner, which is ironic. Now the timing is everything, so that's good. I don't want to do anything over again. But I wonder about that sometimes, like what did I really get out of it? Good friends. I was deeply in debt when I left. It would have been way worse if my mom didn't work there. I didn't pay tuition. I only paid, as I've talked about many times, only room and board. And that was still $80,000 for my experience there. I left college so deeply in debt that without tuition, I still walked out. I left college and graduated in 2007. it was 2.5 times higher, my debt load, than the average debt load of a person who paid tuition and room and board for 4 years at a random college. So I still fucked myself really deeply. It would have been way worse, though, if I actually had to pay also the $50,000 a year or whatever that it costs to actually go there.
Jesus Christ.
It's just, to me, I'm like, man, I really want people to steer themselves into exactly where they need to be, such that if you want to be an electrical engineer like my friend Kevin, you got to go to a school, go to a great college and do it. But if you want to like start a business or be a fucking mechanic, or it's like, that's good shit. Go do that. Don't burden yourself with the college debt. Don't burden yourself unless you really have a plan. I feel so bad for people, that I was really lucky. I did well for myself and was able to pay my debt off, and it's over. It's done. It's long gone.
Yeah.
A lot of people are not that lucky, man.
Well, dude, I remember my generation specifically, we were just like, we had that shit hammered in that we got to go, like college was absolutely necessary, like for everything. Like there was no shot. Like if you didn't go to college, it was like a failure. Which is in retrospect insane, because I think you're right. Like I think a college, I don't know, I think a college degree means something, but what it means most is that this person has the skills necessary to make it through a collegiate process. Like, they have the skills necessary to make it through, the rule set of what is demanded of college, which is, high work, you got to work hard and, maintain a schedule and be responsible. I think those are valuable things, but like, so I knew somebody who went to, I can't even remember what school it was. It was like one of the Ivy Leagues or whatever. And I am bewildered that this guy made it into those schools at all. Like, because I'm really speaking with no exaggeration. This is one of the dimmest people I think I've ever spoken to. Like, just nothing interesting to say. They don't really know anything. It's fascinating. Like, I don't know what the fuck. He's a hard worker for sure, though. Which is what I took away from that. It's like, oh, I see what's happening. But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it's make weird. Your reality out there. I don't know. It was a funny joke. I just brought up something serious in me. I appreciate the letter. But yeah, it brought something up more serious in me where I was like, don't judge a book by its cover one way or the other, but really think carefully. If you're a younger person, we don't have a very young audience, so a lot of you are already well done with college or beyond that age, but
yeah. all you're in debt.
Yeah, all of you are already in debt. It's too late. And you can't expunge it through bankruptcy. So good luck. What we should really do, I don't believe the taxpayer should cover this bill at all. And and like what they were trying to do, I think is fucked up by making, by like forgiving it. What they should do is go seize the endowments of these colleges and pay the debts off with them. Harvard has, like, as far as I understand, like 50, 60, 70, 80 billion dollars. It's like,
yeah,
it's insane. It's like it's the amount of money of like a small country.
Yeah.
So pay your people's debts off. But yeah, how did they get into Northeastern? I don't know. How did I get into Northeastern? I know. It was funny. I talked to my sister Allie's stepson is going to college. She has two of them. The one stepson's he's at Brigham Young, actually, in Utah. He was this other son was looking for colleges in Boston, and I think he went to look at a few there. And I was like, "Oh, are you going to go to Northeastern or look at Northeastern?" And he's like, "Oh, I don't know if I'd even get in." And in my mind, I'm looking at it and I'm like, "You are in a much better place than I was when I was your age." That's a real shame. I look at some of these kids and they're so impressive. My nephews and their friends and all this, and I'm like, damn, dude, I was out of my fucking mind when I was your age.
Yeah.
I had no idea what the hell was. Like, these kids are so much smarter and like wiser and better put together and all this. I was when I applied to Northeastern when I was 16 or whatever, I was like, I didn't fucking know what the hell was going on at all.
Yeah.
I applied to one college and I didn't even care if I got it. I'm like, whatever. I don't know. I just want to sit here and write game facts.
Yeah, I wanted to go to so many, dude. I looked at, I remember there were 3 schools I was looking at. I wanted to go to, it was, it was Full Sail, and then it was immediately not Full Sail because I was like, this looks like a scam. But it was DigiPen. Oh, yeah. And I think there was one in Arizona that that bothers the hell out of me. I thought it was really cool. Game design. school. There was like a place that was like really fucking. I'm not gonna find it. I don't remember, but I applied to both of those and I didn't get in because I just had no skills at all as far as like games. Like you had to be like a really math oriented guy, and I had a lot of science under my belt. I took like an extraordinary number of like science classes, like even just stuff that like really had very little to do with science, but like qualified, like digital design and production. Like I worked with CAD in high school and like did like designing, like doing like junior architecture and stuff like that. And it was just like, oh, this is cool. I like this. But and it was just like, oh, you can't get a scholarship, and we don't have the money to send you. So I was like, okay, cool. Well, I'm not going then. Like I don't know what to tell you. If we can't afford it, then I'm not going.
I was so stupid when this is what I'm saying about my experience is like, I couldn't give a fuck less what they were telling me I needed to do for me to go there. Where I was like, they're like, all right, you got to take out $25,000 a year just to cover like the room and the board and all your, incidental expenses and stuff. And I'm like, okay, whatever. Like, they're like, yeah, so it's gonna be like a lot of money. I'm like, yeah, that's fine. Just get shit out. Like, you don't have to worry about it until you graduate. I'm like, yeah, that's fine. I don't care.
Yeah, like you just have it, or like you're like, yeah, I'll definitely have that by that time. Like it's just, you're not wise enough at that age to make a decision like that. That is one thing I do. Like the forgiveness of college debt. Like I don't know how to feel about that necessarily, because on one hand, I do feel like it is genuinely, for a lot of people, it was ostensibly a scam. Like, and like foisted upon people that like really didn't know much better.
Definitely.
But yeah, I think there's probably a better way to do it than just like, oh, forget it. But yeah, I don't know.
I definitely agree. Yeah. Anyway, we're going on and on here, but
we could do a whole episode of just like a random conversational podcast about this. But
yeah, totally. Yeah, and it invoked something serious in me. But I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be that serious. Steve Harvey Oswald, be well.
Great name.
Yeah, it's a wonderful name. Ethan Barcelos wrote in and said, hey boys, Colin, did Micah show you the top 10 hottest Sonic the Hedgehog characters video, and did you agree with the list? Thank you for your time. She did show it to me. We watched it on TV on via the PS5, and
we watched it on television.
Yeah, we watched it on a big 65-inch television, and it's funny because it's old. It's an old video, so that's fun in its own way, and it's serious, yet in my opinion, so obviously unserious. And it's silly. The editing silly. It's fun. I enjoyed it. Now, did I agree with the list? I must admit, I probably only knew 3 of the characters or something like that, even on the list. Because it's like if you were in Sonic Adventures, maybe I'd recognize you. Or obviously, like I played Sonic Heroes, so I think Rose is in that and a few others. But that was the last Sonic game I think I played, so that was 20 years ago. But I didn't even know who the fuck any of these characters were. That was the big thing for me. I was like, who is this? And a few of them were like only in the comic or only in a cartoon and stuff like that. So I here's what I took away from the Sonic video, Chris, is I didn't know that the lore went that deep. Sonic. I knew there was something about it, but I had no idea. I didn't know. I just didn't know.
Yeah. I think in Sonic lore, some like a child gets shot by the police. I think that's real. I think that's like a real, like, I'm not kidding. I swear to God. Like I heard this before. I haven't verified this, but I heard it, and I choose to believe that it's true. But Sonic, yeah, dude, I love this video. This is like a classic internet video to me, just because it is so, there's like an endearingness about it, but it's also like, it's a guy talking about hot Sonic characters. So there's a little bit of like, there's like a loose kind of like a light underpinning of like sinister energy, because it's like, come on, how do you find these animals attractive? But like, there's so many, like when he starts it off and he goes like, here we go. And it's a sped up footage of him running down the street. I love it. And then there's just things that he says that are just like, she's got 3 tufts of hair like a Native American. And you're like, what? What does that mean? I don't know. That's a really old school video, like very old. Like it's before. I love that video because it's, first of all, that guy, Guptil, I think is his name, 89. He has like a lot of videos, and you can tell that this is before there was a lot of like irony poisoning. Like there was like a lot of people doing things for a bit. he feels this way. You know, like, this is serious to him. Like, it's not like so serious that it's like a fucking dissertation or anything, but like, this is not a joke to him. Yeah, this is his genuine list. And that's what I love about it. There's no it's a bit, there's no it's fake, there's no like irony. It's not like, you know, oh, I'm pulling a fast one over on you for believing that it's real. It's like, no, this is authentic. And is he on the spectrum? Probably.
I mean,
that's fine. In all likelihood.
Yeah, that's okay.
But
he's like the what you tweeted about the your uncle in the 70s in the basement with the train set.
Yeah, like, I mean,
yeah, that's we didn't know what to call him at that time, you know.
No, of course not. But like, it's funny thinking about that too. Like, that was in the context of like RFK and just autism and the spike in autism over the last, like, you know, however many years. And it's funny if you just watch old movies or old shows, like, or even just like, you think about family members from when you were a kid and you were like, oh, that tracks actually like a great deal. Like, I remember my grandmother couldn't, like, she had this like weird fixation where it's like, I can't watch TV if I'm not knitting. I have to be knitting. I can't, like, and it's just like,
she's a multitasker at heart.
Interesting.
Yeah.
You know, fascinating little tidbits.
Tidbit. Here's the disturbing thing that I took away from this video more than anything is that halfway through it or so, Micah remarked that she knew who the number one character was, and she was right. I think it was the Bat.
Character. Oh, Rouge the Bat, yeah.
And I'm like, wow, how did you know that? And then I realized it's like, oh, because she has tits.
Yeah, she's titted.
Right. There's some unholy things going on in Sonic, and I don't even know what to do with this world of characters and I don't know, man. The fiction. It's crazy. It's very unsettling. It's deeply disturbing. It's something primal in me from when I was a kid where I'm like, I hate this shit. You know, like, I hate it.
Yeah.
It brings me back to like second grade or something where I'm like, I hate it. I fucking hate Sonic. Yeah. And everyone's looking at me like I'm crazy. And I'm like, I'm telling you, I fucking hate it. And I don't know why. I just hate you. I hate Sega. You know, I hate all
Sega.
of it.
I hate Sega, the entire apparatus. Yeah, Sonic it's not my. The problem with me though is that like Sonic is just so fused with Christian at this point that I can't think about one without thinking of the other. So I think that doesn't help either. You know, because let's say I play the new Sonic game. What is it? The Sonic open world.
Sonic Origin? No. Let me look.
What the hell is it? Sonic
Games Wiki.
Frontiers.
That's what it is. Yeah.
Let's say I play that game for a little bit, and then I enjoy it. Inevitably, like, he'll flash into my mind. It'll be like that game where the maze, you have to like lead a mouse through the maze, and then it gets tighter and tighter, and then you got to really focus, and then the screamer face pops up. That's what'll happen, and I just can't put myself through that.
I forgot about Sonic Frontiers. I didn't realize. I mean, time goes by fast. 2022 game. For some reason in my mind, this was a 23 game, but it's not. It's 2022.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Ethan, thank you for reminding us. Let's get into some news here from the show. First, an inquiry from the audience that I thought was interesting. Third Shift Weirdo wrote in and said, hey there, fellas. Have either of you ever received an email invitation from PlayStation to participate in a research study? In an email received from noreply@research.playstation.com, it says, quote, PlayStation researchers will use this information to identify if your game profile is a good match for a planned study, and you may be contacted via email or phone to see if you are available and qualified. Studies can include interviews, playtest surveys, and more. If selected, some studies will even compensate you for your time and expertise, end quote. I vaguely remember getting one of these years ago asking me about my gaming habits and the types of games I play with the possibility of getting entered to win a PS5. It was around the time they were hard to come by. I never got further than the survey questions and was never invited to playtest anything, so I guess my gaming habits were subpar. Just curious if you ever participated in anything like this, either currently or before your podcasting years. Love you guys, Dustin too, and be well. I don't think I would get an invitation like this, to be honest with you, but I am fascinated by this stuff. This is kind of parallel to the beta invites that you can get, where people are just straight up invited to firmware beta updates and to download them early and give feedback. It's pretty cool to get this stuff. One of my sisters, I've never heard anyone else in this, although I'm sure a lot of people are. My sister somehow just fell into this thing like 10 years ago with Amazon, where she just gets like everything from Amazon, just gives her access to like a bunch of early shit. And as far as TV shows and stuff that they're playing, and then they ask her for her feedback. I have no idea how this ended up happening, but it's a similar sort of thing. I've never found myself in this situation like this, specifically with a brand that I actually care about. It's probably for the best. I think I would have to turn it down if I ever did get that offer. But no, I've never done that. Now, when I was in college, there was a bulletin board in one of the main buildings, and all the different science teams and research teams would put up their things where it's like, we need people to do this or this or this, and we pay you $10 or $15 or whatever to do these things. And I would do all of that shit. So I definitely have been like, I was totally like a guinea pig. I did all sorts of weird shit, and they would just pay you in cash out of this petty cash drawer. And then I'd go buy weed. So did you ever get an email, Chris, from no reply at research.playstation.com?
No, I did a quick search just to make sure. But no, never got one of these. I've gotten, the thing is, like, my email is so full of like gaming, like I get like keys for like these small indie games, or like press kits for like all sorts of like, here's our game's coming out, here, go look at this and try it out or whatever. And I'm like, I get so many gaming related emails that like they just like my eyes glaze over when I see them. So even if I did get it, which I didn't, I definitely would not have noticed until today if I was like trying to find it on purpose just to answer this question, you know?
I am a chronic email unsubscriber. Like anytime I just don't get junk email. And if I do, I just unsubscribe from it. And PR just doesn't email me anymore because I've asked each of them individually as I've gotten emails not to email. That way, when you get an email, it really matters. You know,
it's true.
Yeah.
Philosophy. I tried. I remember I did that once. I went through like an entire like weekend where I just sat and I cleared out my inbox had like 35,000 emails in it or something like that, like some crazy number. And I went through all of them and like read them, like did the whole like, you know, mark as read, unsubscribe to all these different things. And I was like, oh, great. But then, you know, a week later, more came in, and then I was like, I'm spent from the last weekend. I can't. So they're just piling up again. What am I at now? Maybe I'll set aside some time this weekend, or no, not this weekend. This weekend's gonna be fucked.
There's like some modules I think you can like run through your inbox that does a lot of that shit for you, while they'll like automatically unsubscribe.
Yeah, but I'm technologically illiterate with that shit. Like,
I mean, I am.
It's not so bad. Okay, so it's 927 on my main one, and then 1,600.
Oh, that's not bad.
So compared to 35,000. But that's exactly how I'm feeling right now. It's like, oh, it's not that bad. I guess I'll wait.
Yeah. Nip it in the butt.
And eventually it's it's a million.
Yeah, you got to nip it down.
I should.
Do it now while we're recording. All right.
Do it.
Quick PSA before we get into some of the smaller news items, and actually some big news items, and then I wrote a bunch of stuff up. We're going to be here for a while. But this is a big thing. PlayStation accessories. So you can basically use your DualSense Edge now via your PC with a firmware updater for DualSense wireless controller, which will now make an app called PlayStation Accessories. Using this, you can accessorize and customize your DualSense Edge wireless controller and edit and switch between custom profiles. So more than one people, or, you know, obviously more than one people can use it, but more likely for different games, you'll have different profiles, which is good. So just wanted to throw that out there as they continue to integrate their gear more closely with PC, which I think is very wise. So keep an eye out for that. But the big thing that actually happened, and this just happened this morning from when we're recording, is there's been a pretty substantial, I want to say substantial, but the first relevant, let's say, leak of PS5 Pro beyond just kind of knowing that it exists and some of the schematics for it and whatnot. So Wario64, famed Twitter user, circulated a French article. So sometimes we talk about this deallabs.com website. They often are the source of PlayStation Plus related leaks. And so we do cite them every once in a while. So it is in French if you want to go read it, or you can just translate it on your browser. But basically, if you go to the link, they have a fascinating story where apparently this Bill Kuhn character, that's one of the guys that runs it, that you probably see maybe once in a while jumping around on social media or on the games or leaks subreddit and so on and so forth. he has apparently seen the packaging for it. And based on this, so they have access to the packaging art for PS5 Pro, but they're afraid of uploading it and using it because Sony will come after them. So instead, they have drawn it. And you guys can go to the website and check it out if you want. It's circulating all over the place too. But basically what it looks like is a ostensibly thinner looking, which is weird, PS5. I don't know if this is actually going to end up being the case. It's got that same kind of vase thing going on where it widens at the top, and 2 USB ports and so on and so forth, and 3 lines on the side of it. And people are saying it looks like an Adidas shell toe or whatever, which is near and dear to my heart. So Parks and Rec wrote in and said, "Hey, little honkers, as we've long expected, a look at the PS5 Pro has leaked. Sadly, it seems like it's just a slightly bulkier PS5 with 3 stripes on the side instead of 1. What do you guys think of it? Hate they didn't change much, or are you throwing your Sambas and Superstars on and vibing with the 3 stripes?" I mean, I've worn Superstars for 20-something years. So, yeah, it's a very familiar design indeed. The big thing that people are not, yeah, we'll get to this next question later because we have a write-in about this. So let's just talk about the Pro itself and the design.
Yeah.
What do you think? I mean, it's nothing remarkable, I guess, but it's so funny. So again, to just track it for you, these guys somehow have access to the box. This isn't a huge surprise because, as I've said before, these things are absolutely positively manufactured and sitting in warehouses and have been for probably months at this point in some cases, because they're going to be imminently sold to be announced in the coming weeks, apparently, according to this leak. So what do you think of the design?
It's a little disappointing, but like, I mean, whatever. I'm gonna get it anyway. I want a more powerful machine. I think I said this in one of the previous episodes that we were talking about PS5 Pro. It's just like I really just don't like the design of this thing. Like I think it's an ugly design. I would have liked like a more strikingly different thing to really differentiate it. But I get that they're going with like a heritage based kind of design structure. They want it to be recognizable. I just feel like, I don't know, the PS4 to the PS4 Pro, I feel like it's a drastic difference in look. It's not like unrecognizably not a PS4, but like it's very clearly different in a way that I think is interesting. And I just kind of wish that we got something like that where, it was just clearly a different machine. The PS4 or the PS5 Slim has that line in the middle, and this one has just 3 lines, I guess, or like a wider, like more lines in the middle, separating it and segmenting it. It's just like, okay. I mean, it's underwhelming, but it's underwhelming for me specifically because I just don't like the vase, Kaiba collar date rapist look of this thing. But whatever.
Dude, it's funny because I don't know. Let me just get into this next inquiry before I even get into the other part of it, because there is a major complaint.
Right.
People are already sharing. Bruno Bashta wrote in, said, "Hello, Sacred Sigmas. I'm seeing a lot of comments online complaining about the new Billy Coon leak of a render of the PS5 Pro because it looks basically identical to the current PS5 Slim with some added flourishes. But since Sony announced the Slim with the detachable disk drive, it was always clear to me that this would indeed be the case, since they'd like to have a single disk drive SKU that can work in both the Slim and the Pro, which is kind of a great move. The leaker render also didn't include a disk drive on it, which could indicate the Pro won't come with a disk drive attached, and you'll have to grab it separately. What do you guys think of the leak? Would this move of selling the Pro without the disk drive hurt sales, even if it meant Sony could lower the entry price of the Pro? Thanks and have a great day." No, getting rid of the disk drive is great. To me, this is such a smart move. And it does seem a little bit future-proofed in the sense that they did create the Slim the Slim model diskless with the disk attachment that will probably work on the new console too. So again, having one SKU, I think, makes a lot of sense, and then allowing people to kind of expand on it. I don't understand the argument about like, this is a high-end machine, it must have a disk drive. The highest end computers, you don't put CD-ROMs in them, do you?
No. Yeah, so my PC doesn't have a CD drive.
Right. So it's like, I don't know. I don't have a CD drive on my computer. I don't think. I don't know. It's actually facing my drive. I've never even seen the front of it because it's sideways under here. So maybe I do have a CD drive and I just didn't know. But to me, again, we just saw it with the Capcom numbers, right? 90% digital sales for Capcom games now. It's never going to be over, but as far as it being a mass market thing, it is over for the disk drive, I think, as far as it being included in base models of consoles. They can just spin them off and make the console cheaper. This, I think, will ensure that the console remains, at a more affordable, in quote. I mean, it's very unaffordable because it's probably going to be $600 or more, but it makes it more affordable. So some people are complaining about this, but I'm like, no, this is good. And I agree with you, Bruno, that this was telegraphed, that this was going to happen in some sense. Yeah. Did you notice that disklessness when you saw the render?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't affect me purely because I'm not a disc oriented person. I understand the value behind it. Obviously, I know Dustin is a big proponent of physical games, and I agree. I think it's important to have that market still served in some way. But for me personally, like, I haven't bought a disc in, I think 2015 was the last time I got a disc, and I think it was like Metal Gear Solid 5 for the Xbox One. And so it's just like discs have not been a part of my gaming habits for a while now. And so, yeah, I've long moved on from discs anyway. I feel like, assuming that this will be, customizable in some way with that extra SKU with that extra disk drive available, I think it's smart. I think it's smart to go this way. And if it means more, by the way, if it means more hard drive space, then I'm extra for it, because I think that's really the only complaint that I have about digital machines now, is that, like, okay, we're all digital, but the hard drive space still sucks. There are games that are like 150 gigabytes right now. Like I'm pretty sure Black Ops 6 is going to be like 2 million gigabytes or some shit. And it just doesn't have, consoles just aren't facilitating that particularly well. But maybe this one will. But that remains to be seen. We'll have to see, like, what the actual memory SKU, or like what the memory allocation is going to be. But if it's not 2 terabytes, I don't understand what they're doing.
We will see. I'm excited, man. I mean, we're going to know about this thing soon. Again, I don't think the Tokyo Game Show thing is a coincidence. And maybe it'll be shown there. Maybe it'll be shown before. But I do want to talk a little bit about Japan, because there's something going on with the Japanese PS5 situation that people are talking a great deal about. And I'm the Grubermeister wrote in about this. With the PS5 seeing a 19% increase in Japan, price increase in Japan, and new rumors circulating that PS5 Pro could be $600 or more at release, do you think Sony might be getting overly aggressive on pricing with consumers? They were also the first publisher to increase their standard game prices to $70. This is not to suggest that the value isn't there. I just wonder if these moves could backfire. It also makes me question if the juice is really worth the squeeze when it comes to betting on big budget cinematic quality productions, if this is the only economic model that can sustain it. So this is what happened. And our friends over at Video Games Chronicle have a nice article about this. Beginning imminently, so September 2nd, around the time that this podcast goes live on free feeds, the PS5 console, and this is with a disk drive or the disk drive included in the box. It's the same model, obviously. This will be priced from $460, so 66,980 yen, to $550, 79,980 yen. This is an increase of $90. And the digital edition, so without the disk drive, goes from $415 to $505. And this is all in Japan again. Other accessories, they say, will see in price increases too. DualSense controllers will cost $80 to $83 compared to $65 to $68. And the Portal will go from $205 to $240. And this is specific to the Japanese market, as announced by the Japanese PlayStation's Japanese arm. This is fun fanboy fodder, I think, in some sense, but it's worth getting into why I think this is happening. So at least people have some level of context as to what's going on with this and why this might happen. Because there are some theories that this might even have something to do with scalping of the machine between Japan and China, which I think is so the most common thing to do in China to get a PS5, because they're hard to find right now, especially with Wukong, is to just import one from Japan. And they might be trying to stop that. That is one of the rumors that they're maybe trying to do. But I don't believe that at all. It all goes down to the situation with the Japanese yen. The Japanese yen is very, very weak. And while it's fun to make fun of Sony for doing this, and they didn't have to do it, by the way, because, of course, Nintendo isn't raising the price of the Switch and other things. It's worth noting that the yen is at a 30 or 35-year low in comparison to the American dollar. Sony has never experienced this kind of discrepancy in the entire history of the PlayStation brand. And I think that they felt like they needed to do something about it. If you look at the price comparisons, you'll see that there was some level of price parity with, for instance, PlayStation Portal at 29,000 yen brings it to about $205. But the important thing to remember is that 10 years ago, 29,000 yen was $300. This means that the yen is precipitously collapsing. You guys can read about the reasons why this is happening. A lot of it has to do with sovereign debt. Their debt rate to GDP ratio is something like 300%. Japan has been a sluggish economy since the 90s. And with their collapse in the value of the yen to where I think it's let me see here. I actually pulled it up. Yeah, one Japanese yen is worth less than a penny now, when it used to be worth about a penny, which would be, therefore 100 yen is a dollar. So to get 100 yen now is 69 cents. And if you understand economics, you understand like what is happening here and why prices need to go up, because it's relative to the locality. So I'm not forgiving them for what they're doing. It sucks. Not all Japanese companies are doing this. Their competitors are not doing this. But it's more than just trying to wring people out. There is a real problem over there. And I'll say it again, it's a great time to go there. If you want to, especially as an American, but a Westerner with Western currency, your money's going to go really far when you go to Japan now. Again, when I've been there, and I haven't been there since 2014, it was $1 per 100 yen. And we're about 50% away from that now. So just wanted to point that out. It's fun to kind of bandy this stuff around as fanboy fodder or whatever, and you can do what you got to do. But I highly recommend people read about the debt spiral that Japan's going in right now. They're also truncating in population. Their population's getting a lot older. Their country is surprisingly and unusually proficient and productive. I think it's the third or fourth biggest economy in the world with only a population of 100 million. So just wanted to throw that out there because I know it's a big story. I don't think there's much more to say about it, but it's something worth acknowledging nonetheless.
Yeah.
All right. More exciting news, perhaps. This also comes from Video Games Chronicle. Lego Horizon Adventures. We know it's coming out this fall. It's coming to Switch, PC, and PlayStation 5. Nice, interesting test bed for how things might do on Nintendo hardware. So VGC reports that a Reddit user spotted a now deleted store page on the PlayStation Store website listing the game as having a November 14th release date. If you go to Reddit, you can see very clearly the image that was taken down that shows November 14th for the release on PS5, PC, and Switch. It'll be on Reddit if you want to check it out. So that's cool. So it's obviously real. You can also look at the calendar and see that November 14th is a Thursday. So that washes. So it looks like we have a release date for this. I don't know when they plan on announcing it, probably at their rumored State of Play that's coming later this month, perhaps at the same time or at the same event as they release announced PS5 Pro. So what do you think? Lego Horizon Adventures, November 14th. Are you going to, this doesn't seem like a game you would necessarily want to play, but I'm definitely going to play it.
I don't know. I think the idea is just cool and weird enough that, yeah, I'm totally down for this. I feel like I'll probably like Horizon a lot more in this kind of style. This more, I guess you could say, video gamey kind of style. Like I'm curious to see how they deliver this, how it's gonna play, and I just dig the idea. I think this is just like an interesting time of like weirdly open collaboration, and I'm too morbidly curious about how this is gonna play and how this is gonna go and how this is going to do to not take part in it in some way. And it looks charming. I don't know. I like it.
Where will you play it?
I've seen. This is PS5. I don't. Especially because I figured out how to do this streaming thing with the Steam Deck, so I could have like a really high fidelity version of this portable if I want, or like in bed if I want. Like I don't see a real reason to buy this for the Switch. Also, just straight up, I haven't turned my Switch on in a while. I was playing a little bit of Mario Galaxy on it, and that was a lot easier to fit into the schedule when I didn't play like 7 games over a course of like a couple weeks. So that's kind of like hung by the wayside. But yeah, I don't have any interest in playing new games on the Switch, I guess. You know what I mean? The Switch is like a place where it's like, oh, I want to play like older stuff that I might have missed out on, things that I know are going to look better than their original versions. It's going to look better on the Switch than it looks on the Wii or what have you. But this game, I strongly, call it a hunch, but I strongly suspect it's going to run significantly better on a PlayStation. So that's where I'm going to play it.
Yeah, I am really morbidly curious about the Switch version. I won't buy it because I want to play it on PS5 too, but I am very curious to see how it runs, what it looks like.
Yeah.
I think this is the beginning of more things to come. In some sense, part of me feels like this is the Lego license and then just kind of being an exploratory sort of thing. But I fully believe that if PlayStation does take a more third-party posture with some of its games, which they already are with the PC, that I really don't believe Xbox is the next target. I believe that the new Switch is going to be their target. And
for sure,
we'll see how that all goes. But and by the way, if anyone hears me typing in the background, that's because I have to keep the footnotes. That's usually something that I noticed that when I was listening to a piece of our show last time. I'm like, oh, that comes through. Because I have a loud fucking mechanical keyboard, but Dustin usually keeps the notes and I have to do that for the editor. So that's why you might hear me. But yeah, Lego Horizon, November 14th. I'll be all over it. Definitely going to play it. And when we'll get a release date is anyone's guess. Some people were wondering if it was going to be revealed at the date at the Nintendo Direct, which I think would have been super interesting for them to do that, but it didn't end up being shown there. So, okay. This next one is an unfortunate situation, but funny to talk about. This has to do with Star Wars Outlaws, the recently released Ubisoft published, massive developed, open world-ish kind of game, Star Wars game. Looks kind of cool. I'm not going to play it. It seems like it's somewhat divisive. I've seen some cool videos though of like going to Jabba's palace and all that. I'm like, oh, this is pretty neat, but I'm not going to play it. It's not for me. But like many games, especially with Ubisoft these days, but other publishers are doing it too. They had a version of the game available early if you pre-ordered and bought the special edition, whatever, which I think costs about $100 for some people and maybe even more. And basically they released, so the game was in this early access period. It's no longer in this early access period, but during this early access period, so people pay a premium and show a little bit of belief in Ubisoft, buy the game early, play it early. And then they release an update that requires them to start a new save file. So multiple sources are reporting that an email sent out to people got an email saying this from Ubisoft, quote, "To best experience the Outer Rim, we rolled out a maintenance to make sure everyone is playing the latest version of the game. As one of the players affected who had access to an older version of the game, we are aware you might be encountering some issues after this recent patch. We sincerely apologize for any inconvenience this may have caused. To solve this issue, please make sure you are playing version 1.000.002. Once you've confirmed you have the latest version, please start a new save to fully enjoy Star Wars Outlaws as our team intended. If you continue on a prior save, you will unfortunately face issues and progression blockers." So basically, I would assume many thousands of people have been affected by this. Now, my old co-host at IGN and Kind of Funny, Greg Miller, tweeted out, and he's the source of this, that part of this email also says, quote, "We fully acknowledge that asking you to start a new game is not the best experience, especially during the early access period, and for that we apologize. To make your return to the Outer Rim a little more special, we are granting you an in-game Trailblazer trinket, as well as 100 Ubisoft Connect units to redeem for in-game rewards, for example. We are actively working on adding the Ubisoft Connect units to your account so you can use these as soon as possible, and you can collect the trinket from the delivery crate in the back of the Trailblazer once you reach Tashara. We appreciate your patience and hope you enjoy the game." Dude, I'll tell you right now, if a game update, and once in a blue moon shit like this does happen, but if you corrupt my save, I am done with your game. Done with it. Cannot happen. I'm trying to remember the last time this happened. I feel like this happened with, wasn't it Outriders or something, where people's saves were getting deleted?
Well,
or something.
So Outriders, if I remember correctly, was because that's a gear hunting kind of looter shooter kind of game. And from what I remember is that people's entire inventories and entire armories were being like deleted.
Horrible. That can't happen You know?
Yeah, no, that's bad, man. That's because I think the last time this happened to me was KOTOR, when I gave KOTOR a shot. Like, I got like a corrupted save, and I'm like, all right. I still want to go back to that game, but it's going to be years. It's literally like I need years to recover from that, to be able to forgive, you know, because that's devastating, especially for early access, where like you have to imagine, if you've paid for early access, you have to imagine that you're putting a lot of time into the game that then even probably you otherwise would have if you just got it normally. You know what I mean? You're really excited about it. You're playing through a ton of it. You're really in it. You're playing it the most you're probably going to play it ever in that early access period. And then to find out that you're going to be like immediately reverted back to the beginning. Like, I can't even, like, what, like, you have to imagine people are like 25, 30 hours into this thing. and now they're just,
dude, I mean, it's
start over. Like,
and it's crazy that I'm wondering, I don't see anyone diving deeper into this in this sense, and maybe it's not a very interesting question, but I'm wondering, like, what did you do? Because let me pull this link back up so I can read it specifically. Here it is. No, this is not right. Sorry, hold on a second. I apologize. Everyone just bear with me. Everyone calm down.
Everyone chill, relax, put the knife down.
Here it is. So they say, quote, if you continue on a prior save, you will unfortunately face issues and progression blockers. It's unclear to me if they put them in some way. Like, why would... What was not going on with this game? Like, that's what I'm interested in. You rolled out a save. Now, you know those things, like, once in a while in your life where something really bad happens, or you're responsible for something bad that happened, and that feeling you get inside. Imagine being the person on the massive team that just deleted everyone's saves, because that certainly wasn't intended, I don't think, in some sense. But it's interesting that, are they saying that the game is unbeatable without being updated, or otherwise, why would you encounter progression blockers? And if that's true, then how did people beat it in the pre-release environment? This is why I feel like there's something's weird about this whole situation.
Yeah,
I don't quite understand. But I will say this, Chris, if this happened to me, I saw people responding to some of the tweets about this, where they got refunds, like straight up, you can go to PlayStation Network and get a refund. And I've never done that before. I know it's much easier on Steam, because it's all built in, but I've never gotten a refund before in a digital game. If that happened to me, I actually think I would. I'd be like, no, I don't think so. Like, there's just no way that I'm paying you $130 or whatever for this. And the only other way you can look at it is, well, maybe I'll try again in a few years when it's like kind of fresh again for me. But at that point, you just go buy it for fucking $10 or whatever. And so it's like, they just totally shit the bed. I do wonder, why not just, this is a lot of money, but why not just refund people the early access amount? So like, you paid $70 for the game, you paid $30 for early access, all the stuff. We're gonna refund $30. But then they're probably like, no, well, a lot of people are not going to complain, and we'll just keep the money. So it's really a fucked up situation. I don't know, man. Makes me not want to play games early, though. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, that's kind of the sad thing about it, is that it's just like, it proves once again that the people who show the most support for something, and the people who are genuinely the most excited and the most earnest and the most good faith, are once again the people who are punished for being that way. Like, it literally pays, and this is unfortunate, but it literally pays to be cynical. Definitely. Which is not a great thing to reinforce. You know, it would be nice if, even just from a social obligation standpoint, it's like, don't you feel like we have like some kind of obligation to reward people who are just earnestly supportive of us? And the thing that blows my mind is, you know, okay, we want you to, we're rolling out this update. Please start a new save so you can experience Star Wars Outlaws as intended. Are you like, is this, the implication here is that in the span of what, like less than a week, you've gone from the game being not as you intended to the game being exactly as you intended? If that's the case, how is that possible? Like, why wouldn't you just delay it, I guess, like a week or two if you needed that time? Like, did you really push this out when it was so deeply unfinished to the point where like there's like progression blockers? Like, if you were to roll out a proper patch, I can't remember the last time this has happened, Because I think Days Gone got like a patch like post or like day one, right? Like, and we played it early, so we played like a really botched in comparison version of Days Gone. But to my knowledge, that patch was pretty substantial in fixing a lot of issues. And as far as I remember, people's saves were intact. So like, what the fuck did you do?
That's why I just feel like there's more to this. Like there's something about this, because you would think, logically speaking, if you rolled out something that was broken, you could roll it back. How would that interfere with people's saves if you just rolled it? But there's something in the seams here that's totally unusual. Weird. I don't know what it is where you're willing to say like, no, we will break your saves. This game does need to be updated. It's strange. And I don't know what to make of it, but I just think it's totally fucked that people paid more than $100 for this thing. And I get it. I inherently and intrinsically have a problem with this early access thing, but I also know, as we've said before, that they will get me at some point. If they're like, The Last of Us Part 3 is available 3 days early. If you paid $30, like, all right, fine. Like, so I'm going to be just as bad as other people are. Yeah. But with something like this, it does give me pause about being like, yeah, just maybe wait. It seems, I don't want to say sinister in some sense, but how would you not have a solution to this? I just don't understand it. I just don't get it. And I don't see a lot of people talking about, well, how could that even be?
Yeah. Because patches are rolled out constantly and they don't fuck up saves or they don't like introduce progression blockers onto current. I don't know. I can't even begin to understand what has been done to this game that would make this a problem. Granted, I'm not like a developer, so like I'm operating from like a lower, familiarity anyway. But just based on my experience with patches being rolled out and not corrupting saves over the last however many years this has been a thing, like I just assume it's. I feel like you almost have to try on some level to do this. Like this is like almost like a feature.
Yeah,
in its specificity.
I don't want to be a conspiracy guy, but something about this.
Yeah, I think somebody fucked up.
Something about this. It reminds me of I never watched it past the first season. I don't think, or maybe the second season, but Mr. Robot, which I liked. It was cool. I just ran out of time. I just wasn't into it anymore. But I think the whole show originally begins because they want to take out like this financial institution, like a credit company. And they know that in order to really do it, they actually have to go get the backups of the credit company's data so that when they go after the company, they can't revert back to the old form of like all the debt management and all the stuff like that. I guess what I'm saying, like these big companies back it all up like once a day, like everything we're doing, like we have this stasis version of it just in case. And I think about that with this, where I'm like, don't you have like some sort of, in case of emergency, break glass situation where it's like, shit, we really broke this thing down. We got to just wind it back and we'll start again. Yeah, strange stuff. I feel bad. I'm sorry for everyone out there that's wrapped up in this. That's what you get for being a Star Wars fan.
Yeah, it isn't. It's so unfortunate. I saw games also apparently like just in a weird state. I saw a video of some guy playing it on TikTok. It was like, it was clearly a TikTok video. I saw it on Twitter, but he was complimenting it. And he was like, and it's like a 5-second video. It's like, yeah, I think Ubisoft did a pretty good job. And as he's talking, he like he's like riding a speeder off a ramp, and then it lands, and then it continues to fall through the ground, like as he's complimenting it. And it was just so it's almost written how perfect that is.
I love it.
Yeah.
All right, my friends, a few more pieces of news. Suikoden. I mentioned this earlier because I talked to Dustin about this because he's a big fan. But Suikoden I and II HD Remaster finally has a release date. So the Suikoden I and II HD Remaster Gate Rune and Dunin Unification Wars collection from publisher Konami will come to PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5 on March 6th next year in 2025. So please look forward to that. You can pre-order. You get some benefits for doing so. In the Konami press release I'm reading now, they point out a few things that are interesting in these updates: new character drawings, sound improvements, game system improvements, including auto battle, double speed battles, etc. So that's going to be huge in these games. Suikoden 1 came out in Japan in very late 1995 and launched in North America in December of 1996. Suikoden 2 came out in December 98 in Japan and September 99 in North America. So these are both classic PS1 Japanese role-playing games. I'm playing Eiyuden Chronicle right now, which I'll talk about in a little bit when we get to what we're playing. And that's obviously the spiritual successor to Suikoden. So there's a lot of Suikoden in the air right now. But excited for these. We'll definitely pick them up when they come. March 6th. These are not games for you, I don't think, Chris. Unfortunately.
No, not really. Yeah.
A game for you, however, is Foamstars, which came out, as we remember, in February of this year. And it was available on PS Plus immediately, right? But
yeah, I
something
think
like
so.
that. I don't really remember. But anyway, it's going free to play. This word comes by way of another press release, and this one comes from Square Enix. They say here in the press release, "Thank you for your support of Foamstars. Foamstars, currently available on PlayStation 5 and PlayStation 4, will change from its current regional pricing to a free-to-play title, starting from October 4th at 1 a.m. In addition, while previously a subscription to PlayStation Plus was required to play Foamstars, after the price change, consumers who are not subscribed to PlayStation Plus may download and play Foamstars for free. For those who have downloaded Foamstars before this change in price, we are planning to distribute a free legacy gift." And you'll get a few things in there. So again, price change plan from paid to free to play beginning October 4th. And there you go. This game still seems to be somewhat alive. I don't really know by what metric you would judge that, but people are still playing it on PSN profiles. That's all opt-in, so it's just anecdotal. But Foamstars free to play October 4th. Any interest in checking it out, Chris?
No, not even slightly. I was so deeply not into this game from the second I saw it, because I'm not into this. I don't like Splatoon or really any of these kinds of games. I don't really like the way it looks. More power to it, I guess. What I find more interesting is this game transitioning to free to play, because it means that that's an option for these games, and that'll be more of a facet that has more to do with what I'll talk about. How I feel about this more when we talk about like what we're playing, because I think it kind of ties into something that I've been thinking.
Sure, that sounds great. Yeah, I'm looking forward to hearing what you have to say about that too. Foamstars, in the meantime, free to play October 4th. So if you've been looking forward to it, and if you don't have PS Plus, I know some of you don't have PS Plus or don't want to subscribe. That's totally fine, and I understand that. Again, I only subscribe to PS Plus for cloud saving, so I'm not even using it for online play, but you don't need to have it. So I actually think maybe that's a move to get a more casual, maybe even younger audience to play Foamstars, your kids, whatever.
Oh, yeah, probably.
See if it works. I don't know that it will, but available on PS5 and PS4 now if you want to pay for it, or you just wait till October and you get it for free. All right, this is an interesting one, especially because I'm pretty sure this was on my... every year we do our betting for Metacritic scores, and I'm pretty sure Blue Protocol was one of the games I chose, if not last year, this year, but maybe I'm wrong. So Blue Protocol is this very long in development MMO. It's been in development for 9 years, and it was released in Japan last year. It's an anime-based thing that Bandai Namco is doing, and they had actually partnered with Amazon Games to distribute it worldwide. It was first revealed in 2022 and was supposed to come out this year. And so after kind of knocking around Japan for a little while, they basically decided just to cancel it. They write here in a press release, quote, "Bandai Namco Online announced that they have made the difficult decision to end service on Blue Protocol. They will shut down their Japanese Blue Protocol servers in January 2025 and have ended plans to release the game in the West in collaboration with Amazon Games. In their statement announcing the end of service, Bandai Namco Online said, "We have enjoyed a strong relationship with Amazon Games throughout the development of Blue Protocol, and both of our teams are disappointed that we will not be able to deliver the game to players around the world. We know this is disappointing news, and we share your disappointment. We love the world and characters of Blue Protocol, and we were excited to welcome players around the world into Regnus." I guess that's the land that it takes place in. "We join Bandai Namco Online in expressing deep gratitude to the passionate fans who have followed Blue Protocol development and participated in the closed technical test. We have great respect and appreciation for the talented team at Bandai Namco and wish them success in their next endeavors. You can read Bandai Namco Online's full statement about Blue Protocol on your own." So there's a bigger statement about it. It's on their Japanese website. And they basically just say kind of the same thing. Quote, "As a result, we have also canceled our plans to release the game in the West, blah, blah, blah. We know there has been great anticipation for Blue Protocol since the first announcement of the game. We wanted to deliver an experience that is like stepping into the world of anime. and we have been challenging ourselves to create a world where each and every player can enjoy adventures as the main character of the anime. We have worked hard to prepare for the release. However, we have come to the conclusion that it will not be possible to provide a service that satisfies all of you. I love the Japanese translations. They're so funny. Yeah. So, yeah, what do you think about this? This game actually looked very high quality. What I remember about it is that people played it. It might have been in the closed technical test in the West, and there were a round of previews, and people liked it. What do you think about a cancellation of a game like this? You think these companies are starting to learn that maybe you just want to back off of some of these projects and get back to basics?
Maybe. I just don't understand why something that's well received or something that people seem to like why you would back away. Like, usually I feel like you back away from something if it's not going well, especially like before it's out in some capacity. So this is this strikes me as a very strange development. I can't remember the last time something like this has happened, if ever. I'm sure there must be at least one. There must be an example of this happening, right? Like a game planned for broader release that is out in like certain sections of the world that just doesn't, like, I'm sure that's happened before.
Yeah,
it's nothing's coming to mind.
Yeah, like I know games that were canceled when they were done, but I don't. Yeah, games that are like regionally released and then they bail out of releasing it because of a lack of interest.
It's strange.
I don't know. Yeah, it is a little weird.
I'd be curious to just know, like, the inside baseball of this stuff. Like what was the impetus for this decision? Because apparently, from what I'm seeing, it's not like a hated game.
Not at all. No, people really liked it. But I think that it's kind of like the Last of Us Online situation, perhaps, where we have a game that people like. It's going to require a lot out of us. What does the trajectory look like with us supporting this thing requisite to it being, worth it? We're not going to release this game and it's going to do what it's going to do immediately. We have to support it. That requires X, Y, and Z in terms of financing, in terms of personnel, and the opportunity cost of investing in other things. I think companies are slowly coming to terms with this notion that you really got to play a little wiser at these various tables. And I think we're going to talk about that a little bit with Concord later. So yeah, let's RIP and Peace Blue Protocol for now. I think it's gone. Amazon also is just not a great partner in games. Like, they just can't get anything really going for the most part. It's been a surprising level of failure almost across the board with Amazon, with rare exception. From Lumberyard, their engine, to a lot of these games that they invested in, they were supposed to be a much bigger player in the console and core space than they are. And it goes to show you that you need expertise, not just money, because what they have plenty of is money, but they just can't get things going. And so that might play into it too.
It's like Apple in some way, right? Where, like, Apple's a big player in tech in general. And it's kind of interesting that they haven't really delved into console in a very, very long time. I know they had the Pippin back in, like the 90s?
Yeah, 90s, mid-90s.
But yeah, they just don't have the expertise for software development. They probably don't have the expertise for car manufacturing either, which is why that car never really happened. But yeah, I mean, I'm actually pretty surprised at the degree of failure that Amazon has experienced, because I thought they would have at least been able to get like a couple things off, even if not the majority, like at least one big hit, and they haven't really seemed to manage that at all.
Nope. All right. A few more smaller news items. We can move through these somewhat quickly. Over at the Nintendo Direct. So, dude, I was looking at the Nintendo Direct news. Like, they just keep announcing things. It's not from Nintendo, but they just have a good cadence of content. They communicate well with their audience. Something that I think Sony can learn a little bit from. Whether or not they feel like they need to or not is another thing entirely. But one of the cool announcements at the Nintendo Direct was that Tales of Graces is being re-released in Tales of Graces F Remastered. So a little bit of background about Tales of Graces. Because I was talking to Mike about it. I'm like, I'm not sure I even played Tales of Graces. And I went and looked at its releases. And I was like, yeah, that's right. So in the Wii 360 PS3 era, Bandai Namco and Tales Studio decided to divide and conquer. And they released a bunch of, or not a bunch, but a series of console exclusive Tales games. So that was like, and a lot of it was timed, but Vesperia was with 360 and so on and so forth. And Tales of Graces was the Wii one that was released in Japan in 2009. And it never even launched in the West on Wii. It launched on PS3 in the West years later in 2012. At that point, I never played it. So this one had kind of just been lost on me in some sense, which was pretty funny. So yeah, I've never played this one. It looks like it's going to be pretty cool. The Tales of series is about to go into its 30th anniversary in 2025 because Tales of Fantasia, the first one, came out in 95 on Super Famicom. So yeah, Tales of Graces F Remastered will be coming to PS4 and PS5. I'm going to look forward to that. I don't know if I'll actually get to it. I think Micah will probably end up messing around and playing with that one. We'll have something to say about that at the time. Over on the PlayStation blog, I wanted to bring attention to this. This game, Clair Obscur Expedition 33 from the studio Sandful Interactive. This game's being published by Kepler Interactive, a mid-sized publisher. This game looks fucking sick, dude. Did you look at any of the gameplay that they had going on?
I skimmed it because I'm actually like, this is one of those rare instances of a game like this that I'm actually genuinely eager and interested to play. So I kind of, and I was already sold, like, from just like the visual style that we got in that first kind of cinematic trailer with like, there was some gameplay in it too. I actually think it might have been all gameplay, but the tone of it was more cinematic, story driven. I was totally into it, and I think I saw enough to be like, yeah, I'm gonna pick this game up. This looks interesting. I don't play a lot of turn-based things, but this has a lot of the visual style and a lot of the it has enough going for it, in my opinion, that it draws my eye. But I skimmed through this trailer a little bit, or this gameplay first look, and I'm noticing like some stuff that I like from like Sea of Stars too, like this like real time elements in fights. I'm like, I'm into it, man. Like, this game looks awesome.
Yeah, it really does. It really, really does. I highly recommend people go check out the 6 minutes of gameplay that's on PlayStation blog. I assume it's also on just the PlayStation YouTube channel. Yeah. And they have a nice little write-up about it as well. Comes to PlayStation 5 in 2025, so we have no release date yet. And I just think this game looks phenomenally unique and interesting. You know what it reminds me of a little bit is, and I can't believe I'm saying this, but it's like Final Fantasy 13 in some sense.
Oh, yeah?
Just the combat invokes that a little bit. The stylings on the screen are much more tailored, but remind me a little bit of Persona when you're in combat.
Yeah, exactly.
And I just to me, I think this game looks truly unique. I didn't know. It's not the slickest, craziest AAA game by any stretch of the imagination. I also think the character models' heads, like the human characters' heads, are big, which is a little weird. Like, they don't look right in some sense. So it's like it's not completely perfect for me, but this is a unique take on a turn-based role-playing game. And I think this game's going to be pretty big, to be honest. So definitely check it out.
Yeah, I think so too. Like, I like the way it looks personally. Like, there's like a stylization going on that's like, it's not quite realism, but it's not quite Fortnite. It's got like a nice kind of, I don't know. I like games when they lean into, it almost reminds me of in the same way that Gears of War doesn't look realistic, you know, like, but it's not a cartoon. There's like a stylized, like, or BioShock in some way. BioShock's a little bit more stylized, I would say, but yeah, I love the way the characters look. I love the little flourishes on the UI. Like, it's like Persona meets like almost like not the Order necessarily, but like that kind of like grimdark kind of old school style, or that historical fiction. I love it. I'm into it. Everything that I've seen from this game so far is surprisingly a lot of what I'm kind of into. So yeah, this is on my radar for sure.
Yeah, go check it out. Clair Obscur Expedition 33, it's called. And yeah, it looks great. Okay. A couple more things to get through, a few more things. The publisher Digital Eclipse has announced a new product called Tetris Forever. They describe it as the true story of Tetris, the game that still captivates the world after 40 years. It says, quote, unrivaled after 4 decades, Tetris Forever celebrates the original genre-inspiring puzzle game that escaped from behind the Iron Curtain and onto the world stage into our cultural consciousness. More than 15 playable classic games from the series' history are featured, including many being released for the first time outside of Japan. Battle your friends in the multiplayer cult favorite Tetris Battle Gaiden, create massive explosions to clear lines in Super Bombless, and see where it all began in 1984 with an accurate recreation of the first version of Tetris on the Electronica 60 computer, which is a Soviet computer. That's sick. As the next release in Digital Eclipse's acclaimed Gold Master series, Tetris Forever includes over 90 minutes of all new documentary footage exploring the lifelong friendship and creative partnership between Tetris creator Alexei Pajitnov and the Tetris company founder Hank Rogers, as they shared an extraordinary but true story about Tetris. And as the celebration wouldn't be complete without an all-new Tetris experience, prepare to enter the Tetris Time Warp. Up to 4 players will warp between different eras of Tetris in real time to experience a variety of classic graphic styles and play mechanics. This looks great. No release date information on this yet, but I'll be all over this, dude. I love me some Tetris. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, Tetris is one of those games where like I feel like I could legitimately argue in like I actually wrote a paper about this in college where I was arguing the fact that Tetris is probably the best video game that has ever been made. Like just like on a pure like design level, like I really do think like Tetris is probably the best video game ever made. I think it's perfect. I don't think there's anything that you can do to really improve upon it. There's really only styles that you can kind of impose upon it to make it appealing to different people. But it's I'm totally into this. I still play Tetris Effect from time to time just because it's just such a good palate cleansing, kind of calming, fun experience. So big fan of Tetris. Micah apparently hates it. I don't know if that's a bit or not.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's what she told me. And
it's hard to know if it's ever deeply, a bit with her, you know.
It's difficult to tell, but that really hurt me. That hurt me deeply.
Okay, 2 more quick things. I thought this was just an interesting story. Argonaut Games is coming back. They released a press release about this, and these guys are maybe best known in PlayStation circles for the Croc games, and this is what it revolves around because they're making a Croc Legend of the Gabos, a remaster of the PS1 and Saturn game from 1997. But Argonaut Games is actually the studio that made Star Fox and Star Fox 2, along with Nintendo EAD. And Star Fox 2, was re-released on the SNES Classic, which was cool, or released for the first time because it was done, but they never released it. I think it was because the N64 was incoming or whatever at that time. So I just thought this was a piece of interesting history. I'm not a fan of the Croc games. I think I rented Croc and Croc 2 back in the day, but I didn't own them. And I would rent a lot of weird. I wasn't crazy about buying platformers and more of the action games. I would just rent those, and then I would buy the deeper games because I felt like I needed more time with them, like the role-playing games that I really enjoyed. So I have no soft spot for Croc, but when I saw this come up with Argonaut, I was like, oh, cool. So yeah, they're being revived, and the studio founder is apparently working with them, which is Jez San. So that's pretty cool. Do you have any Croc memories? This was when you were really young when these games came out.
Yeah, no, but I remember Croc was Croc and Croc 2 were pretty probably actually authentically like Croc and Crash Bandicoot were probably like my earliest memories of 3D games in the context of like the home, like being in the home, you know, like I remember this very, very distinctly. I think there was like maybe like Time Crisis I would see like at arcades before that or something like that. Or like games like that were like a little bit more like sophisticated in big cabinets. But yeah, Croc is... I remember Croc not being the slickest controlling game, especially compared to like Crash and Spyro. Like those games felt a lot more, I don't know what the word is necessarily, but a lot more slick, a lot more modern in the way that they controlled. Like Crash and Spyro, I would argue both play pretty well, even when you look back at it from a modern context. Croc is a little bit more stilted, a little bit more jank, but I have fond memories of Croc. I loved it. I remember the soundtrack specifically really sticking with me, and so I'm totally into this. My heart sang when I saw this. I was like, Croc? Oh my god! There really is nothing left for me from the PS1 that has not been like brought back. Like this was like really the last thing. Maybe if you want to get really crazy, you get Duke Nukem Land of the Babes for some reason if you wanted that travesty back in modern storefronts. But yeah, it's cute, man. I don't know. Croc is endearing. There's like something about this stupid character model with his little tooth hanging out.
Yeah.
It's adorable.
It is. Sorry, I'm writing a note. All right. One more thing. In the wake of Argonaut Games revival, Vampire Survivors is out now on PlayStation. It came out today from when we're recording. I'm definitely going to be buying it and playing it today. I'm really excited about it. However, I noticed this and I tweeted this out, actually a rare news tweet from me, because I was like, wow, people really need to see this. The game launched with 221 trophies. And it has like a normal trophy list with a platinum, and that's whatever it is. But it has so many DLC packs along with it. It's hysterical. In fact, there's a PS4 port as well. And the PS4 port doesn't allow for that many trophies. So it has to have a whole separate list it has like all of its trophies and then another list of support trophies, which happened with like, not Sea of Thieves, with Minecraft and others as well. So not super uncommon, but I'm really looking forward to playing this. And I thought that was so funny. Like the amount of trophies is just insane.
Yeah.
And so that's really exciting. 5,640 points worth on the back end, according to exophase.com. So I'm really looking forward to playing it. Finally.
Hell yeah.
I watched Micah play it really extensively on Switch because it came out on Switch last summer, about a year ago. So, but this has been on Xbox and PC since 2022. And I think it's only $5, something like that.
Yeah, it's super. I mean, I remember when I bought it, it was like so cheap, it was dumb not to buy it. You know, which is a good argument.
So I'll have more to say about it next week when the time comes. All right, let's get into what we're playing and talk about some of the stuff. I'll go through mine really quick and we can get to yours because you're playing more relevant fare. I'm playing Ayuden Chronicle 100 Heroes. I'm probably 25 hours in, and I think I'm about halfway through it. I've kind of slowed down on it, as a lot of it is about finding characters, adding them to your party, buffing out your castle town with people you find and like their expertise. You find the item shop guy, the rune shop guy, all that. I missed a lot of these characters, so I went on a walkthrough and just started going backwards, and because I can fast travel in the game now. So I've just been going around and collecting people and building up my castle and doing all that kind of stuff. But I'm about to, there's like 5 kind of chapters or so in the game, and I'm at the end of the second chapter in some sense. So I'm really enjoying it. I think it's very comfortable and fun. I'm going to start getting distracted pretty soon by other things because Astrobot comes out soon, and Astrobot's trophies are live now as well. So you can go check those out if you want, and so on and so forth. So the games are going to start coming a little hotter and heavier now, but I'd like to get through this game, and I am enjoying it. So Ayuden Chronicle 100 Heroes, shout out to that. RJ Davis wrote in and said, hello, Colin and Chris. I hope all is well. Colin, I've had a similar inkling to play a Suikoden type game. I just platinumed Ayuden Chronicles Rising. I did too. And now I'm about 25 hours into 100 Heroes. I have enjoyed 100 Heroes a lot, but one thing I did notice almost immediately was the change in voice acting to Japanese. I find, especially in anime type JRPGs, there are characters I cannot stand in English. This time it's Leon. Yep. Is this something that you have done in the past? Thanks for the input, and always thanks for doing what you do. Much love to the Furmans. I don't really ever change the language out of English. One thing that I've heard from some people with this game is that they shut the voice acting off completely to make it feel more old school. And I am of the mind that these kinds of games don't need voice acting. I've said that in the past. I remember being really thrown back by Tactics Ogre Reborn, where it's like, it's cool, it's a nice little touch, but I just don't feel like it fits in these kinds of games. I feel like these games should be about reading, and you can have cool little VO about when they're attacking, hey-ya, kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Kind of things, but not, I don't need the VO. So I have heard people go in the exact opposite direction, RJ, in fact, and just shut off the VO completely. But yeah, shout out to Ayuden Chronicles. And I really am enjoying it. And I've also been messing around. So the reason that I only played like 15 hours of Ayuden Chronicle the last week is because I am playing Lily Mo's new game. Ooh. We're going to release a game this fall. And so it's not the role-playing game. The role-playing game is 2 games away probably at this point. It's just expensive and it's a big game. So we're going to need time. So we've been making this other stuff. And by we, I mean, Barry has been kind of making this other stuff in the offing on the side, and they're ready to go basically. So I was confronted with this game a while ago, kind of wrote the outline of the story, how I kind of see it going. He went and built the game. Now the game is totally built and done, almost art complete. So I went in over the last week and now like really began to flesh it out and write it. Because I wrote the intro, the outro, or the ending. The game will have a secret ending, which is cool too. A bunch of dialogue, more dialogue than I've ever written is in this game. There will be an option to shut all the dialogue off. You'll see why as well. And just a lot of interstitial stuff as well. So I'm really looking forward to people seeing what it is. And it'll be happening pretty soon. I think we'll be announcing it and releasing it in the next couple of months-ish. I think we have to figure out where we slot on the PlayStation Store specifically. But been spending a lot of time with that. And I shared some of the stuff that I wrote in the Discord with you. So
yeah,
I think people will enjoy. And yeah, I won't say any more about it right now, but look forward to that. Lily Mo Game 6, the 5th game that I would have written that would be released. So yeah, that's what I've been busy with. But I know, Chris, you're busy with 2 games of import right now. One, because it's doing so well and people are so interested in it. One, because it's doing so poorly and no one's interested in it. So I will let you take it from here.
Yeah, so still messing around with Concord. It's weird because a multiplayer game like this, your feelings aren't necessarily going to change from your first couple of impressions. It's either something that you're into and you vibe with, or it's something that you're not and you're just going to put it down. Concord, I think, ultimately, I don't have that much new to say about it. I do think it is good. It is quality. It is a good video game. But it exists in the context of a hero shooter market or a multiplayer game market that is ostensibly very low barrier to entry. And it is a game that is uniquely a high barrier to entry. It is $40, which is asking, I think a fair amount in a vacuum, but in the context of the market that it's being brought into, it's kind of a death sentence. I think this is a game that really, really would benefit from free to play. It's actually why I wanted to come back to Foamstars, because I think it's interesting to me, because Foamstars came out February, if I'm not mistaken. I gotta look this up. It's a recent game though. Is a very recent game in the grand scheme of things, especially compared to other games that have gone free to play. I think the only other games that of consequence that I remember being surprising when they went free to play were, I don't know, Colin, if you remember this, Evolve by Turtle Rock.
Yeah, of course.
When that went free to play.
Yeah, there was like a big move to get that. Yeah, I remember that. It was like a phase 2 kind of thing or whatever.
Yeah, and it was a big move. Didn't end up saving it. I think that's a specific kind of game though. I really don't think anything was going to save that game. That game was just too complicated for its own good. But yeah, so Foamstars, February release date. It is currently, what is it? August, the end of August, early September. It is now free to play. And I can't help but look at that and then look over at Concord as a game that is really, really struggling right now at the $40 price point. It currently, I checked as recently as 5 minutes ago. I could refresh it to see. Oh no, I lost the window. But it had 151 players on Steam as of just moments ago. So the situation is dire on PC, like really bad. I know there was like a meme earlier this week about Lord of the Rings Gollum having like a higher peak concurrent player count on Steam than which is insane. Granted, I don't know, Lord of the I would argue it's a bigger failure for a Lord of the Rings game to be that bad, but
what is the real name?
Oh yeah, Lord of Ring Gollum. Yeah, that's right. I forgot. when they had that AI there. Apology. Yeah. So man, like this, it's hard to say like how well this is doing on PlayStation, but like the PC player count is really fucked. It's really not good, and it makes me wonder like whether or not they're going to maybe go a Foamstars route in the future. If not directly pivoting to free to play, at the very least putting this onto PS Plus to try and maybe incentivize people to jump in and try it out, because it's on life support, man. And I've seen some of the vignettes at this point, some of the story content that they're kind of pumping out, which seems to be the main justification for why this game is retailing at a $40 price point, as opposed to a more palatable either free to play model or even just like a more budget title of like I don't know, 20. But I don't even know what you would even price this as. But I've seen these vignettes and really, really nothing to write home about. I know that these things kind of take time to build. I know Destiny was like that, where they had like seasonal storytelling and it built up over time, and it was cool. But they started doing that in the middle of their second game. Like they had time to establish a universe, time to establish characters. This kind of going off the bat with this kind of drip feed story, I'm not really that confident that this is going to pan out very well. I'm not really confident that allocating resources to story-based vignettes as a way to kind of give a premium feel to Concord, I don't know if that was necessarily worth putting a game out at somewhat of a barrier price point. I think the game would have been better served with no story at all and just a wider net. But that is all to say it's a good game, and I like to play it. It feels good to play, and I think a side effect. This is kind of like I said this on a I think a Summon Sign or some other show that we were doing, but it's not a backhanded compliment. It's more like a front face backhand. It's a very weird way of saying this, but I feel like I enjoy playing Concord in large part because so many of the people who are very, very try hard and very, very sweaty at FPSs just are not playing this. So it's actually like a weirdly chill kind of environment for a competitive first person shooter to have, which in this arena of very high skill based matchmaking that kind of like, throws you into really, really difficult matches to kind of get you invested and get you sweaty and get you, competitive. That is kind of nice. But I don't think that's like on purpose. I think it's because the game's not doing well and the people who are really good at these games just aren't playing. So it feels weird to compliment it, but that is true. If you're into like maybe like a more chill kind of competitive PvP environment, that exists in Concord right now, just based on the low player count. But what I find most interesting about this is, and I'm going to beat the drum on art design again, is I've also been playing Deadlock, which Deadlock is the new Valve third-person hero shooter. It is also a MOBA, so it's very different than Concord. It's not what I expected it to be. And I'm sure the information that this was a MOBA was out there, but I just didn't know until I like actually got in. Brad got me into it. He sent me the invite, and this is an like pre-alpha build, I think. So this is not like the final version of the game by any means. But already, I have to say, there's so much more style and so much more charisma and so much more visual just clarity and visual style and distinctiveness in the art design of this pre-alpha game that, by the way, it's a third-person shooter and it's a MOBA. These are two genres that I don't necessarily prefer. I think third-person shooters are okay, but I'm definitely, like, if anybody listens to the show, they know I'm an FPS guy, like Doom, Halo, Destiny, all these things. These are my preferred kind of methods of play. MOBAs, I almost distinctly dislike. Like, I don't like Dota. I don't like League of Legends. I played League of Legends for a week in college, and I just thoroughly didn't like it. But I have to say, man, I've been thinking about Deadlock a lot, and I want to play it. Like it, and I think a large part of that is not only because they've got an interesting twist on it, being like a third-person hero shooter. It feels reasonably good to play. I actually don't think it feels as good to move through that game as it does to move through Concord. I think Concord has better like base kind of game feel, I guess, to put a broad kind of label on it. But just the style of it, it's very inviting. It's very interesting. It's unique. Like I'm looking at the different heroes and I'm like, ooh, I wonder what this guy's about. Like I want to play this guy and see what's up with this. And it really goes to show like visual design, art style is so important because I'm thinking about this game a lot and I want to play this game a lot. And I really like, I find myself being like, oh, I'm excited to play Deadlock, this game that's in a genre that I don't like. This game that is in a perspective that I find less appealing than this other game. And even though Concord is more my style of game, it is just not, I don't think about it. Like I don't want to really play. Like when I'm playing it, I have a good time, but I'm never in the mood of like, oh, I think I'm going to jump on to Concord right now. It's usually more like I should see what's going on with Concord right now. Like I wonder how it's doing. And I don't know, man. I don't know if there's like a Valve magic or what, but I do think a lot of it is attributed to just the way the game looks and the way the game feels to be in. And, you know, I don't know. Concord,
the Valve magic is money and time. You know, it's the same as Rockstar's magic.
Yeah,
and talent, of course. But like just being able to be like, we don't need this, so we can just do whatever and figure it out, you know?
Yeah, it's all essentially passion projects. It's like nothing exists for necessarily for the pursuit of money. I'm sure it does. I'm sure they want to sell, but like they don't need it. And so like anything that gets past anything that gets greenlit by Valve is something that like the developers are sure to believe in, and something that things like, oh, this is fun. We like this. Let's continue doing this. And so there's an authenticity inherent to it that I think is missing from Concord. But like I think, I don't know, man. Playing both of these games back to back is really interesting because it really hammered in this thing that I've been talking about for years, and it's just like the importance of visual design and art style it cannot be overstated. It is so important to have a game that feels good and looks good as well, and looks inviting and has interesting, you know, design language. And it's funny, I actually thought about Scorn as I was like playing both of these games, because Scorn is a really good example of like, Scorn's gameplay is remarkably dull and remarkably uninteresting. There's almost really nothing that Scorn is doing that is particularly amazing from a gameplay perspective. But the only reason that game stood out in the first place is because of that visual design, because of that kind of H.R. Geiger kind of fueled, design language. And it's true, man. Like, that game without that design language would have been received infinitely worse than it ended up being received. And it wasn't received all that well. But without that striking visual and without that like unique identifying kind of cadence and that design language, the game would have been even more panned and even more forgettable than it already was. And I don't know, man. I'm gonna be beating this art design drum for a long time, because it continues to be true. Concord just does not have style. It does not have design substance, and it's a shame, because I really think the design language of that game lets it down, because I do think it plays really well. And I guess I'm just left wondering what they're going to do, like how they're going to pivot, how they're going to save this. Because if the PC charts are any indication, this game is really uniquely dead in the water in a way that very few first-party games are ever. So, I don't know. I don't know if you have anything to say about it, or if you wanted to pick out a thread there, but...
Yeah, certainly. I actually, in the listener inquiries at the end of the show, everyone knows that we end with 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas from the audience. And I had a Concord inquiry in there because a ton of people wrote in about it. It was all of the same kind of stuff, though. So I was like, we should definitely touch on it. But I didn't know you were playing it still. So I put it in the listener inquiry. So we'll take that now, and we'll do 5 at the end of the show. So Verando Kazooie wrote in. Nice name. Says, hey, Sacred Fats. Concord. They don't have the sales to buy time to fix like No Man's Sky. Doesn't have IP to keep alive till they fix it like Battlefront 2. They are 8 years old and almost $200 million deep now. Is it even worth it to put another $2 to $5 million a month to save it? If not, does it hurt Sony's rep as the home of prestige gaming if they just kill it? Thanks. So I wanted to say a few things. And first of all, many of you wrote in about this. I appreciate all of you guys writing in. I just didn't want to like beat the drum. It's the same kind of stuff. So I picked out Brando Kazooie. The $200 million thing is a made up number. I don't know how much Concord costs, but I don't know where everyone got that number from. I went and tried to look and Googled around and search, like, where is the source of this? And there is no source. Just someone made that up. I think the number comes from that's about what it costs or cost. I mean, it's more than that now, because we know Spider-Man 3 is going to be like $350 or something, which is fucking crazy. Which is why they wanted to split it into 2, but they're not going to do that. So we're talking about a game that did cost a lot of money to make. I just don't know if it cost $200 million to make. It might have even cost more than that. I really have no idea. But I just wanted to throw out that we don't know that number. But we do know the time, because one of the main people that worked on the game said that it was 8 years in incubation and development, and he had been on for 5 or 6 of those years. What I really want to say about this is people are asking from a more PlayStation-centric point of view, like, what is this? What do you do with this? And people have been asking, Chris, is this the biggest failure in first-party history? And I'm like, yeah, I think so. I can't think of a first-party PlayStation game that was worse, that was commercially received worse than this. There are critical PlayStation games that were received worse than this. And what I mean by that is a specific first-party PlayStation published game. Because there are second-party games, and again, I'm not trying to beat up on Jaffe and Drawn to Death. He's very self-deprecating about the game himself. I actually thought it was a really cool idea. I just don't play multiplayer games. But that game bombed too. And you have first-party-ish kind of games like I brought up Kill Strain recently, which was a San Diego studio game when they tried, that was a MOBA. And that game failed too. But I think in terms of prestige, effort, money put into it, time put into it, attention, marketing, positioning, Concord has got to be the biggest first-party failure in PlayStation history. The unfortunate part about it for them, as I've said before, is that they bought into it.
Yeah.
They purchased this team. This, again, just to put a fine point on it, this game was in development long before Sony was involved. And Sony, and that's unusual. Sony usually incubates a game from the beginning. Someone will pitch them obviously on it, but it's not something you see running for years and then you're like, yeah, I want to get in on this. And the increasing nature of getting closer and closer and closer to these teams, I think reinforces, because we're going to talk about Bungie in a minute in the news, it reinforces, like, I was totally right about my observation that if Sony starts buying these teams without working with them first and kind of buys without seeing the product, they're going to get in dangerous situations where they don't know what they're doing. And this has happened with Bungie and it's happened with Firewalk. And it makes you wonder about if it will happen with Haven too. In other words, buying, having a one night stand and getting married the next day. That doesn't really make any sense.
Yeah.
And it's put them in this precarious situation. And I can't help but wonder how different this whole situation would be, not from a commercial or critical reception point of view, it would be the same, but if Sony simply didn't buy this team, how much easier it would be for them to walk away from the product, walk away from the mistake and all the rest. What I'm intrigued about now with Firewalk is, will they survive? And if they survive, in what sense will they survive? You brought up the art direction. It's a major part of a video game, right? And the art direction is horrible. And it's just bad. Everyone thinks so, or most people think so. If Firewalk survives to live another day and make another game, and maybe they should, maybe they shouldn't, high talent studio, certainly with a lot of experience on Halo and Destiny and all these other things. I mean, it's just no doubt. Overwatch, there's a lot of experience there. Mm-hmm. But you got to get rid of the art team or at least the art director and the people that greenlit that. So that's one thing that's on my mind. But the bigger thing, and it's to your point, is what do you do with the game? I was talking on Sacred Cross Duke, which was just me and the Dukes this time because of scheduling conflicts. And I was saying that there's an idea where the game is sold so softly. I would think the game is in the tens of thousands of units sold at most. Yeah. In the low tens of thousands, maybe let's say like 30,000 copies. I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there. That you could theoretically refund everyone and make the game free. And not really lose so much, but it really does sacrifice on the altar even a small amount of true believers that did buy the game and the people that do enjoy it. The only thing I can think of from a positive point of view is perhaps the churn is better on PlayStation 5 than we think. Maybe. I would imagine the PS5 player base is larger. This was not the case with Helldivers, but I was saying, Chris, on the show, and I don't know if I said it here, but I said it on Sacred Cross Duke, like, it's just anecdotal. I have a very hardcore fan base, right, of PlayStation players, but I have 2,000 friends on PSN and 75 of them pre-ordered Concord. It's pretty, because it shows you those numbers when you go and look.
Yeah.
I'm like, that's pretty substantial. I mean, that's a lot of people. Now, we're the people, like the crew of people that would buy something like this. And even if the game was doing 10 times better on PS5 than it is on PC, it's dead. And I don't know that even making it free would or will revive it. $40 is not a major barrier to entry. And one of the things, I know that other games are free and all of the rest, but I just think that people are overstating the obviousness of not charging for this game, because they just charged $40 for Helldivers, which is probably sold 15-ish million copies. So with no price drops. So they're getting mixed data where it's like, well, it didn't matter for Helldivers at all. Helldivers, of course, even more people would have played Helldivers if it was free, but nonetheless, we courted 15 million-ish people at $40 a piece. Why wouldn't we charge $40 for a multiplayer game that mattered? So I actually think the pricing thing is missing the forest for the trees. I think it's like making a product people want.
That's kind of that kind of like leads into it, right? It's like making a product people want. It kind of goes hand in hand with making a product that people don't really that people don't have access to. And when I think about Helldivers, I think about like, when was the last time that we had a game like Helldivers? Like I genuinely can't even fucking remember. Like a co-op, like a co-op game in this style. That used to be like the last time I remember that was like the original Gears trilogy with like the Horde mode and
Left 4 Dead,
and like Left 4 Dead. Yeah, like it's old. It's a really underserved market. This like kind of like cooperative, almost like physics driven, like Horde mode kind of thing. It's like, it's not a common thing. And I think there's a real hunger for that people will only realize when they got it. And there's a simplicity to it. But I think with Concord, because the competition is so steep, and people talk about like how there's a lot of hero shooters, this is really not, but the amount that there are very, very open. And it's like the barrier to entry is so low. I think there were enough people there that probably could have like read this on the tea. I think the issue really is the amount of time that was spent making this thing and not really planning ahead, because I don't think anybody necessarily anticipated Marvel Rivals or things like that to be around the corner for these around the same time, because, you know, realistically speaking, if I was recommending somebody a $40 multiplayer game and my choices were Concord and Helldivers, like, it's Helldivers 10 times out of 10 times, you know, like, because it's serving a market that is underserved, as opposed to this where, dude, you're going to get Marvel Rivals in like a couple months and that game's going to kill, not just because it has Marvel recognition, but because apparently it's pretty good. So I don't know. It is unfortunate, but I do understand how they could have gotten mixed data. But at the same time, it's like, you have to understand these games are fundamentally different in what they're offering versus what the overall market is offering. And also like what their point is. You know, PvP is just kind of, it's inherently a lot. People care a little bit more about what their PvP experience is going to be like, because nobody wants to get frustrated and lose. Nobody wants to like argue with people online. Like if people are going to open themselves up to that, it's got to be really compelling. But like a co-op game, it's just like, dude, everybody and their fucking grandmother has Left 4 Dead. Like I don't think there's a single person on this planet that doesn't have Left 4 Dead. It's crazy how proliferated that game was. And it's because it's chill, you know? So is Helldivers. It's the same kind of thing. I played Helldivers as recently as like a week ago, and it's still fun. It is just simple, fun, and enjoyable, even after all the tweaking. It's great. And I don't know, man. Concord is a really deeply misread, like a really deep misreading of the forecast. Is the environment that this thing came up in.
Well, we have an inquiry here from Robert Appleby. Said, hey, gang. I'm sure there will be many posts about Concord's paltry Steam numbers. The all-time peak never even got over 700 players, within the 24-hour peak floating around 200 now. But the real kicker is Valve's secret but not really secret hero-style shooter Deadlock has managed to get over 90,000 concurrent players, all while not even actively actually existing, only through secret betas that have allowed friends with someone with a beta to join them. I know Concord isn't stellar, but is the market really so crowded that even a good game with high-end visuals can release to literally only hundreds of players from one of the biggest publishers around? Seems like this should teach a lesson that chasing trends isn't a valid strategy anymore. Thanks for the pods. This might even go into Blue Protocol's cancellation that we were talking about earlier, but again, I just feel like this was an unforced error, not from trying, but from buying into the product to begin with. This isn't, It's a PlayStation game. I mean, let's not get it mixed up. It's a PlayStation game, but it didn't originate as a PlayStation game, and it is a sign, I think, that Sony needs to be much more careful and deliberate with the way that they approach partners and get into bed with these guys. They made the Concord failures so much more pronounced by owning the cow. And that's the thing that I just can't get away from. That's the mistake. Because it's compounded. It's not a mistake. Second party games come and go, and some of them fail and some of them aren't very good. It's been that way since the beginning of the PS1, PS2, PS3, and so on and so forth. Look at fucking Layer and shit like that. Like, right? Like sometimes you just get involved with games and you're like, what is this crap? This is shit, you know? And unfortunately for Concord, it's not that it's shit. It's just bland and no one's really interested in it. Yeah. But that is its own problem. And if you signed a second party deal with them, which they did around the time that they signed with Deviation as well, which went away. And of course, with Haven, which is working on Fairgames, and they bought Haven like they did buy Firewalk as well, which makes you wonder about that too. Although I think a wiser move in the sense that they now have a footprint in Quebec, which is a really huge place for core game development. But they compounded the issue, Chris, by buying the team and by doubling down on the game. And it's that lack of vision that makes me really worried, because because people saw this game and really had no fucking idea what they were talking about or doing. And I noted this on Sacred Cross Duke, that I look at the Jim Ryan removal on a spectrum and how I interpret it based on the new information I received over time. And it's like, you can no doubt look at this now and be like, yeah, maybe. And I was saying to Maddie, I'm like, I'm not so sure that they fired him as much as they were like, your contract's up. You can go now and retire, and we'll say nice things about you and we'll leave it there, you know? And I think that that's often the way executives leave these brands, where it's like, we just don't want you anymore. Sometimes CEOs are removed by boards and all the rest, but you look at this and you're like, damn, dude, the Bungie thing was a disaster. I still have no idea why they purchased that team. That we'll talk about that in a little while. And then Firewalk, it's like, we can move around this however we want, but you can't really avoid that was a really bad move that made Concord much more serious. And like the way it would come off is much more dire if it didn't do well. First party PlayStation games don't sell like this. First party PlayStation games don't come off like this and have this kind of reputation. And you brought these guys in and made them PlayStation before they did anything for you at all. So this was really a self-inflicted wound, and that's, I think, a big takeaway from it. They really, really didn't identify the talent properly. And I really do think the only questions now are what you do with Concord. I feel like you can't pull the plug for a while or make it free to play for a while because you betray the people that paid for it. But I was saying, I think January, you'll see this thing pop up on PS Plus. And then from there, I don't know if Firewalk survives. I feel like why? I mean, that's it sucks to be so flippant, right? Because I do think that people are taking a weird amount of joy in the failure of this game, which is strange. But do what you gotta do. I'm not here to fucking tell you what you have to do. I'm not your father. But you look at it and you're like, well, there's nothing here for us. You made us nothing, no money, and we are deeply in the hole now. Do we just get the hell out of this now and just shut this thing down? Or do we take the talent like they did with Bungie, pieces of Bungie, where they're like, we'll just kind of take you and you and you and you. They did this with Deviation. And frankly, maybe letting these guys follow the same route as Deviation would have been a wiser move. To have been like, all right, this didn't really work out. We'll take like 25% of you and the IP since we paid for it and own it. And we'll scuttle the rest of you and we'll try again internally. This is the big takeaway for me. It's not the failure of the game. Some games fail and some games don't. PlayStation was almost due for a game like this in some sense. But, and I don't want to understate it, it's bad. Not the game, again, just the situation.
Yeah, but the failure.
They made it as worse as it could be by just buying into this. Now they have this whole new problem to deal with. And I really do wonder what's going to happen to Firewalk, because if you're going to keep this team alive, you're certainly not going to keep them alive to work on this shit, are you? To support this game for the next 18 months or whatever? You have to make a decision. And I'm sure it's pretty urgent.
Yeah.
Behind the scenes, I don't know what I can't wait to see. Sony doesn't have failures like this. So in the next quarterly report, are they going to talk about how bad Concord did? Because that's usually not what you hear about. Usually is Spider-Man 2 comes out and it says 10 million copies in a week or whatever the case might be. And this is just untrodden territory, really.
Yeah, unless there is some weird thing going on here where the game is a monstrous success on PlayStation and that is not transitioning over to PC at all, which I find a little bit unlikely.
I don't think so. Even the anecdote, I mean, that is a possibility, but even the anecdotal evidence,
right? If
you go to PSN profiles, it's like, which is opt-in again, but your hardcore player base, Concord's like not even on the popular games list.
Yeah.
The popular games right now are Black Myth, Cult of the Lamb, because it was free, Lego Star Wars, because it was free, Zenless Zone Zero, Star Wars Outlaws, Ender Lilies, because it was free, Genshin Impact, Astro's Playroom, Red Dead Redemption 2, and Dead by Daylight. So,
yeah. It's not good. But yeah, I don't know what they'll do. I think the design, again, this is a failure doesn't indicate necessarily that something is inherently that something is bad. A success doesn't necessarily indicate that something is inherently good. There's plenty of things that succeed bewilderingly, and there's plenty of things that fail bewilderingly. And Concord is kind of like in that middle pocket where it plays really well. I would argue from a gameplay standpoint, it's actually pretty competent and really great. Visually, it's really bland and forgettable and boring. And I think the art is, frankly, not to probably a little mean, but I think the art team really let the game down in like a tremendous way. And so what happens to them? I don't know. I think there's good talent there, and I think you want to keep them. Maybe I don't know what you do with them necessarily. You move them to maybe marathon support because they might need it if the news is any indication. So. But yeah, I don't know. I think what you said is pretty cogent. They didn't really need to buy this, and they did anyway, and that's kind of confusing.
And Sony must have known, right? I mean, you have to put on a good face. They're not stupid. At some point, it becomes clear that this game is not going to work.
I don't know.
At some point, I think the moment where they realized it was probably when it was revealed. At that point, you can't really do anything about it, you know. But to me, I think when they saw that response, they must have known that it's like, yeah, this isn't going to happen, you know. And then you have to just ride it out. It's too late. One thing I was wondering is if would they have just been better off canceling it at some point,
maybe,
like, just for the write down, you know, on your taxes, is probably going to be more substantial than the amount of money you're going to make in revenue. So we'll keep a close eye on this. I just don't know what's going to happen with this game. I think it's pretty clear that it's not going to last. And so a matter of what happened, you need a player base more vibrant. I did see that a lot of people are having some problems even finding matches in some modes, some of the more off the beaten path modes. So a lot of people are enjoying this whole situation though, which it's cool. It's a good schadenfreude for people, which I don't blame you. But one thing I will say is that I don't like the whole, like, let's remember people worked on this. It's like, dude, people work on everything. That goes without saying. I think you should be kind and generous and balanced in your approach, but you can't constructive, right? But you can't just hold back because people work on it. It's like, people work on it. They failed.
Yeah.
They didn't do a good job. So it's cool to keep that in mind. It's cool to like temper yourself. I think a lot of people are going and have with many things go way overboard with just the celebration of this doing well and this not, and what it means. Like I should be clear, wokeism didn't kill Concord, and wokeism didn't help Black Myth Wukong. Black Myth Wukong was helped because it's good and interesting, and Concord is bland and boring. And that's why those games succeeded or didn't, period. Yeah. So let's not get ahead of ourselves with that either. Anyway, anything else to say on either of these games? Deadlock, Concord?
No. I'll probably keep playing. I am, by the way, I didn't write this down because it's kind of like a given, but like I'm still messing around with Black Myth Wukong. I'm really curious about. I feel like something's wrong with the PS5 version. I can't put my finger on it. I'm not usually this kind of conspiratorial about it, but I feel like there's like input delay on PS5 that other people are probably not experiencing on PC. And I'm like, because I swear to God, it's there. It feels like when I was playing Dishonored 2 when it came out, and there was like, there's something fucking wrong here, man. But as far as but that's all I have to say about that. But like, as far as like Concord goes, like, and Deadlock, I'll definitely keep playing both of them because I do like the way they play. Really, Concord, I'm probably going to keep playing it just out of sheer curiosity. Like, I want to see like what these, like where these vignettes go, like what they're planning with this, because I really want to see like what they saw in that aspect of the game to market the entire thing on it, because that was really the crux of the game. Really, like that was their like unique kind of spin. And there's some unique spins like in the core gameplay, but it's like really obtuse shit that like I have not actually had to effectively engage with in any real meaningful way to enjoy playing the game. So it really does hinge on this story, and it's not going anywhere right now. We're really early, so like maybe it'll pick up, but like I don't know. It's not going to pick up enough to save the game, so it's kind of irrelevant, but more of a curiosity point for me. And I'm definitely going to keep playing Deadlock for as long as I have access to it, because it's interesting. It's weird. The thing I don't like about it though is like it's a MOBA, so like games are like 40 to 50 minutes a pop, which I forgot until I got into my first round. And I was like, oh yeah, I'm going to be here like for a minute. But which I'm not really that into. I prefer like maybe like 10 to 15 minute multiplayer games, if anything. Helldivers is different, I guess, because it's like cooperative and you're talking with people, but like, I don't know. Not much else to say. We'll see we'll see how this shakes up. I'm really I'm going to be watching Concord like a hawk. I'm so curious.
Okay, we're back. We just took a break. I took such a fat piss. It felt so great.
A hefty one.
A hefty piss. All right. Let's get into the news. I have 6 items I wrote out this week. We can move them somewhat quickly, but want to give a little bit of an appreciation and shout out to some of these things. So let's begin here. Number 1. Devastating new reporting from publication Bloomberg indicates that Sony-owned studio Bungie has recently had to deal with a harrowing personnel issue at the top of its ranks. And not surprisingly, this has gone on to have serious ramifications for Marathon, Bungie's upcoming multi-platform extraction shooter that may not even launch next year. The Bloomberg article revolves around Chris Barrett, often credited as Christopher Barrett, a longtime Bungie employee going all the way back to the 90s, predating even the original Halo. According to Bloomberg, he, quote, was fired this spring after he was accused by several female employees of inappropriate behavior, end quote. Upon his firing, he was the director of Bungie's obviously troubled Marathon production. The article continues in part, quote, behind the scenes, Barrett was terminated following an internal investigation in which at least 8 female employees raised complaints earlier this year that he had behaved inappropriately towards them. Ellipsis. The investigation found that Barrett called lower-level female employees attractive, asked them to play Truth or Dare, and made references to his wealth and power within the studio, end quote. Barrett was asked for a statement by Bloomberg, which he provided. It says, quote, I feel that I have always conducted myself with integrity and have been respectful and supportive of my colleagues, many of whom I consider my closest friends. I never understood my communications to be unwanted, and I would never have thought they could possibly have made anyone feel uncomfortable. If anyone ever felt that way about their interaction with me, I am truly sorry, end quote. Bloomberg goes on to further describe some allegations, quote, stories shared with Bloomberg News from the women involved or those who are familiar with the case are all followed similar patterns. Barrett would befriend women at the studio in various departments and send them a barrage of text messages that blurred the lines between professional and personal. In interviews, multiple women who reported to Barrett said that the advances were unwanted and that they felt uncomfortable because Barrett was significantly more powerful than they were at the company. Texts reviewed by Bloomberg News included flirtatious messages from Barrett and requests to hang out with the women involved, end quote. Barrett's first game with Bungie was as an artist on the Mac RTS Myth 2, which first launched in 1998. He went on to do art for 2001's seminal Halo Combat Evolved before rising to lead environment artist for 2004's Halo 2. From there, he cruised through the rest of the Bungie Halo projects as an artist before ultimately rising to art director for 2014's Destiny, and then as a game director on its 2017 sequel. It's unclear for how long he was directing Marathon, but as a Bungie employee since before the Microsoft acquisition and then through the Activision years and into the Sony buyout, there is little doubt that Christopher Barrett made an enormous amount of money during his tenure at the studio, so he'll be fine.
Yeah.
The question is, what's going on here? So do you know this guy, this name, this person popping around?
Yeah, he was, I'm familiar with this guy. Like I think I've brought him up specifically, like by name in previous discussions about Bungie. He was I remember him being pretty prominent in certain Vidocs, which are these like video documentaries about like certain behind the scenes development of various games at the studio. So he's definitely somebody I'm familiar with. I'm familiar with his work. There's no question about it. This guy's a really good designer. This guy's really good. He's where he is for a reason. This is mega unfortunate. I'm glad this isn't like an Epstein type thing. Like this, when I saw this, my heart sank because I was like, oh no. And it's not ideal. This is not good. It's definitely like something that you don't necessarily want at the studio. But like, I really did breathe a bit of a sigh of relief that it was just like cringe-inducing Truth or Dare, you know. But yeah, I mean, this is a big loss for Bungie, no doubt. Or at least as far as like my understanding of the studio goes, based on just sheer tenure and based on, you know, the output of this guy specifically. I'm sure there's plenty of other designers at Bungie that have really storied, you know, histories and resumes that I'm just not super familiar with. But this guy is a grizzled ancient, as they say at the studio. So like big loss. Although he was pulled off of Marathon a while back. So I don't know if this necessarily, I don't know what this means for Marathon. I don't know if maybe this is one of the reasons why he was pulled away. I kind of doubt it. But yeah, not good.
Wait, you're saying he was pulled off a Marathon before the spring when he was fired?
As far as hold on, let me fact check this because I remember this was the case because he was replaced, I think, with a Valorant. He might have been fired and then replaced, but like as far as I know, him being replaced on Marathon or him having a lesser impact on Marathon is older news at this point. Because I knew this like way before today. Let me just look that up and you can.
Yeah, to me, it's always weird when you hear these kinds of things. It's like, what really happened and what was the intention? If this dude is really beginning to utilize was utilizing his power and wealth and all that, because that's why I threw in there. He is no doubt very rich because he was there for the Microsoft buyout when they went free again. The Activision kind of liaison, and then with Sony. So this guy is deeply tens of millions of dollars, I would assume, rich. And so that's like a level of power having over people at a business when you have enough, like, fuck you, that's fuck you money. And that is a dangerous position to be in if you're not mature and you don't know how to control yourself and you don't know how to handle yourself and all those kinds of things.
Yeah.
But then maybe some people are just awkward and weird. You never really know, you know, like I let me put it this way. I know a couple people specifically at various places that have been accused of not like sexual assault or anything like that, but, you know, similar things. Like I'm talking inappropriately. I don't understand the situation. I misread this relationship or whatever. And I know full fucking well that those people didn't do anything wrong. Like it was just like a misreading of norms or a person's feeling or just awkwardness and all. And there was no ill intent. I know for a fact, I think I can think of two people specifically where I'm like, I just know that these people didn't do the implied nature of what they did. I'm sure they did what they said they were done. An awkward conversation, inappropriate text message, whatever. But what was the intention is different. You can only know that one way or the other if you feel like you know the person or know the culture. And I know neither the person nor the culture. So it's impossible to know what the nature of it is. It's like truth or dare. It's like, what is this?
That's
kind of the, yeah, go ahead.
That's the thing that kind of, if it was everything else but the truth or dare, I'd be like, come on. But like, that's bizarre, like to me, where it's just like, okay, yeah, I don't know if he's like I wouldn't consider this guy like a monster or anything, but it is bizarre. And he could just be like just an awkward dude. I don't necessarily, I don't know the guy from a hole in the wall. I'm inclined to respect the talent that he obviously has. But I know what you're saying, and I agree too as well. I've seen that happen, but I've also seen the opposite. I've seen people be like fucking wild.
Sure.
And so it really is a toss up for me, like as far as like how how this is interpreted. The truth of dare is mega weird, but this isn't like Cosby level crazy shit. So I don't know. My inclination is I like the guy's work. I don't think he's like a demon, but this is a big deal for Bungie. At least as far as like their talent roster goes.
It's interesting because the thing that I drew away from this too, Chris, was the two people I'm talking about from the past are each of them had a problem with one person, right? Where it's like, and that's where you can be like, okay, so it's like crossed wire. And I'm not saying the same person, I'm saying each of them one person. And you could see like the crossed wires, awkwardness, unrequited shit, whatever. I don't know like the nature of it, but it's like, okay, I don't think there's ill intent here. The one thing I I brought away from Christopher Barrett is 8 people.
Yeah,
that's a little different. I mean, 8 people is a little different. That does suggest something more than a misunderstanding. The volume of it is, in other words, is important. If it was him and one person, and I love what you said too about if you got rid of the truth or dare part, so that just wasn't there, and everything else was just like some text messages and kind of blurring the lines between personal and professional and all that kind of stuff. I'm like,
yeah, because
that's a little different. Again, I really feel it's taboo to say it, but this stuff does happen, in my opinion, on a spectrum. It's like if you put your hands on someone, 100%. That's like a whole nother part of the spectrum. Everything like leads up to that, words, then actions, right? Like all of it needs to be. So I'm just talking about it from that perspective, which is not a perspective people really bring up very often. I understand why not. It all kind of sucks, but yeah, it is a spectrum.
There are absolutely complicated dynamics, especially like it just because I've worked with people that like I've become friends with, and then it's like if you the text messages obviously are not at some point don't get professional. And by the way, I'm not talking about like necessarily women, just the other guys that I would work with. We'd be like, oh, we work together, we don't know each other, and then we spend enough time with each other. It's like, oh, we're kind of friendly. It's like, okay, these things happen, and then like if they happen with the opposing sex, there's obviously like there's decorum to be followed that way, and a lot of people are awkward, and a lot of people are like poorly socialized, and they don't really like know how to handle that stuff. Like there's a lot of innocence that could be inferred in these things, but I really do think the truth or dare stuff is the stuff that puts it over the line, and not even necessarily in the line of like a demon that needs to be fucking removed from public life, but it's in the territory of like, it's probably not the most savory thing to be doing, especially as somebody with as somebody like Christopher Barrett, who's clearly a very powerful figure at the studio, like just obviously, like that guy's been there since fucking forever ago. So you do have to keep in mind as somebody like that, like when you're interacting with lower level people, that there's kind of inherently a dynamic there, like not even just with women, but just like with other guys, you know what I mean? Like just other people at the studio. It's like, I feel like I would be like so hyper aware of the fact that like, I don't know, are people like really, are people at the studio my friends, or are they just kind of like, you know, schmoozing, you know, like I feel like I would almost be like in some ways more isolationist if I was that high up at the studio, where I would really only interact with people that have been there for a long time. And I would actually keep my interaction with people who like are probably like a lot newer, a lot more like lower level, significantly a lot more brief, you know, just from like a paranoia angle, which is not healthy either, I guess. But that's how I would feel about it. So it's, I don't know. It's all sorts of, we can only really project how we would act in these situations, I guess. And we don't know anybody individually here. So it's kind of,
again, it's all speculation. Yeah. I think, you know, in my time in the corporate space in the games industry, it's like, it was pretty inappropriate, but I think tempered. Like that was what was so interesting about the stuff that came out from IGN after I left, about a couple of people there getting in trouble for this, that, or the other thing. I don't really know the details completely. And we talked about it with Vince and Janito, one of those things on Sacred Symbols a long time ago, who I love. I love Vince. And it's like, that's so interesting because I'm sure that kind of stuff happens, but the IGN I knew too was an IGN where people were dating internally, having sex internally, doing drugs, going to parties, getting drunk, being mega inappropriate all around the world. And I have some funny ass stories about that kind of stuff. Nothing that's like horrible, nothing that no one got hurt or anything, but it's like, that's what's so funny about it, is that was the culture I knew, where it's like, yeah, this dude is fucking that person. This girl from sales is fucking that guy on the video team. This dude did find his wife here, and these guys do go on dates and are friends with benefits and all these kind, whatever is going on. And that's the complaint. That's why they say you don't shit where you eat.
Yeah.
You know?
But it's a common thing.
It is. It's like when you work at a place like IGN where everyone works like 60 or 70 hours a week, basically, and you're just always together. And then you're traveling around the world and you're doing all these kinds of things and just seeing each other. That's just how you meet people.
Right.
You know? So it's almost, you see this anecdotal stuff sometimes too, like, which is like the rubber band effect of it, where like some modern women say like guys just don't talk to them at all. And there's like this one anecdote I read where this woman works on a team with like a dozen guys, and she, you know, and they basically just don't even talk to her because, and she's like not one of the team, basically, because they're kind of like, people are afraid of even being normal around each other anymore, you know? So it just sucks that the stuff all gets, it sucks that we ignore the spectrum, in other words, is what I'm saying. Yeah. And that like, we ignore the realities of the workplace. We don't want it to be like Mad Men, you know?
Right. Right. Yeah.
Like, but we also don't want it to be like some buttoned up, boring place. Like why would it necessarily be bad to find your wife at your workplace or your husband at your workplace? Why would it necessarily be bad to go on a date with someone or something like that? Or have a flirtation? And I hope that those things are like remain alive, because in this ever connected world, that's probably the only place a lot of people ever interact with people.
Yeah, you know? It's probably the most healthy and organic way to do it too. Like I don't know, like I say that from a perspective of somebody like who really is opposed to. I just don't like dating apps, and just like the presentation of what that like does to meaningful. I will always prefer like meeting people organically and like through friends and through, you know, employment or whatever. Like I really don't think there's anything inherently wrong with that. But oh, by the way, you mentioned IGN. I wanted to bring up the fact that like I looked it up. So Bungie, this is an article from IGN from March 21st of this year. Bungie replaces Marathon director amid leadership shakeup. So former Valorant director Joe Ziegler replaced him in as early as, well, definitely before this article. But at least in March, he was already kind of off.
That might line up though, because they say that the firing happened in the spring.
Yeah.
So I guess it might be one and the same, and they just kind of kept it tight. Yeah. People probably got paid out, and God, it probably sucks for him because he probably is in infringement of his contract and will not get the full vesting of his money, which would have been substantial at that level. I mean, really substantial, tens of millions of dollars. So,
damn, yeah, rough.
It's funny, man, that the people don't, I think, realize there are a lot of working class, middle class, blue collar-esque people in the games industry, people that don't make a lot of money, but don't get it twisted. There are people in the games industry that make a shit ton of money, like athlete level money, and that's good stuff. I like that. We were talking about that recently with Valve about how they have so much revenue and so few employees. Like some data came out where it was a suggestion that the mean income at Valve is 7 figures, which is
that's awesome,
insane. But they can afford it because they only have X amount of employees. They make all this money. They don't really do anything.
Well, they're
That's what we were talking about earlier with their games, where the games are not, the games are just nice icing. It's like, yeah, okay, take $50 million and try to make something and see what happens. You know?
Yeah, because I mean, they're not public, so
right. No one knows for sure. No one knows for sure how much money they make. I mean, that's the thing that's often underlooked too. Is like there is great connectivity to Steam, where you can kind of like, that's how we know player numbers, where you can kind of gleam things out of their back end. They're a lot more exposed than the PSN is and stuff like that. So people do have pretty good numbers. The craziest thing is that PlayStation apparently makes about 2.5 times more money per year than Steam. And people will say, like, again, the hardware is the differentiator. And I'm like, no, it's not. It's just the reach of the hardware. The software is what they make money on.
I think it's reach and subscription services, because there's no subscription service for Valve. You know, there's no Steam, there's no Steam Plus, there's no like Xbox Live. It's just, we sell you your games and that's it, you know? So that definitely limits their overall amount of, you know, what they can make compared to like somebody like PlayStation or even Microsoft with their various subscription services. I think that's where a lot of the money comes in, genuinely, like from like just like rollover from month to month. It's probably huge. In addition to those players like buying games on the console. So like that's, you know, but no, they're doing pretty fucking well. You know? Yeah,
Valve's an amazing company, and Steam is an amazing product, and it's impressive for so many different reasons. But what I'm really impressed about with them the most is that they really leaned into PC gaming at a time when, you'll remember that the old joke was PC gaming is dead. I mean, 15 years ago, it's like no one gives a fuck about PC gaming. You know, we would say that at IGN all the time. The PC gaming, IGN PC was like the least read part of the site. Had some of the greatest editors, because I love some of the people that wrote there. My old friend Dan Adams and Charles Aniette, who is a wonderful friend of mine who works at Apple now, along with fucking half of IGN. It's so funny, when Matt Casamassina, who used to run IGN Nintendo, went to Apple, they just ended up just taking everyone. It's like anyone they wanted. It's just like there's so many. We would call it IGN South, because there's like just so many people there now. Still to this day, good friend of mine, Sin, still there. Okay, let's get this inquiry in here from Daniel Calais, who says, "Howdy, dudes. What a bungle of an acquisition Bungie has been. They, Bungie, have been passed from publisher to publisher more than a doobie in a didgeridoo circle at a Fish concert. Seems like someone should have seen the writing on the wall there. Now, there's no denying the team there has massive talent, especially the art department, but the leadership is abysmal. At this juncture, especially considering the recent news of workplace misconduct, what can Sony do to bounce back? Can they salvage this clearly reactionary purchase, or should they cut their losses before they invest any more into a bad egg? Thanks, and once again, Colin was right." I said a long time. I mean, I was on this from pretty much the beginning that this was not going to work out very well and that this didn't make a whole lot of sense, but I didn't think it was going to be like this. Mm-hmm. I thought that they would make some money and like just be a distraction, and who cares, you know, really? But it's become so much worse than that. Very similar to Concord. Concord's an opportunity cost. We don't know the nature. We can't quantify the opportunity cost, but we know it. The money opportunity costs, the production opportunity cost, talent. The acquisition of Bungie is a massive opportunity cost for a company the size of Sony that doesn't throw around billions of dollars like that often. And they should have. It is reactionary purchase. We've called it that. And that's a great way to put it. It's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
And I said, long before any of the shit about Marathon came out, where I'm like, Sony should really look into unwinding from this if they can. Like, how can you get out of this thing and admit your mistake? There's this thing in sports. in creating your roster, like in football, where it's called dead money. Do you know that term at all?
Not specific. I'm sure I've heard it before, but if it's a specific concept, then not necessarily.
What you basically do is you have a player for 5 years, let's say, and in the second year you realize this guy kind of fucking sucks, but we owe him 5 years worth of money. We owe him $100 million, whatever, and we owe him $20 million a year. At the end of the year, we're going to cut him. That will be $40 million into the contract. We'll have $60 million left. We have to show the $60 million on our books, and we have to pay the amount of money. But this guy's going, and that's called dead money. Like you pay the fee. You basically are just paying for this person not to play for you. You're paying to like get through the term of the deal, to get out the other end, because you know you're in a bad situation. It's owning up to the mistake instead of just being like, well, we owe this guy money anyway. We might as well just keep playing with him. It's like, no, the guy sucks. Get him out of here. We'll just take the dead money hit on our cap. And I look at this in a similar way where I'm like, I just feel like the longer you hold this asset, the worse this is going to go for you, because there are a few important things to keep in mind with Bungie. It's not just the price of entry, which was an extraordinary amount of money for Sony to spend. They're not Microsoft. They're not Apple or Oracle or any of these massive companies. They don't make acquisitions like this. It's like, you look at this, it's the money spent, but also the money for upkeep, the amount of money they've already dumped into the company. Bungie's running in the red, which means, yes, we paid $3.2 billion or whatever for it, plus we're keeping it alive. So that's just more money coming out, paying everyone's salaries. They already are treating the company like they are going to get away from it by taking a bunch of its talent. Yeah. I don't, by the way, personally believe that they are going to unwind from the deal. I don't think they probably realize to do so would cost them probably a couple of $1 billion. And this is what I was talking about the dead money. It's like, just eat it, dude, and just get it over with. Because I feel like you might even lose more if you keep going down this path with them. Maybe you can find some investment firm or another publisher to come in and take it for half what you paid. And you can kind of keep a stake of Destiny and a stake of all the IP or whatever, have some sort of deal. I don't know. But I just wonder about that sometimes. I don't think they're going to do that, but I think about that. And that's where the dead money reference comes from. But what I think they're ultimately going to end up doing is just putting more and more money into this company. And again, Chris, the big thing about Bungie, in my opinion, is just they wanted the expertise. Right. And it's not there anymore. You've laid a bunch of people off, probably some people that don't belong there and you don't need, but you've already ingested a bunch of them now into SIE. And you're now running the company at a board level, basically. So you're running the operation. Like, you're telling them what to do. It doesn't even really make any sense. They were supposed to come in and help guide your hand. This whole games as a service thing, I don't think is a boondoggle because of Bungie, nor do I think it's a boondoggle because of Concord. I think it's because they really aren't relying on the proper mechanisms to get games like this off the ground, which are probably, unfortunately, more opportunity costs of making sacrifices within the first party to let a couple of these teams make a multiplayer game. Because at least they would have had more buy-in, maybe more access and cachet with IP and all the rest. It's just not going right. It's not that, again, it reminds me a lot of what I say about Game Pass. It's not that it's a bad bet. It's that you're not managing this right. And it's the same thing here. It's just you're not, dude. People are saying, like, I hope this teaches them a deal. No one wants more multiplayer games. It's like, dude, when you look at a game like fucking Genshin Impact or Fortnite or Apex Legends or whatever, you have to be delusional to think that people don't want those kinds of games. You need to find a way to wedge your way in. And Concord isn't going to do the trick. And by the way, neither is Marathon probably. And this makes you wonder, did like Jim Ryan go to a drunken dinner and be like, yeah, we'll just buy these guys. We're not going to do any discovery. We're not going to look into their fucking finances. We're not going to study. Was someone else sniffing around? The best thing that could have happened to them was for someone else to have bought this company. And to have lost out. And as far as acquisitions are concerned, we're better. I mean, especially for that amount of money, you could have made a better acquisition.
Yeah, I think. Oh my God, you said something that like reminded me of something else that I really wanted to. I'd lost it. Maybe it'll come back to me. But I think the way that the Bungie deal's not going well at all. I think that much is pretty clear. Whether or not this is like there is a philosophy, or you could look at it in a way. It's like maybe this is like some kind of a acclimation or like growing pains, where like they're just kind of going through this weird kind of situation where they're trying to fit into this structure that doesn't really quite suit them. I think it would be a mistake to unwind from Bungie entirely. I still like firmly kind of believe that the talent there, that even you get rid of Christopher Barrett, you get rid of these other people, like you lose a lot of people. There's just no question that like the people who make games there are just really good. And it's worth keeping that talent in some way. I know they've absorbed a lot into that weird kind of offshoot studio that we don't really know much about. I don't even think it has a proper name yet. That's smart. But yeah, I do think it's weird for them to be like, okay, we're going to absorb this company, or we're going to buy this company for their expertise in live service, and then immediately kind of like unravel that entire live service. Like that's really their fault, for like going on this trajectory of like, we want this live service, or we want to invest heavily in live service. And then it's like, actually, never mind. But now we have this thing that we bought specifically for this. Like, can we benefit from the talent there? As far as like, we don't have a lot of shooter talent. Like maybe we can leverage, like maybe, yeah, I think there's like reason to believe that like in a number of years, this will make sense, or this will work for them. I think Marathon's going to be this like massive success. I don't think I don't know. I don't think it's going to be like Fortnite. You know what I mean? Like I don't think it's going to be that game that they desperately want. Will it be good? Absolutely. Will it be well received? I think so. It's not going to be a failure like Concord, I can tell you that much. But yeah, this idea that like they shouldn't do multiplayer games because people don't want them, because like, oh, Black Myth Wukong is doing so well. Like, oh, doesn't that send a message that like people want single player games? Like, yes, people want single player games for sure. But you're never going to convince people. You're never going to convince executives, especially. And by the way, I'm not saying that they're wrong to feel this way, that it's better to make single player games than try with multiplayer games, because a single player game can only make a finite amount of money. There's a finite cap on what you can make based on how many people are at play in the industry, based on how many people consume media. There's a finite cap to how much you can make off of a game like Black Myth Wukong, just in general. But with a game like Fortnite, there is no limit. They will continue to make money, more money than there is money. Like it's crazy. Like the amount of money that Fortnite makes is outstanding, and that's really what they're chasing. That's what they're looking for. They're looking for something that makes more, like inconceivably more than is being put in, and that doesn't have a finite cap. And there's room for games with a finite cap. There's room for The Last of Us. There's room for God of War. Obviously, I don't think they're ever going to really shy away from that completely, but like they're really looking for that wild win. And sometimes that's unpredictable. I don't think anybody predicted Helldivers to be as big as it was. But even that's not that exact kind of thing that they're looking for. It's worth supporting and worth nurturing for sure. And fuck, dude, a Helldivers 3 would go crazy. Like in a couple of years. Are you kidding? Dude, it'd be incredible. But yeah, I don't like the argument of like, oh, Black Myth Wukong's doing well, so therefore, we should only do single player games. It's like, no, there's reasons why they're chasing these things.
Yeah, it's well said about the ceiling being basically infinite. And I would just remind people that a first party hitting on a console manufacturer hitting on one of these games would be especially valuable because they can keep all the money, at least on their platform. It would be crazy. And this is why you have to understand, this is why Epic is pushing their game store so much, and their accessibility on iPhone and all the rest, is because you actually need to start finding your margins and getting people to buy things off platform. Or I guess I should say stop buying things off platform and buy them on platform in that case. Yeah. So I don't begrudge anyone these investments at all. I just think they need to be smarter. They need to be executed way quicker. And I don't know. There's a lot wrong with Concord specifically, but Bungie, I think, is just a whole different problem, because that's an even more serious thing. There's no denying that the Sony first party, especially because it's so silent right now, looks not great. Now that's gonna change. Yeah. Like the second you see a Naughty Dog logo pop up in front of a new trailer, or when the Sucker Punch logo pops up before Ghost of Tsushima 2 or whatever it's called, Ghost of whatever. or the next Horizon and so on and so forth. We'll forget this quickly, but it seems from a first party perspective somewhat sad right now. And I lament the opportunity cost of the Bungie acquisition in a great way, because I just feel like that money could have been deployed in so many ways that would have been so much smarter. And that includes, Chris, this fantasy I have of Naughty Dog spinning off a team to work on The Last of Us Online. You know, let's take, all right, so 3 point whatever billion dollars. Let's take $100 million of it. We already have The Last of Us Online built. You guys now will take this money and support it. And that's your job. And we can take $250 million and greenlight a new game from a new studio. And we can take $100 million and get a new Twisted Metal project off the ground. And it's just like, you could just think about, and of course, deploying money is not that easy. You need to find the talent, the team, the right project, the right pitch, the right leadership. It's very challenging, but I don't know, man. It's a bummer because I think this has been a great year for games and a great year on PlayStation.
Yeah.
But has it been a great year for PlayStation? These might be different, in fact, different questions, you know? And will they bounce back when we see the Pro and we get Death Stranding 2 eventually, and we get Wolverine and we get Venom and Uncharted? And I mean, I think things are going to be fine, better than fine. But there is a malaise right now, no doubt, amongst some people. And I certainly think the core PlayStation identifiers are lacking. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth was awesome. Helldivers 2, obviously second party, great. Rise of the Ronin, people loved it. I loved Stellar Blade. We got The Last of Us Part 2 ported over. We have Silent Hill coming up and Astrobot and a few other things. So it's a Horizon. Lego Horizon. So excuse me. So I don't know. There is a disconnect. I get it. I feel it. I know. It feels like all the things that truly matter for Sony are going okay. Making money, margins increasing, console selling, games in the pipeline, but the optics and the excitement seem to be lacking. And that disconnect exists and has existed for a while, I think suggests that actually the disconnect might not even really matter. And that's which is again why I suggest that PlayStation is entering what they would like to think, I think, for themselves as an Apple-like space, where it's much more about brand loyalty. Sony has fierce brand loyalty. I think that's understated in a lot of different ways. I think people look at, PlayStation was the beneficiary of a failing Xbox brand and kind of a floundering Nintendo. And it's like, no, like they built something that matters to people. Like PlayStation is actually a brand that really, really matters. It's how you manage it in and of itself, not in comparison to others, but what it can do on its own that I think really matters. And right now, I think it's a bit of a mystery what the vision is. And I really want to see it come together. It takes time, but it is true, to people's credit. I think I do think this generation has been much stronger than people give it credit for, but to people's credit, the identifiers are lacking. That's true. I mean, you just look at the releases and you can see that. I think that's the nature of games today, how much they cost to make, how long it takes, expectations. That's all changing too. We're never going to have another year like 2012 or something, or 2011, where like there's like 7 fucking PlayStation games in 6 months or something. Those days are gone. But anyway, what did you want to say?
Oh my God, I don't remember.
I thought you were cutting it. That's why I asked.
I was, but I totally forgot it. My mind's running like really fast today. I don't know what the hell's going on.
All right, well, let's move on. I'm sick of talking about Bungie. I wish they never bought them, and then we would never have to talk about them, except for when they had a game release. No offense to them, because I know you love them, but they are an anchor right now in some sense. My only hope is that, like you say, in the long term, with talent distribution, with the ultimate products they get, things work out. But I would suggest that I don't want to say no. There's a very little chance, very, very little chance that Bungie ever makes that money back. They might become a profitable entity within Sony.
Right, yeah.
But $3.5 billion worth of profit? I don't know about that. That's going to have to be like a Destiny level product. And I don't know if they're going to do that again. I hope they do. They do have a lot of loyalty. And one thing I did notice, Newzoo releases, I didn't use this data, but I was reading it. Newzoo is like a data tracking firm, and they do release this kind of agnostic console focus, but but everyone, like the interactivity of games and like which games are bigger across the ecosystems. And Destiny 2 remains like huge compared to almost everything else. So I think we might overstate it a little bit too.
Well, I mean, I think all of it is fair. I think, it's, I mean, even just like when you're talking about all the stuff that came out on PlayStation this year, it's like, dude, Final Shape did really fucking well, and it was great. So, it's hilarious, the contrast between like how well people received that game and how well it was versus like the turmoil at the studio. It's kind of, I don't know. It seems to be that way. Everything's multifaceted.
Let's move on. We can move a little quicker now if we want. Number 2. We spent an inordinate amount of time on this podcast talking about PlayStation's international development endeavors, including the China Hero Project, Sony's investments into Africa with the company Carry First, and the more recent India Hero Project, which was very recently announced. But Sony has even more to say because it's revealed the so-called MENA Hero Project, with MENA an acronym standing for Middle East, North Africa, or MENA. As noted in a press release, quote, the Hero Project incubator programs aim to identify promising local developers and support them in bringing compelling gaming experiences to global gaming communities, ellipsis. As part of our evolving journey to ensure that PlayStation remains the best place to play, we've committed to developing regional incubator programs capable of identifying new and diverse developers worldwide, end quote. As such, the MENA Hero Project will look for games from the following countries in order to help fund them, realize them, and bring them to PlayStation hardware: Saudi Arabia, UAE, Bahrain, Iraq, Kuwait, Oman, Qatar, Jordan, Egypt, Morocco, and Tunisia. Quote, through mentorship, training, and project-based investment, SIE strives to lower the barrier to entry and showcase the most incredible talents emerging from this region. We're pleased to announce this new initiative and our call for submissions, end quote. Listeners who are interested in investigating the submission process should Google MENA Hero Project to find the appropriate application. I started clicking through it, but I didn't want to fill it out, obviously.
Yeah.
As we reported many times, the years-old China Hero Project is ongoing and has already netted games like Metroidvania Fist, Forge and Shadow Torch, and horror title In Nightmare, with a slate of upcoming games, including action RPG Lost Soul Aside, third-person shooter Convaleria, and the imminently releasing stealth game Evo Tinction coming to PS5 and PS4 in the years to come. And the India Hero Project has already identified and begun funding 5 games in that territory too, including racing game Meteora, 2D action game Requital, Gates of Blood, and walking simulator Mukti. What may come out of this new endeavor remains to be seen, but chances are we will learn more in 2025. So not too much to say here, but I like talking about this just to put it on people's radar. I don't feel like sites even report this shit. I usually find this when I look at Sony's PR wire. I'm a little confused why more people don't talk about it. This is a great advantage that Sony has over its competitors is its international investment in content. And nothing has really super popped out of China Hero Project yet. I think Lost Soul Aside is maybe going to be one of those games, but Sony will just benefit from having these relationships that even should the games do ultimately go multi-platform, which is fine. This is very similar to the pub fund that Sony had during the PS3, PSP, and Vita era into the PS4 era, where they would lend money to companies for their development. And once the money was paid back after a certain term of time as well, the game can go multi-platform. So you were basically paying, I don't want to say interest-free loans, but the interest was really that Sony would get your product as a timed exclusive. And they're doing the same thing here, but internationally with larger, I would say A to AA games. And this is exciting stuff. So I'm interested to see what comes out of China, yes, and out of India and Africa. We've talked about all of that. But now we get to see a little bit of what comes out of this North Africa and Middle East region. What does a console game from Tunisia look like? Or Jordan? I don't know. We'll see. So shout out to Sony for doing this. I think this is a really nice, probably fairly cheap thing to do in these emerging markets. You imagine they're spending tens of millions of dollars at the most on these projects, and I mean the whole projects, like the India Hero Project, the China Hero Project, not the individual dev projects.
Right.
So I think this is a really cool way to manage that, get those internet. They just need to find 1 or 2 of these fucking phenomenal studios in each of these territories, and they're off to the races. Good shit. Plus, a lot of people are buying these consoles in these locations now. This is the area for growth. India, China, Middle East, Africa. Those are the places. So good on. Do you have anything you want to say on this before we move on?
No, I think it's wise. I think it's wise to be in emerging markets in the way that they are. I think it kind of puts them in a position where, like, when people in those emerging markets think of video games, they think of PlayStation first. I think it's wise.
Definitely. And I personally feel like this is a little bit of a weird example, but I often bring up Sega in Brazil, how the Master System and the Genesis were fucking huge there and remain pretty big there in terms of like, that's like their NES and like their memories and all of that. And Sega invested in that location, you know? And I think a lot of it also had to do with maybe domestic production because of the crazy import tariffs that they have in Brazil, but that's a whole nother thing entirely. I just always love thinking about that. If you ever meet someone from Brazil specifically and ask them about video games that are our age, there's almost certain that they're Sega people, which is pretty cool. All right. Number 3, I wanted to go into this. This is a random story that I'm so interested in that I followed up on it with the people involved because I want to talk more about it. Number 3. In an interesting piece of labor-related news, it appears that French studio Spiders, best known for its 2019 RPG Greedfall, is threatening its parent company, publisher Nacon, with a strike. This is a fairly unprecedented move in core game development and worth reporting on further, so here's the rub. A French workers syndicate called STJV has volunteered to host documentation on behalf of workers at Spiders that outline their grievances. The website reports that Spiders is currently 95 people strong, and 43 of them have signed on to the letter at the time we're recording, meaning that it represents the viewpoints of fewer than half of the workers. Nonetheless, the workers' letter notes in part that since a brief strike earlier this year that went unreported regarding work from home negotiations, quote, new negotiations have begun on wages and conditions in the studio have continued to deteriorate. Today is with great regret that we speak out publicly and the hope that we will finally push management to act in the best interest of employees and the company, end quote. The letter then outlines 11 grievances the writers and signers have with Spiders. These grievances include, quote unquote, growing instability, a complete opposition to anticipating problems and securing working conditions, global mismanagement, growing turnover and recruitment problems, and so on. It's a 20-page read, complete with a snazzy layout, custom art, and more. And as the team is natively French, it's been seemingly translated to great effect. Upon reading the document deeper, you learn where the despair really lies, with not being able to work from home, with wages that are, quote, lower on average than the rest of the French video game industry, end quote, a lack of anticipation of seemingly obvious issues, including the ridiculous level of disruption brought to the Paris area by the Summer Olympics and its impacts on working at the studio, a lack of life-work balance, a lack of transparency following publisher Nacon's 2009 purchase of Spiders, and so on. And the development of Greedfall 2, The Dying World, intended for PlayStation 5 on September 24th, seems to have experienced a seriously troubled dev cycle. The document says in part, quote, the production is underwater, accumulating burnouts and other psychosocial risk factors, and the workers fear they won't be able to be proud of their work when the game is released. Many people have left Spiders during the production, and others have no intention of staying after the game's release. The production is marked by known and recurring production pipeline problems, notably inherited from previous productions without ever having been called into question since they were first reported. A work overload aggravated by the early access release, which was not originally planned. Communication and coordination problems regarding the game's creative direction, which led to many unplanned and unbudgeted changes. Turnover, knowledge sharing, and loss of skill problems, with a number of senior staff having left the company recently. A lack of consideration for the work accomplished, and a widespread feeling of losing motivation, disengaging from the project and working for nothing, end quote. As such, these workers are calling for a week-long strike as opposed to their more private day-long one earlier this year to begin September 2nd. They will also picket the office in France. Spiders, founded in 2008, was once known for budget downloadable games on PlayStation Network during the PS3 era, all published under the watchful eye of French publisher Focus Home Interactive, now known as Focus Entertainment. Spiders became more prominent in the PS4 era with a slate of Western-style RPGs, including 2014's Bound by Flame and 2016's Technomancer, culminating with the aforementioned 2019 release of Greedfall. At this point, Focus Home rival fellow French publisher Nacon swung in and bought the team and its IP outright, releasing the Soulsborne-style game Steel Rising in 2022. All right, so since this happened, Spiders management has released a short statement, which Insider Gaming has acquired. And it says, quote, the Union of Video Game Workers has publicly relayed allegations concerning the working environment at Spiders. The false and even defamatory accusations made by the STJV in no way reflect the reality of the day-to-day working life of the company's employees and are an attack on the reputation of the studio, whose teams are fully mobilized to produce quality games and enthusiastically ensure the early access release of Greedfall 2. Spiders management is committed to open and constructive social dialogue. After unsuccessful attempts over the last few days to meet with a delegation of employees, they have proposed a meeting again by the end of the week. Spiders employees are the heart of the studio, and we are determined to maintain an inclusive and stimulating working environment in which every talent can flourish and which we can all be proud, end quote. Chris, what do you think of this? Interesting little story here. I've never seen a studio be so transparently defamed publicly by their own employees while they're still there. That's usually not the way it goes. This is what made this story stand out. To be clear, before I throw it over to you, by the way, I've reached out to people, not from Spiders, but from both the union that is working with the Spiders workers and the workers reps themselves. I'm still waiting to hear back, and I don't know if I will, but I am trying to get them on the show.
Oh, that's it. It's super interesting. Yeah, I mean, this is very unusual. I don't know. I like this stuff. I think it takes balls to like, because a lot of times we hear about this stuff, it's usually like after the fact, or it's usually like people leave and then they talk about like their experience at a studio being like negative or whatever, where there's really nothing to be done. It's almost like there's, why didn't you say something before? And it seems like they're saying something. So like, I don't know whether or not the complaints are valid, fair, or whatever. Like, I mean, it remains to be seen. I have no idea. I have no idea what it's like in France at all. Like the economic, makeup of France. I have no idea. I have no context for what France is even remotely like, as far as that goes. But I think it's kind of cool that they're able to kind of say all this stuff despite still being presumably under the payroll of the studio that they're talking about, and just based off of like how these statements read. The second one that you read, that was from who exactly? Like, what was that one?
That was from the management of the company,
right? Yeah, I'm the first quote feels, or the first statement felt a little bit more. I'm very privy or very aware of things that feel a little bit too soft, or like soft language, where it feels like kind of clean up. And that first thing felt a little bit more like, yeah, no, this is real. I firmly believe this.
Well, it's interesting because Spider says it's false and even defamatory, the accusations.
Yeah.
And in no way reflect the reality of the day-to-day working life of the company's employees. I think the one, I don't know. That's why I want to talk to more people, because I just think it's very interesting. They're really, if this story made the rounds in a wider way, which it's not, because I think, frankly, it's just a bit of a complicated story and people like easy shit, this could really destroy Greedfall too. I mean, if the game was, if they're making it seem like the game is made under duress, if it's not the highest quality, they're saying literally, we're not going to be able to be proud of it. It's like, oh, that's a great thing to say about a game that's not out yet. So I could see this being a pretty significant problem for the studio. The management's kind of caught because they really do need to placate these people in some sense. Another interesting point, I think, too, Chris, is the 43 people have signed on to the letter. There are 95 people working there. So not even half of them are willing to sign on to this letter. I wonder after the response if that has changed. I haven't gone and looked, and hopefully I do hear from them in some sense. You asked about the situation in France, though. I do think it's relevant to point out that, and this is just reality if you look at, per capita income for the different countries, is the situation in Europe. Europe and the United States were looked at as like being really kind of at parity with each other economically, and the status of the cost of living and the quality of life and all of the rest and economically. And the United States is starting to really pull away from Europe in terms of how much money people are making here and how much money they're not making there. So I did look up the statistics. The per capita income, household income in the United States is $78,000 a year. In the UK, it's $55,000 a year. And in France, it's a little lower than that, like $53,000 a year. And so they're already making in real money way less than, per capita than we are in the United States. And then they have these very effective and popular social systems, which is great, like social safety nets, but that takes away a lot of your income that you're taxed on. So while you don't have to pay for medical care and all those kinds of things, which is great for you just have less money to get by. So I guess what I'm saying is I would imagine a metropolitan studio like Spiders in Paris or the Paris area, when you're paying your people what they're claiming is less than the average in the French game studio space, plus you're making 2/3 of what people in the United States make per capita. I mean, it's probably not great. And now France is a notoriously agitative place with labor for better or for worse. They fucking broke down when they tried to raise the retirement age from 60 to 62. That was very recent, to kind of help protect the social security or their social safety net There's a lot of pride there about worker equality and work-life balance and all those kinds of things. Those things come at a cost, and the cost is that France is not an incredibly relevant economy. But you do have lots of companies like this that are going to have to deal with this kind of changing situation in tech. Specifically, I see this all the time expressed with British tech workers. I see a lot of this stuff on social media, on Twitter, where they'll talk about a job where if you work in Silicon Valley, you're making $400,000 a year. And if you're working in London, you're making like $130,000 a year. Like serious like shit like that, where it's like you are just not making anything. Quality of life is going down. I feel like this level of agitation is only going to increase, and maybe reasonably so. It's really up to each individual studio. But yeah, I have no problem with workers agitating. I think that's great. They should. I do wonder what's real, though. And the lack of sign-on, even in a place like France, in a metropolitan area like Paris, for a studio saying these kinds of things suggests to me it's more complicated, in fact, than the workers are letting on. But that's why I want to talk to them. Are they going to want to talk to me? I kind of doubt it, but we'll see. And I'll keep an eye out for it. All right, number 4. One of the great surprises out of a recent rock-solid Nintendo Direct presentation was the reveal of the Castlevania Dominus collection, a compilation of the 3 Koji Igarashi-led Nintendo DS Metroidvania-style Castlevania games released between 2005 and 2008. Better yet, the collection has been shadow dropped and you can buy it on PlayStation 5 right now. The catalog of games in question are 2005's Castlevania Dawn of Sorrow, 2006's Castlevania Portrait of Ruin, and 2008's Castlevania Order of Ecclesia, which, at more than 15 years old now, is the most recent new, recognizably Castlevania gaming project we've gotten out of publisher Konami. Better yet, this collection includes a 4th game as well, though it's certainly incongruent with the core products. The game in question is Haunted Castle Revisited, a reworked and revised version of an obscure Konami-developed arcade game first released in 1988, simply called Haunted Castle, made specifically for Western arcades, unlike the Versus Castlevania game that was essentially a port of the beloved NES title and released a year earlier. Haunted Castle is included in this compilation in its original format too. However, those who own Konami's 2019 Arcade Classics Anniversary Collection will have already had Haunted Castle available there, and it's likewise available in the seemingly endless Arcade Archives collection on PS4 in an a la carte format. The Castlevania Dominus collection is available for $25, and what's really cool about these ports is that they are cleverly presented. As you're no doubt aware, the Nintendo DS was a dual-screen device, making DS ports far from trivial, since touchscreen functionality needs to be removed, and the screen's second screen content needs to be ingested into a single screen. Konami executed this really wonderfully, putting the gameplay on the left side of the screen, and then data that would otherwise be on the DS's top screen, the castle map, enemy info, and so on the right side. It all fits really, really nicely. While the future of Castlevania games remain unclear, we haven't gotten a new Castlevania game of any kind since 2014. What's certain is that Konami has done a great job of making a majority of its catalog available on modern PlayStation hardware, from the NES, SNES, and Genesis originals, and we're talking about Castlevania here, to Symphony of the Night, to Game Boy Advance games, and now the DS titles. All that's missing are the 3D fare, the 2 N64 releases, some PlayStation 2 stuff, and a couple of others. Dude, this is so cool. I was so happy to see this, but it's funny. It's one of those things where I was disappointed that it was available immediately because I was like, God, you know, when am I supposed to play this? I went and bought it immediately and downloaded it. It's staring at me on my cross media bar, but I have not gotten to it yet. But really excited to see this. I love the presentation. I love how they squeeze everything on one screen. It looks awesome. Yeah. These games are really, really phenomenal. If you guys out there played the Game Boy Advance ones, like the Castlevania Advance Collection, and you like those, you're going to love these, because these are like next level ones of those. None of them are as good as Symphony of the Night. Not anywhere close, really. But they're really, 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 really great. Are you going to check this out, Chris? Is this interesting to you?
I don't know. I think Castlevania is one of those. I kind of like Castlevania from a distance in some way. Like, I like it, but like I don't know if I like playing I like Symphony of the Night when I played it, but like you said, that's kind of like an exceptional game. And I've played a little bit of there was one on the NES that oh my god, Simon's Quest.
Yeah, that's Castlevania 2.
Yeah, and I remember feeling like this is difficult. This is very stilted. I don't know if I'm big into this, but I love the vibe of Castlevania. I love it, but I love the feel of it. I love that show too. I think the show's exceptional. But I know myself well enough to know that these games are definitely. It's cool that these exist, but these aren't for me. I don't think.
By the way, did you see? I'm sure you saw that Natsume Atari released Shadow of the Ninja Reborn. That's out now.
Oh yeah, it is. It's on my list, but yeah, I'll see if I
no platinum trophy. Strangely enough,
it's a little weird,
a little disappointing. But on to Castlevania. Let's listen to "Smooth" by Santana featuring Rob Thomas wrote in and said, "Hey gentlemen, Castlevania Dominus Collection was announced and released this week. I have almost no experience with the series, but understand that these are considered great entries. Colin, is this a great place to start for a newbie like me? Is there another collection that should take precedence? Thanks and stay cool, because it's a hot one." I mean, it's a hot one. God, that song, like that song came out when I was in 9th grade, and it just would not shut the fuck up. Which is everywhere.
It's another example of what we were talking about earlier. It's just like, this is very overplayed. Mm-hmm. I love that. I think that song's great, but like I don't need to hear it. I don't need to hear it again.
Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, I love that. I love that little part in the bridge.
Santana, man.
Yeah, really good. I watched an interview with him recently, but he looks great, actually, considering how old he is and how much he's been back.
Really?
Around. Yeah. Yeah, he looked like my dad would tell me stories about seeing him in the 70s. So yeah, when I see him, I'm like, yeah, you look pretty good.
He's 77 years old.
Yeah. Yeah, he's about a little older. Excuse me, a little older than my parents. My mom would tell a story. My dad and my mom used to go to concerts all the time. My mom and dad are great music lovers. I guess that's where I got it from in some sense. And my dad went and saw Santana in like the 70s at like Rosen Ballroom or something. And my parents were like real hippies and weirdos. My dad's like a real natural like eater and stuff like that. So he had a yogurt with him, and he was eating the yogurt in the crowd. And this like really horrible opener was playing, and he threw his yogurt cup apparently at the stage. And my mom loves telling that story about my dad, because my dad's a very subdued person, and it's just such a hippie thing to throw it's not a hippie thing to throw anything at the stage, but it's a very weird new age thing to have a fucking yogurt cup and then use that as your projectile instead of like a water bottle or a shoe. I saw the bassist in Papa Roach get nailed with a shoe once.
Really?
Yeah. And then he gave the finger to the crowd. That was at Starland Ballroom in New Jersey. I don't know why that's such a memory for me out of all the shows I've been to, but it is. All right. Let's listen to "Smooth" by Santana featuring Rob Thomas. What you should do is, well, there are a few things. If you've never played Castlevania, you have almost no experience, you said. You have to keep in mind what you're looking for. In some sense, Symphony of the Night might be the place to start, but it's never going to get any better than that. If you want to lead yourself up to that, that might be a little more tantalizing. The DS games are the same. Like if you play those first, then it might be a little harder for you to go back to the GBA games. So if you want the Metroidvania style Castlevania games, my suggestion is you start with the Castlevania Advanced Collection, and then you go to the Dominus Collection, the DS Collection, and then you go to Symphony of the Night. And that will really encapsulate all of the Metroidvania ones. And then if you were interested in checking out the traditional Castlevania games, you go to the Castlevania Anniversary Collection. That's got you all set. I mean, that shit is awesome. But those are different. Those are like more straightforward. I have like a hair in my mouth. There we go. I got it out finally. It was like a beard hair of some sort, I think.
Sometimes that happens, man.
Kind of looks like a pubic hair, but it's not. It can't be. You know.
I hope not.
And then Badly Brave wrote in and said, "Hey, Colin, have you had a chance to check out the Haunted Castle remake yet? Do you think this, being the first new Castlevania game in a decade, is a sign of more to come? Thanks, Slit." I haven't checked it out yet. I've never played Haunted Castle. I don't even remember seeing it in the arcade, to be honest with you. And I'm not sure if it's really a Castlevania game. I guess it ostensibly is a Castlevania game. Simon Belmont is the main character of the game. But as I recall, it's about going and rescuing your girlfriend. It's almost like Double Dragon. Not in its gameplay style, but like in what it's about. It's not about like any weird, unholy shit or something like that, which is whatever. I don't care about that. I'm not trying to be a nerd about it. I just don't know if it's really a new Castlevania game, like reworking that game. It's pretty cool that they did that. Konami is low-key doing a really nice job. We were talking about this recently, and we'll talk about it again in the inquiries at the end of the show because someone wrote in about Metal Gear Delta. But yeah, I'm excited to play Haunted Castle because I don't know anything about it. And again, I never played the original, so that they're both there is kind of cool too. I did notice in the trophies, I don't think there are any trophies associated with Haunted Castle. They're all associated only with the other 3 games, which I find somewhat fascinating. But keep it up, Konami, and you know what we want. And I would love to write a Castlevania game. That would be almost trivial to write a cool Castlevania game. Are you kidding? That would be even more trivial than writing a Mega Man game. It's
really?
so cool already.
Oh, you know? I see what you're saying. Yeah,
it would be so stylistic. Like it would be like, oh yeah, the castle comes back, like it does every 100 years, and there's a vampire hunter. He's a Belmont, and there's a vampire Dracula in the castle, and he's got all these minions. And then you just write around that fucking core concept. That's so simple. Because it's so exciting in and of itself. The castle comes out of the ground. It's in a new form you've never seen before with a new layout. Like it always returns different, right? And you meet some people along the way and you have yourself a grand old time. You don't need to get much deeper than Symphony of the Night did with the story.
Yeah.
Some cutscenes, some dialogue. Let the environment do the storytelling. Let the enemies and the encounters, the architecture, the night sky. I mean, what does more storytelling in a Castlevania game than that fucking crescent moon? Come on. You know, there's nothing that there's not a piece of dialogue in all of Castlevania that tells the story better than the crescent moon behind the clouds above the castle, illuminating it with that moonlight. Oh god,
it's good shit, man.
It's fucking awesome. It's awesome. Do something. Number 5. Beloved Japanese publisher Capcom simply refuses to stop releasing high-quality collections of its games in recent years, and so it should come as no surprise that the train keeps on chugging down the tracks, this time with the Capcom Fighting Collection 2, set to come to PlayStation 4 in 2025. While there will be no native PS5 port, you can obviously play the PS4 version there at your leisure. Capcom Fighting Collection 2 comes packing 8 fighting games launched between 1998 and 2004, and they represent a combination of Capcom's 2D and 3D fighter heritage. For starters, Street Fighter Alpha 3, the incoming 1998 arcade fighting game, will be arriving in its so-called upper port, first released in Japan in 2001. Street Fighter Alpha 3 first came to Western PS1s in 1999. I was obsessed with Street Fighter Alpha 3. That might be the game that I played, actually, the Street Fighter game I played more than any other, even the original Street Fighter 2 or Street Fighter 2 Turbo. I fucking love Street Fighter Alpha 3. What a game. And that port was so good. Next up is obscure 3D fighter Plasma Sword Nightmare of Bilstein, released in arcades in 1998 and ported to Western Dreamcasts in 2000. The third and fourth games are related to each other. Both 2000's Capcom vs. SNK Millennium Fight 2000 Pro and 2001's Capcom vs. SNK 2 Mark of the Millennium 2001. Ironically, the second game came to PS2 in 2001, while the original was ported to PS1 in 2002. Meanwhile, back in the realm of 3D fighters, we received 2 more Dreamcast-era classics in the form of 1999's Power Stone and its 2000 sequel. Both Power Stone games were ported to PSP in 2006, but this will mark the first time they've ever appeared on a PlayStation home console. Staying in the realm of 3D comes the 7th game in the collection, Project Justice, the 2000 sequel to the 1997 fighter Rival Schools. While Rival Schools was originally only in the arcades and on PS1, Project Justice was only in the arcades and on Dreamcast, making this another game coming to PlayStation platforms for the first time. Finally, the 8th game on the list is also the newest, 2004's Capcom Fighting Evolution. This is the only game on the list that didn't have a Western arcade release, though it did come to Western PlayStation 2 consoles in 2004. Online functionality will be enabled for all 8 games, complete with rollback netcode. Training modes will also be deployed for all 8 games with tons of museum content, art, and music galleries, and more. The first Capcom Fighting Collection, launched on PS4 in 2022, contained 10 games of its own, including Darkstalkers titles, Street Fighter spin-offs, and more. But really, Capcom Fighting Collection 2 represents the continuation of an impressive run of really solid collections from Capcom in the last decade or so, including Mega Man Legacy Collections 1 and 2, Mega Man X Legacy Collections 1 and 2, Mega Man Battle Network Collection, Phoenix Wright Collection, Apollo Justice Collection, the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, Capcom Beat 'em Up Bundle, the Disney Afternoon Collection, Capcom Arcade Stadium, Capcom Arcade Second Stadium, Capcom Home Arcade, the Street Fighter 30th Anniversary Collection, and more. Keep it up, Capcom! Doing an awesome job. Love it.
Yeah.
This is very exciting. Yeah. These games are... So I don't care about any... Street Fighter Alpha 3 is awesome. I love that game. But really, Power Stone. Very formidable memory for me on my Dreamcast and my Dreamcast days. And Nevitz wrote in and said, Sacred Gents, welcome to Power Stone World. Do you remember the intro to that? It was like a Japanese guy saying it, and he says world like, whir.
Yeah.
Welcome to Power Stone World. Power Stone is finally back, he says. I thought this game was going to remain stranded on the Dreamcast and PSP. I know Colin has spoken about the games before, but how do you feel about a modern port? I'm excited for the online mode. I'm really good in my inner circle, but I can't wait to see how much I suck against people from around the world. Thanks and have a great one. Dude, Power Stone's a big one for me. And the sequel. Power Stone 1 and Power Stone 2 came to Western Dreamcast in under a year. So it was because I think it was $99.99. Obviously, it was a launch game in the West. And then I think it was the next summer in 2000 that Power Stone 2 came to Dreamcast. And my brother's best friend, PJ, who's been on our shows before, and myself, we were obsessed with these games. Power Stone is just Power Stone might have been the first 3D fighter I ever... No, so it was Soul Calibur would be the other one. It was at that same era though, 1999.
Yeah.
That was the first time I really embraced 3D fighting games. And I don't know that I've really embraced any 3D fighting game since Soul Cal 2. So that would be 2004, I want to say, 2003, 2004. So, and I had the GameCube version of that game. I loved the GameCube version because Link was in it. But I'm not really a 3D fighting person. So Power Stone does scratch something in me. It is a very, very nostalgic game because I got that and Blue Stinger as the games at launch, I want to say, with Dreamcast. And so, yeah, a lot of nostalgia there for me. The Dreamcast was so weird because I grew up not liking Sega. And then I was in 10th grade and I finally had disposable income. And I'm like, I'm getting a fucking Dreamcast. And I did. And it was dope for a minute, for about 18 months. Before they shut the lights off. So any thoughts here on this collection?
Yeah, no, this is dope. It's funny, like you mentioned Power Stone, and like that was a big talking point for a lot of people when they were talking about it. Like, Power Stone's coming. I was like, what the fuck is Power Stone? And then I looked it up, and I was like, I played the shit out of this like at my cousin's house when he had a Dreamcast. It was like I was obsessed with his Dreamcast. He was the only person that I knew that had one. And so I would go over there and I would play this, and I was like, "Oh shit, that's what this is." I haven't played this game since like probably like 2000 or something, like a long ass time ago. So I'm super stoked about this. But yeah, no, this is amazing. Capcom's done just such a good job with their collections and just keeping things alive and playable on modern hardware. They're doing so good constantly. This is dope. Yeah, and I'm stoked about. I mean, I've talked about it already on a previous episode, but I'm itching for that Marvel vs. Capcom, dude. I'm itching.
Yeah, man. Was that the collection that got dated for September 27th? I want to say they had dated a different.
I think so.
A different collection in there. This is to the point of what you're saying about Capcom is what Corey Martin wrote into us about. Said, "Hey, Big C and Little C. Is Capcom the best publisher in the industry right now? Their dominance since the last generation seems to be unmatched, with the revitalization of both the Resident Evil and Monster Hunter franchises. Add in their commitment to games preservation with the release of Capcom Fighting Collection 1 and the announcements of the Marvel vs. Capcom Collection, as well as the second Capcom Fighting Collection, and you have a publisher firing on all cylinders. What are your thoughts on modern day Capcom? Thoughts and prayers to Dustin, his family, and loved ones." Thank you, Corey, for writing in. By the way, Corey spelled Korei. Your parents need to calm down with that, Corey. Capcom is doing great. And it's not just the games you mentioned. I'm really impressed that they even greenlit a game I'm gonna botch it because it's that Japanese name. I want to make sure I got it right. Kinitsugami, I want to say it is.
Yeah.
Which just came out. I always say it wrong, so I probably said it wrong. That game is I said at the time when I was playing it, I'd like to get back to it because I haven't beaten it. We'll see. But I said at the time, it's unusual that they would even greenlight a game like this and then release it and then not rename it to something more palatable and to not really. They do seem to be doing a really nice job. Street Fighter seems to be in a pretty good space. The collections and celebrations of the past seem to be going well. Resident Evil is immaculate, in an immaculate position right now. What more I'm not a Monster Hunter fan, but as he said, I mean, Monster Hunter is fucking huge. So they're doing great. They have a few things that they need to get off the ground, I think, still, including some new, I hope some continued new stuff, but let's get serious with the Mega Man stuff. Again, from the questionnaire that they put out to the audience, as we noted, that's the second most desired game series that they have after Monster Hunter. And they don't seem to be doing very much with it. But I'd like to see Onimusha come back as well. People really liked Dragon's Dogma too, although it seemed to have kind of faded a little bit. Devil May Cry, I think, has a lot of potential. So it's hard for me to think of them ever having been in a better position than they are right now. And I hope Dead Rising's coming out soon. They're managing things very well, I think, in my opinion.
Yeah, I've heard a little like some mixed things about the Dead Rising, but I mean, it can only be so bad. You know what I mean? Like even
if it's, that it's not good.
Well, I've heard some people say it's like they changed a little bit, and there's certain things that I will say that one that of the games that I'm excited about from Capcom, that's the one that I'm like that I feel the weirdest about, because I think I noted on when we talked about it last time that like even just the box art looks a little strange. Like it looks like kind of like a Gary's mod. It looks like in game. I don't even know how to describe it, but it doesn't look like art so much as it looks like just a screenshot of the game. And there's like, I don't know, there's something weird about it, but I'm excited. I'm going to be checking it out anyway. By the way, I looked it up. Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection Arcade Classics releasing on September 12th, digitally, and I think November 22nd for physical copies, which is strange. But if it comes out on September 12th, that means over here on the West Coast, I'll be able to play it at 9 p.m. on 9/11.
Yeah.
So, gonna
yes.
So end the day with some Marvel vs. Capcom.
Love that.
Yeah.
But it all balances out.
Yeah.
You forget about that terrible day.
Yeah.
All right. Finally, Chris, number 6. It's another week, and this time to once again talk about upcoming PlayStation Plus games. This time we have word of the small slate of games coming to PS Plus Essential, which is the base form of PS Plus that all subscribers have access to. As always, these 3 games are available for all active subs to add to your download list, and as long as you have an active subscription later on, you can claim them well into the future, so long as you added them to your list while available. I say this, by the way, because some of you just aren't doing this, and I don't know why. The following games will be added to Essential beginning September 3rd, and you'll have until September 30th to secure them. All 3 games are on PS4 and PS5 alike, and the biggest game of the trio is Harry Potter Quidditch Champions, an exceedingly rare day-and-date inclusion on PS Plus Essential, as it launches on all platforms for pay on the same date. This is a game from Unbroken Studios and published by WB, and is the first Quidditch console game in 21 years. It's also it's also only the second day-and-date offering in PS Plus Essential this calendar year, with the last being Foamstars in February. Additionally, Sony is offering its first-party baseball game, MLB The Show 24 from San Diego Studio, a smash hit annualized series, and only the second time it's ever been offered as part of PS Plus's monthly games, the last time being in 2019. Finally, Sony is offering Little Nightmares 2, Tarsiers' well-regarded horror platformer, first launched via publisher Bandai Namco in 2021. The follow-up, Little Nightmares 3, is currently under development at Supermassive for a 2025 release on PS4 and PS5, so this is a little tease of what's to come. You have until September 2nd to claim August PS Plus games, those being Lego Star Wars The Skywalker Saga, Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach, Chris's favorite game, and Ender Lily's Quietest of the Nights, so be sure to grab those if you haven't already. I am interested to see, I'm not going to play it, I could give a fuck less about playing it, but I am interested to see how that Quidditch game does, because if it's, you would think a game that did that was good and deep would actually be very attractive to a player base that just bought 20 plus million copies of Hogwarts Legacy. Yeah. So we'll see how that goes. That probably cost a pretty penny for Sony to get, actually.
Yeah, probably.
Anything here for you?
Yeah. Nothing specifically. I think, I mean, nothing that I haven't already like enjoyed. Like Little Nightmares 2, I think I already have. I actually like started it, and then I just kind of fell off of it. I want to get back to it, but that's already like on my console. It's been sitting there because it's such a small game as far as like, memory. I keep a lot of games on my console. Even like, I don't know if you do this sometimes where like you'll go through and you'll be like, what should I delete? And if something's just small enough, I just don't even buy. Even if I know I'm not going to play it forever, or like if it's going to just be sitting there for months, I just leave it there because it's so small. There's no real reason to do it. But that's kind of Little Nightmares too. For me, it's already on my console. This Harry Potter thing, I'm kind of loosely interested in. I don't know exactly how I feel about it, because the last time I remember really, I mean, obviously not including Hogwarts Legacy. I really loved the Harry Potter, I think Chamber of Secrets game on the original Xbox. I think that was also on PS2 and GameCube as well, but I played it on the Xbox, and there was a Quidditch kind of mini game in that game that you could play that I loved. And I haven't seen any footage of this game yet, so I don't know exactly like how it looks or like what the style of it is. I don't know how serious it is or how deep it is, but I might check this out for a little bit. I mean, there's no cost to entry, so why not? But yeah, Harry Potter's got I have a soft spot for Harry Potter, I think.
If you are a PlayStation customer, your money has partially gone to J.K. Rowling for Quidditch Champions, just so you know. No crying. I love the idea of a fake sports game having an almost EA level following. I don't think it's going to be this game, but I love the idea of that. The closest we probably have to that is Rocket League, but that's not quite what I'm thinking. In some sense, it is. I mean, it does have a lot of like standings and tournaments and shit, which is cool. But I just love the idea. Sports games rely upon their licenses in a major way. They always have. And the sports games without licenses that are big are rare. It's uncommon to have a game like Blades of Steel or Baseball Stars or something be loved because they didn't have licenses. When EA made it standard to get licenses, anything that didn't have a license seemed lame. But I think sports games have been able to rely on that for a really long time without innovating to the level that they probably should be. So when you have this fictional shit, and then like someone achieves something great with a fictional game, it becomes really funny about. That's why it's so interesting. Like MOBAs, shooters, all these different things are the competitive games that take on sports-like atmospheres, but not the fake sport. Yeah, I'd like to see more about this. All right. As far as PS Plus for me, there's nothing here for me. I'm not going to play Quidditch. Little Nightmares, I have really no interest in. And oh no, what do I have? Foamstars here. That's not right. The Quidditch Champions. Oh, because that was okay. That's why it's written here. I see.
Yeah, the PS
Little
Plus.
Nightmares. Yeah, I got you. Okay, and MLB The Show. Now I'm good. I'm all good on all of that. Chris, let's get into listener inquiries. Now, as we said earlier when we were talking about Concord, I took one of the 6 listener inquiries that were here, and we talked about it there because it was about Concord, just for continuity's sake. So we only have 5 now to go through. We'll begin, therefore, with number 2. And it goes a little something like this from Derek Mozzarella. You think that's his real name? Good day, gents.
I think so.
Considering Concord currently has the player population of a town in rural Wyoming, what do you think Fairgames should do to avoid a similar fate? Personally, I think they should spend a lot of time showing what differentiates it from other shooters on the market, something Concord never really was able to do. Also, they should get rid of the stupid dollar signs at the end of the name ASAP. Thanks for the great content every week. I kind of like the dollar sign. I got to be honest with you. I liked it since the beginning, as people might recall, where I was like, this is going to be, I think about Infamous when I think about this. Sony, when I used to be in media, Sony would try sometimes to be like, oh, this is actually the way it's written. Like we used to call the PlayStation 4 camera the iToy, and they used to really annoy them. Because like, it's not the iToy, it's the PlayStation 4 camera. It's not called the iToy. It's not called the iToy. And another thing was Infamous, because it was lowercase I, lowercase n, and then uppercase FAMOUS. And we were like, we're not writing it like that, you know? And Fairgames is another one of those things where you don't have to write it like that. But I like it for the logo. So I'm cool with that. And they'll write it like that. But we should all just call it Fairgames with an S. That's my compromise for that. Chris, knowing what we know now about Concord, and I would even take Derek's question further, knowing what we know about Helldivers, so good and bad, what does Fairgames need to do to ensure its success and survival? I think it has a lot working against it. Because the thing that people were pretty down on Fairgames when it was shown, we never saw gameplay, but just the aesthetic of it, and people thought it looked a little generic and kind of boring. I actually thought it looked kind of cool, but again, I'm not exposed to the things people are comparing it to, so I just don't have that weight around my neck with it. But so Concord actually had more promise for a lot of people because we didn't know what it was. So now with the shoes on the other foot here, I assume we're going to see Fairgames probably fairly soon. I think they need to start showing it off, and I do think that they need to show it off pretty thoroughly. What do you think they can do to make sure that this game succeeds, or at least try to ensure that it succeeds?
Yeah, I don't know. I think the first thing that I think of is, okay, so this is PvP. So already there's kind of like, well, what do we have that's like this? It looks to me it looks to me almost like the Watch Dogs meets kind of Rainbow Six. There's like a tactical kind of like extraction kind of idea here, I think, based on
funny. It looks like you're saying it looks like a Ubisoft game since they are a Ubisoft.
Yeah.
Peoples.
Yeah, I know. It's unfortunate. But like my look at it is like, okay, well, what else is offering this kind of thing, and how are those other things priced? And it's not exactly super common. My assumption is that there's probably like a big push or like a big feeling of like, we should probably be free to play. Like I don't know how you look at the Concord situation and not kind of come away with that perspective. Now we don't know if that wasn't the plan to begin with. Like we really don't know anything about Fairgames outside of that one cinematic trailer that didn't really even show. If I'm not mistaken, they didn't show gameplay in that trailer.
No, it's all CGI.
It's all conceptual.
I'm watching it now. Actually, I pulled it up. It's I think this game looks kind of. I mean, we don't know what the game is, but I think the world looks kind of cool. Eat the rich, and all it says and all that kind of stuff, and it's very quirky and weird, Mr. Robot shit. But I think it's I think it's pretty cool. You know, I don't know. I think people just hate everything. It could be interesting. I mean, that's true too. It could be interesting. It really is all in how it plays. My gut feeling is like, is this going to play as well as Concord? I don't think so. I think Concord feels pretty good to play, actually. Obviously, there's a lot of like Bungie talent there, a lot of other story talent there. So we don't really know the makeup of the Fairgames studio as much as we know about Concord. So like it's kind of up in the air as to like how it's going to feel to play, whether or not it's going to resonate. I just think you've put a lot of money into this. This is a kind of the last big thing that we know about as far as live service goes from Sony first party. So I would imagine that you're going to want to be free to play. Like free to play is like the way to succeed here. That would be my gut reaction, because Helldivers is a very unique thing. It's just co-op. There's no PvP, and people are a little bit more interested in that kind of thing because it's less served. It's a lot more, there's less pressure. You don't have to be. I think a big reason why Helldivers succeeded so much is because people didn't need to be quote unquote good at it to play it. You know what I mean? You could kind of, on the lower difficulties, you can kind of, even if you're not really good at video games really, and you're just kind of, you play casually, you could be like one out of the four people on the team and just sort of like enjoy it. There wasn't really pressure to perform in a way that exists in PvP. And so I think that is in and of itself a lot more attractive. The fact that it was $40 and not $60, and it was just a little bit more approachable. Whereas like I feel like PvP is inherently more competitive. There's a lot of people. I mean, like you played Helldivers. Mm-hmm. That's a multiplayer game. That's very, very unusual. Yeah. It's because it's not competitive. It's because it's not competitive. Yeah, like no,
exactly.
I don't mind as long as I don't have to fight other people. No,
but that's exactly it, right? Yeah. There's a barrier there for that I think opens. When something is just purely cooperative, it opens it up to a lot more people. And this is a PvP game, although maybe there's PvE elements to it. I'm not super sure. We don't really know much about this thing. But my feeling is that this kind of, because it's PvP, you want to go free to play because you're going to be fighting with a lot of other games. Even if Marvel Rivals comes out and it's fart in the wind, or which I doubt, by the way, it's competitive out there. And if they haven't already been building this game with the idea of, maybe in-app purchases or monetization and free to play, they're going to have to consider how to pivot quick, because Concord just does not tell a good story. And I think it really is the PvP angle that does that.
Yeah, I wonder how these guys feel at Haven. If they're going to even get a fair shake with their game. I've been watching the trailer just play, and it's only 2 minutes. It's played a couple times here on my screen, and I'm like, this looks fun. I mean, I think people are just very jaded, and I get that. I'm jaded about a lot of things too, so I guess it's just about what you're jaded about and not jaded about. But this trailer has 3,600 upvotes and 14,000 downvotes. Only 233,000 views on PlayStation's YouTube channel, which is like nothing. for them.
Yeah.
So
is there like maybe an IGN trailer with more views or
probably? And I can look and
I'll look it up.
Oh yeah. So thanks. And it's interesting because maybe there's a chance to do this right and re-expose it and get people on board. There's some advantage to being slotted where they are amongst that trio of games where you have to take advantage of everything that you can have learned. But I do think a lot of the stuff is conflicting and gives you weird messages. But like you said, the differentiating between what makes Helldivers work and what makes Concord not work, we still don't really know the nature of Fairgames yet. If anything, Fairgames seems kind of like, I don't know. I mean, it seems like it kind of conflicts with Marathon even in like what they're both trying to do in some sense, right? Like,
yeah,
they're not redundant because I guess one is more an extraction shooter, one is more would a heist game and an extraction shooter are kind of two different things, or are they kind of the same? Because I think about Payday, you're getting in, you're getting out, right? That's the whole point.
I think the main differentiator. This kind of goes into how we name things and how they're really not. It's almost like adventure game in some way, where it's like what isn't an adventure game in the strictest definition of the language. But it's like it refers to something very, very specific. Extraction shooters, to my knowledge, almost kind of require PvP in some way. Like there's an implication that you are fighting over goods to extract with other players, because otherwise it is like a Payday. Like Payday's just a heist game, which it's not necessarily a genre, but it is. I don't really know what the story is with Fairgames, to be honest. Like the trailer gives you a good vibe, kind of, but not really. It's not really descriptive, strangely enough. But I don't know, man. I feel like there's good. Look, people are jaded, and there's probably good reason for that. I mean, you see even just something like Star Wars Outlaws. Okay, a single player game, cool. Early access, okay, yeah, I'll pay $100, and then the save's gone. Oh, so I mean, there's a reinforcement of people needing to be very, very careful with their money and being punished for not doing so. So, like, I think with an unproven concept, with an unproven game, maybe even just having like a free beta period for a while, just to see like how this is going to be received. I almost have a hard time imagining a world where this is received worse than Concord, just because the failure is so extreme.
Yeah, I agree.
You know,
I actually agree with you there. But I think it's got a lot working against it still, and
yeah.
It'll not cap out at 600 concurrence, because I think its art style is inherently more interesting, and it's less alienating in a lot of different ways. Or we hope it will be, but we'll see. This is a game I really want to see gameplay of. I want to like see. They won't show us unfiltered gameplay for a long time, but it would be cool to just see like boot up the game, get into a game, play the whole game, and show me the stat screen or whatever. I wanted to see like the whole experience. Like, what is this all about?
What does a round look like in Fairgames?
Right.
That's what I want to see.
We'll find out sooner or later. I would give it a little space though, if I were them. If they were planning on showing it this fall, I would wait. And like let the shit clear with Concord first. Prov22 wrote in and said, "What's up, Coco Chanel, CC, Colin and Chris? I took your recommendations and tried Wild Arms, as it was a blind spot in my JRPG catalog. It truly captures the essence and allure of classics such as Final Fantasy VI and Chrono Trigger. Its world is vast and its length is overwhelming." Big pause. "I couldn't help but notice that despite our exposure to full mocap and high-quality voiceovers, well-designed pixel characters are more impactful. A town sprawling with pixelated toons living their day-to-day, then be slaughtered by a demon army had more resonance than most encounters in recent high-budget titles for me. Our friend Mr. Park caught some strays for pointing out the obvious. Many care about gameplay and meta-narratives instead of overproduced titles, exemplified by the numbers of Helldivers and Wukong. Is the industry running into an issue with betting large on realism when it's getting to the point where photorealism and mocap mean little? Sony is losing the essence of fun, hopefully to be revived by Astrobot. However, the first-party studio should be making a Space Marine or Helldivers type of game with its resources. I think the visual directions of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is adequate, but obviously it did not sell that well, and many are not able to reproduce the magic of a Heavy Rain or Last of Us. So what's the point? Stay well, dogs. It's a very interesting journey through your thought process, I think, actually, Pravda, and I appreciate you writing in with it. I think Chris and I are probably in agreement about this too. I do believe that one of the most powerful gaming experiences from an emotional storytelling point of view in my entire life was Final Fantasy IV. Like, straight up the way it looked on SNES, straight up. That original translation, which was a little botched, the music, the graphics, the feeling. There are moments in that game where I was like, holy, Dagan feels the same way we talk about it. It's like, we'd never experienced something like that before. It's like, holy shit, you really can make this more than ambience. It's not that we didn't experience story. We had Castlevania 3 and Ninja Gaiden and all these games that did tell really cool stories, but that game felt alive. Final Fantasy IV felt really alive. And it is about the writing. It is about the music. It's about the beats. It's about knowing that when you go into a video game like this, you're seeing an approximation of a game, of an experience, but you're not seeing it for what it is. We should just intrinsically know that. Mm-hmm. And if you do know that, then you can take the games for what they're worth. So I totally agree with you. I love the photorealistic shit. I want The Last of Us Part 3, when they show that game, to be like, holy mother of God, that game is beautiful. And look at how realistic all the things Ellie's doing are, and all. It's like, yeah, dude, I definitely want that. And I also want like the more cartoonish but really beautiful realism of a Horizon, right? But I really, really like Astrobot too. And I'm about to play Vampire Survivors later, which is like a very deeply pixelated game that has a lot of beauty in it. And people need to be able to see the wide array of experiences, I think, for what they are. But I totally agree with you. I just want to see less of a focus on expensive games, because I only think the best studios should be making them, because it takes so much time and money that you need to have the Naughty Dog name to sell these copies in some cases, or ensure that you'll even get a chance to make another game. And everyone else should find ways in the holes in between these games to make stylish, interesting AA and low-end AAA games. So, Chris, what do you think?
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm largely in the same place. Like, I think realism has a time and it has a place. I wouldn't want The Last of Us to look cartoony. I don't want realism in games where it doesn't need it. You know, like, I don't need Astrobot to look like photorealistic. You know, like, in fact, I would rather the opposite. I would rather it look stylized and strange. I think the issue comes in when, you know, like, Concord's a really good example, actually, because Concord, the cutscenes in Concord, no question, are high quality. Like, it's got some of probably the best facial capture that I've seen. Probably, I don't want to say necessarily ever, because it's not fresh in my mind, but it's up there, dude. It's really good. It's very high quality. There's a face that one of the characters makes specifically in one of them that I'm like, that is wild. I've never seen that done in a video game, but that is something that I've seen in real life before. That exact face, that's interesting. That's really cool. But it's in a game that doesn't fucking matter. Like, where that doesn't matter. Like, that would matter in like The Last of Us, or like a single player story about like people where you're really grounded the whole time and you're spending time with people the whole time. You have to know where things apply, when they're appropriate, when they're a boon, and when they're destructive. And I think in a case like Concord, it's like, yeah, you have really great animations, but the game would have probably been better without them, because you would have been more financially secure without them, which means you would have been able to pivot this game into a place where you could have made some good money on it. And, you know, like, you gotta just know when to stay where you are, know when to push, and know when to pull back. Mm. And I think a lot of games kind of maybe get lost in the sauce with this kind of thing. Maybe they go really, really hard in the paint and realism and realize that it doesn't really benefit their game really at all. And just generally, I mean, I think about some of the most impactful games that I've played, and they looked terrible. You know, they didn't look these high fidelity. I think about Halo 2 a lot as just a game that like really like impacted me. Just like the delivery of those, just the writing and the delivery of the lines by these like great actors. But you played Halo 2 Anniversary, and you've swapped back to the old cutscenes. Mm-hmm. Cutscenes are ugly as sin. Like they're incredibly hideous.
Yeah, they're ridiculous. Some of them are ridiculous. Funny.
And I love them. I have a soft spot I love those cutscenes like as they are originally. I love them. But like there's no question, like you don't need high fidelity realism to deliver a story that matters. I mean, I think about even just Gears of War 2, where that's a better looking game for sure. It's got some really good fidelity to it, but those characters don't look realistic. They're stylized pretty heavily, and that game was one of the first games that I remember like making me cry. Actually, I remember being like, "This is fucking sad." And so I just wish we understood that there's more power in writing, in delivery, and even just cinematography. Like you can shoot something ugly that looks really amazing just by having a creative way to move the camera around, interesting framing, striking imagery. And it doesn't need to look like, I don't need to see every single pore on a character's face and like this uncanny amount of realism in their delivery to feel something. And the more money that costs to get out of a production, it's worth looking and analyzing as to whether or not that's even worth it. Can you get away? Like, can you get the core message of what you're trying to get across without, several tens of millions of dollars put into making the character look slightly more real?
I think the rubber's going to hit the road on this shit one way or the other.
Yeah.
I think it already is. And I think that you're competing companies. I think the race for realism is ultimately a dead end. I think we just know. And there are companies that are going to do even better and even better. Like Naughty Dog is one of those studios where the games are going to become more and more insane. That's their whole thing. But it can't be everyone's thing. And they don't tell these deep, multifaceted, choice-based stories, or they don't have statistical mechanics or menu even based anything, right? Like they don't do their thing. They stay in their lane. It's like everyone just kind of do what you do. But I think for a while people were like, oh, beauty really is the essence of this medium at a AAA space. And I just think that's fucking manifestly wrong. So we're finding that out now. They should have been listening to us the whole time. Thank you for writing in. Oh, I scrolled down. Thank you for writing in, Pravda. Appreciate you. And by the way, shout out to Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. That was a really pretty game. I thought that was a really nice balance. The Square Enix magic. Brenton wrote in, said, hey, Double C. Do you think Sony is or would consider single-player live service games? We talk about the insane popularity and massive profit Genshin Impact brings in, yet most copycats are leaning into the anime waifu category. Could Sony make a more realistic single-player or driven story? They could leverage the expertise in what they already do well, while also taking more stabs at the live service. He says love service. I know they seem to be stepping away, but I find it interesting that games like Fortnite are the inspiration for the games they are trying to make instead of games like Genshin Impact. It's a reasonable question to ask, especially because Sony identified MiHoYo early as a partner. Xbox is finally getting Genshin Impact this November, and it would have by that point been on PlayStation for more than 4 years. So they know damn well how much money these games are making. And I do wonder if the single player functionality of them, because those games are all Genshin Impact, Honkai Star Rail, Zenless Zone Zero, these are multiplayer games too, but with single player functionality, very much like I played the Division single player, but it's not a single player game. That's the way people are playing it that way. Or like you play Final Fantasy 14 by yourself. That to me is actually the wise angle. I think abandoning multiplayer functionality in a live service game is incredibly dangerous because you don't want to reduce the pool of people playing. You want them to be able to rely on each other. And in my opinion, that raises the tide where you'll have more people to kind of nickel and dime, as it were, to spend money. If you have a single player functionality as a live service game, you have to be very, very, very special. And to me, that's not a live service game. At that point, that's a single player product with expansions. The part of supporting. Yeah. So, I mean, maybe it's just semantic maybe, but I think that like having a multiplayer function at the center of your game as a service is part of the identity of what a game as a service is. But I think it's very wise to let people just play it by themselves if they want. That's why I think Final Fantasy 14 deserves a lot of respect, because as I understand it, that game is basically virtually entirely playable by yourself. And that's the way it should be. But it should be Well, it should be whatever the fuck you want it to be, I guess. But I would have never gotten into The Division. I would have never gotten into Borderlands. I would have never gotten into any of that shit if they were like, well, these fundamentally multiplayer games, which is what they are, cannot be played by yourself for some reason we can't explain. That's the kind of shit that bothers me. And as long as they let people in, that I think is cool. That's what I think is missing with Helldivers. Like, give me some AI bots, man.
Mm-hmm.
And I wonder if stuff like that would happen ever. To keep the games alive, or if that's even necessary. But yeah, I want both in the games as a service. I'm going to be attracted to games that let me play by myself. But if you have a recurring stream of content that I'm interested in, I'll pay for it, sure. And maybe a game most like this in some way of what I envision as a core product with meaty expansions is actually what's happening with Power Wash Simulator, where there is a core game and then expansions over long periods of time that do take time and keep you busy. And almost a game as a service function. But I don't know. Do you have anything you want to say about this?
Yeah, I don't know. I think the idea. I'm with you definitely. Like, that was one of the more attractive things about The Division to me. And I've been having a weird itch to play something like The Division again. Actually, like I don't know,
dude. The Division 1 is really good. Yeah, The Division 2 is even better, but The Division 1 is really solid. I was really loved that game when I played it.
Yeah, I liked the vibe of The Division 1 quite a bit. Like, I liked that snowy kind of Manhattan. I still think about this to this day, that like I feel like The Division 1, although it's obviously like you're only really in a small segment of New York City, kind of captures the feel and scale of New York City the best that I've ever seen it captured in a video game. Like, I can't even explain why that's true. Like, there's something about the streets are exactly as big as they are, and the buildings feel tall in the way that they actually are, and it's not like Spider-Man.
It's a cool sprawl.
Yeah, it's good. It's a really small segment, which is probably why they're able to do it so faithfully. Because I imagine doing the entire city that way would be fucking impossible. At least in a way that's fun to navigate. But yeah, I think it is interesting. As far as I know, I don't know a lot about Fortnite. I play it sometimes when Kingston wants me to jump on. But we explicitly, like, I've only played that game in a multiplayer capacity. I feel like it's one of those games now, though, that where you could play that by yourself, or you could like live in the world, or even that Harmonix game. I don't think that necessarily needs to be played with other people, but I could be mistaken. There's probably like a lot more people who know Fortnite better than I do in the comments screaming. But I think the best way to go about that is kind of this was like, yeah, you can play this by yourself if you want. And The Division, and I think Destiny does this pretty well too. Like, I play Destiny mostly by myself. There are people kind of running around and you like see them, but like it's, and unless there's like a big kind of like public event, people won't really fuck with you in any real way. It's not really, I find Destiny's balance to be pretty good as well. But yeah, I think that's the wise move. I don't want like a strictly multiplayer experience. Sometimes I do, but not one that like I come back to all the time.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm reading how to play solo in Fortnite, and it seems like you really don't. I guess what it's saying is like you don't play with people you know. It's like you play with solo, and now you're all set to dive into the game alone, battling it out against other solo players. That's not solo.
Yeah, but then I see things like, well, the idea is for balancing. The idea is like, so you go into a solo queue, which is like 100 players, and all of those players are playing by themselves. So like it's not a situation where you're by yourself, but then you're going to run into a team of like 3 people that would put you at a disadvantage unfairly because they're communicating. That's kind of the idea. But like there's also fishing in Fortnite, as far as I know. And it's like, are you really fishing in the middle of like a combat zone? Like, I don't really understand like how that. I just straight up, I don't understand. I assume that there was like some,
I don't presume,
or even just the concerts that they do, like because didn't like Eminem and like other people, like they have concerts in Fortnite, and I don't understand, like, is that happening in the middle? Is that happening in the middle of a battle, or is it just some like lobby that you can? I don't know. Right. I have no fucking clue.
Me neither. I do like where your head's at though, Brenton, with the idea of, single player functionality as a pillar, but not as the pillar. I just think that that's too dangerous. That potentially reduces your player count. Just make single player games. God, let's not get too crazy with it. Sell your million selling single player games. That's great. Not Sony. Sony needs to sell way more than that, but most companies would be thrilled to sell 1 million copies of a game, and that's good. That's great. God, if Lily Mo's next game sold 1 million copies, I'd fucking shit myself. Right here on camera. Brett, this name was Brett's Play a Game. When really I feel like it should be Brett Plays a Game. You know?
I think it's like a play on like Let's Play a Game is the idea.
Like Brett's I'm too stupid to understand that.
Like it's a Brett's Play.
I'm too
Just kind of cool. I like that actually.
He says, greetings, Fats. How about that Metal Gear Solid Delta info? Some say it looks a little too faithful to the original, whereas the new Silent Hill remake is changing too much. What do you guys want in remakes? I'm looking forward to both, though I want Metal Gear a bit more. Keep up with the quality content. Take care. It's getting crazy out there with the elections coming up. You too. Brett's Play a Game. Thank you. Or Brett Plays a Game. What do I want? So, have you read any of the Metal Gear Solid Delta previews? It sounds more promising to me than ever at this point, because I really just want a faithful reproduction of the game for modernity with controls that aren't fucking Metal Gear Solid 3 controls. So it sounds like we're going to get that. I had just played MGS3 all the way through for the first time a year or two ago for Knockback. So it's still somewhat recent in my mind. And because I love MGS1 and MGS2, MGS3 I played at the time, but I just never beat, and I didn't really like it. And I don't know really why I didn't like it, because when I went back through it, I'm like, no, this game's actually really fun. So yeah, something faithful is good there. I wouldn't read too much into this though, because I think Metal Gear is a somewhat sacred product. And I think that Konami was very aware that fucking with it too much would be looked down upon, because it's not Kojima that's controlling things. So I think that might be the approach as well, that while fucking with other products would be a little bit easier and you to get away with it. Like, no one's really going to care about Silent Hill changing this, that, and the other thing. No one cared that Resident Evil 2 and 4 changed things fundamentally about themselves. So where are you on this? MGS Delta, too much change, too little change? What are you looking for?
Yeah, I don't know. I think there are certain things, there are certain properties that are so defined by their quirks and their strangeness and their specificity that they warrant being kept as faithful as possible. I think Metal Gear is one of those. I think Halo 2 is one of those, where you just don't want to fuck with it too much. You want to like heighten the original vision. I think it's doubly true for Metal Gear, just because, again, the Kojima stuff. I don't want Metal Gear Solid 3 remake to be this from the ground up Resident Evil 2 style kind of, with a new director and like a new kind of vision. And quite frankly, I don't trust Konami enough to do something like that. And Kojima is so strange, and his work is so strange, that ultimately, like, what I'd want out of something like this is something that is more faithful than not. I would want as minimal changes as possible. I want it to look better. I want it to run better. I want it to maybe sound better. And I want it to maybe I want it to control better, but even in the controlling better, like, I would want the option to play it the old way as well. Like, I want these types of games to be treated with reverence and kind of respect for where they came from, and an ability to see the difference. It's how I feel about, the Halo 2 anniversary, where like you could swap back and see how it used to be. And, there's that. I think that shit's great. It's great for preservation. It's great for just respecting the source material. I think it's cool, and I would prefer it go in that direction. But with a game like, I don't know, there are other games that I feel like, a remake, I'm actually disappointed with. Like, I think Destroy All Humans is a really good example. Like, I love Destroy All Humans. I think it's like such a strange, offbeat game. A lot of mechanics that it reminds me a lot of Control, just the telekinesis kind of centered gameplay. But when that remake came out, I was almost kind of disappointed at how similar it was, because I was like, this is not a sacred product. You could actually like do a lot. You could actually take the core concept of this and actually build off of it in ways that I think would be really, really exciting and really welcome. I think it would have been fine to even just have Destroy All Humans 1 and 2 just kind of up-resed and playable on modern storefronts, which they did. And that would have been fine enough for me as far as those games go. But like a remake of something, like a remake of something like that, I feel like, no, go balls to the wall, man. Like, make a bigger map. Give us like new weapons. Give us like, expand on the telekinesis thing. Like, put some new story stuff in there. Get the voice actors back. Like, I want something like that to be like really built up and kind of changed dramatically and given in some ways the shine that it couldn't have in the PS2 and Xbox generation. But for something that is really important and really like revered, less is more.
Yeah, well said. Kelton Rasmussen has the final inquiry. I'm realizing now that this probably would have made more sense when we talked about PS5 Pro earlier, but this was put into the document before the PS5 Pro news. So here we are. Hello, Sacred Crew. With the PS5 Pro on the horizon, what are your plans for your old PS5? Will it be sent to a wanting niece or nephew relegated to the workout room as a dedicated streamer, or put into hibernation with the ghost of hardware past? Mine will be replacing the PS4 Pro in my wife's workshop, and the PS4 will finally get the Viking burial send-off it deserves. RIP in peace. PS4. Old PS5. So we're both going to get the PS5 Pro. We presume it's going to be out this fall, so we'll have it pretty soon. I have 2 PS5s and 2 launch PS5s, and then I have a PS5 test unit as well for early games. For Lily Mo, that's just like in a closet somewhere. So I guess I'll take the PS5 in the living room that's like the most worn out and probably give it to someone in the family or something, and then put the Pro in the living room and just keep the other PS5 in the loft where it is. So I think that's the plan of movement. My PS4 Pro I gave to Ramon. I mean, he can keep, I mean, it's ostensibly mine. He has my Switch too, but it's like he can just keep these things. I don't really care. So maybe if he's interested in the PS5, I'd send him that. But as I understand, he was just here a week or two ago and we were talking about it because he has PS Plus Extra, and he was saying that he's like, he's quite satisfied like with the catalog of games they have. And I'm like, yeah, that's great. The only thing is like, you'll just have an option of having more games. So that's another option to send it. It will go to a good home. I'm very militant about my old hardware. I have my NES, my SNES, my PS1, my PS2. Like I have all that stuff.
Same.
The newer stuff, I'm like, I don't feel as attached to it, to be perfectly honest with you. You know, I just don't. I don't know why. It's probably because I have no nostalgia for them. They're just like these machines as opposed to like the NES I grew up with or something. It's just different. So I have now that everything's backward. The other thing is that everything's backwards compatible. So, you know, especially digitally. So it's like there really is no reason to keep them anymore. You really, to play your not so much your PS1 games, I guess, because you played on PS2, but to play your N64 games, you needed your N64. It's like you had no options. Getting rid of your hardware was stupid. Now, I'm not so married to it. What are you going to do with your PS5 Pro or your PS5 standard, I guess?
Yeah, I guess PS5 standard, I think I'll probably just move that into my office so I can stream it. Like I'll try and my setup isn't necessarily built for that, but I can get another monitor and figure that out. I'll be incentivized to do so if I have another PlayStation that I don't really have. I could put it in my room, I guess, but I don't really need it because I actually found a way to. So I have a dock for the Steam Deck that works like the Switch dock. And so what I've been doing lately is I've just been I have a Steam Deck dock in my room. And if I want to play PS5 or even just my PC, I'll just like stream the game to the Steam Deck and play it on the dock. And I have a TV in there that I can just play and it's fine. But for streaming stuff, like if I'm going to stream a game, I don't want to, I ideally don't want to stream a game from a console to, you know, a window on like a browser and then stream that. So that's probably what's most likely going to happen. Just so I can stream natively. It'll require some working around figuring out how to reset this up, but whatever. I don't want to give it away. You know, I have use for it still.
All right. Fair enough. Yeah. I'm trying to think, like, my sister Allie has Micah's PS4 Pro. I gave my neighbors my PS4 Pro for a while. They used it. It's kind of cool. I'm trying to like kind of infect people in some ways. Like, are you sure?
Yeah.
You want a PlayStation? Little boy, you want a PlayStation?
You want a PlayStation, little boy?
All right. It's time to go. We've been going for a long time. It's good to be here with you today, Chris. What's on your agenda for the rest of your day?
I'm gonna try and take it easy. I don't know. I'm probably just gonna want to play some games today. I've been I don't know what it is lately, but I've been thinking about Mass Effect a lot, and I played a little bit of the Legendary Edition, and then I fucked my save. Like I put myself into a really bad position that I just did not know how to get out of. Where like every time I would load the save up, everybody was attacking me, and then I would die, and then it would restart. So I was like, I think I'm done with this. But it's been coming up on the Snark Tank a lot. So I've been toying around with the idea of like maybe just jumping into the Legendary Edition again, because I really do love those games, and it's been long enough at this point that I feel like I could jump in and feel okay about it. I still have not finished the first one. That's still just like a missing link for me.
Yeah, the first Mass Effect is a really special game. They're all great, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, I never played 3 with the DLC attached to it after. I played it on like day one, and apparently that's really good. So I've just been feeling like I'm in a Mass Effect mood lately. So I think I might download that and trudge my way through it.
Cool. That sounds great. Yeah, I got to get to the collection or the whatever it is as well at some point. I went back and played Mass Effect 1 on PS3 in 2020 for knockback. I want to say that was before the collection was revealed, or maybe it was after. But I wanted the trophies. It might have been after, and I wanted to like clean up some of the trophies on that or whatever, and it was pretty rough. But it's going to be a lot better on this collection at 60 frames, and I like the RPG mechanic. Like it's the most RPG of the 3 by far, and so that's kind of cool. You get like experience points for doing random things. I remember what frustrated. I loved Mass Effect 3. Actually, I think Mass Effect 3 is a really great game, but one of the things that frustrated me is like you only get experience for doing a mission. You don't get experience for unlocking the chest or killing the guy or using this skill or whatever. It's like it's supposed to be a role playing game. Make it a little more fun for me. They streamlined it a lot, but I think that was good for the series. Just bad for me. All right, Chris, I'm gonna get out of here. It's good to be with you. It's good to be with all of you out here. It's time to go. Sacred Symbols is over, but we'll be back next week for more. Remember, support us on Patreon. Patreon.com/laststandmedia. Couldn't do without you over there. $1, $2, $5, $10 tiers, etc., and so on. Early ad-free access, Sacred Symbols Plus every week. The ability to submit your questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas. Lots of cool stuff over there. So thank you for that. Couldn't do without you over there, and couldn't do without your support with our merch as well. laststandmedia.store. We'll see you next time for more. Until then, goodbye.
Take care, guys.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Collins Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. It's edited by associate producer Ben Smith. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand's shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.